Chapter 3476. Everyone shrunk their necks in fear and retreated far away. Hua Feiyu and the rest also kept retreating. Gu Clan's third uncle was also on high alert. The opponent was too strong. He was even stronger than the sage from Thousand Snake Valley. The sage from Thousand Snake Valley was at the early stage of the second heaven, but the one who attacked was at the middle stage of the second heaven. However, he would not retreat. He roared. He immediately used his most terrifying divine ability, Great Void Banishment. The terrifying Great Void was right in front of him. It's useless. You can't banish me. The sage from Devouring Sky Palace was very strong. More black holes appeared on his body, as if they could swallow everything. As expected, the power of space collided with the black holes and was destroyed. Everyone exclaimed. He blocked it? Not good. The expressions of the people from the Gu clan also changed. A single person could defeat 10 people with brute force. Although their divine abilities were powerful, especially spatial techniques, and could defeat enemies stronger than them, there was still a limit to it. They could not infinitely surpass their level. Clearly, the Devouring Sky Saint in front of them had exceeded Gu Clan's third uncle's fighting range. Therefore, he could not banish him at all. Everything was over. The Devouring Sky Palace Saint's lips curled into a cold smile. His body suddenly turned into a black hole. Then he disappeared into the void. In the next moment, he appeared out of thin air. The pitch-black vortex enveloped Gu Clan's third uncle. Gu Clan's third uncle completely merged into the void and used his spatial divine ability to escape. However, his strength was suppressed. This black vortex was too terrifying. It enveloped the 9 heavens and 10 lands and forcefully shook Gu Clan's third uncle out of the void. Gu Clan's third uncle's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was pressed to the ground by the black vortex and could not move. I've already given you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Don't blame me for being merciless. A terrifying sound came from the black vortex. The vortex seemed to have turned into a black hole that kept spinning. It wanted to cut Gu Clan Sage in half. Not good. Gu Santong's face changed. The Gu Clan's elders also instantly attacked, wanting to save Gu Clan's third uncle. 2 great void palms and void fingers appeared out of thin air and attacked the black vortex. The black vortex not only completely swallowed the 3 attacks, but it also pushed the 3 elders back. The 3 elders vomited blood. On the other hand, the sage of Devouring Sky Hall burst out laughing. What clan of the ancients? They were nothing in front of absolute power. Today, all of you will die. His killing intent swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's over. The faces of the Gu family members turned extremely ugly. The members of the Shadowless clan were also filled with despair. Was today really the day they died? In the surroundings, the people of the 2 great dominators and the 5 first-rate clans smirked coldly. As expected, although the Gu family was powerful, they were unable to resist in the face of absolute power. Today, the Shadowless clan would be destroyed without a doubt. Sigh. Right at this critical moment, a sigh was heard. Then a golden palm reached out. The void trembled. The golden palm was like a sun, shining brightly as it lashed out at the black vortex. The black vortex was sent flying. With a boom, the world in all directions was shattered. The terrifying power made everyone tense up and almost kneel on the ground. The people around him were scared silly. What did they see? The saint of the Devouring Heaven shop was sent flying by someone? Heavens, who is it? Who can fight against the saint of Devouring Sky Hall? Does the Gu family have any other experts? At this moment, they were all going crazy. Countless screams were heard as everyone looked forward. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw a young man walk out from beside Hua Feiyu. His body was shining brightly. The golden palm was sent out by him. Is he also from the Gu family? He's too young. They were all stunned. The people of Devouring Sky Hall also frowned, looking very unhappy. The heaven-devouring saint roared. In the sky, he materialized from the black vortex and stared ahead with a pair of cold eyes. How dare you hurt me? Die for me. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. It turned into 81 black holes and swept forward. Not good. Hua Feiyu Gu Santong and the others' faces completely changed. Lin Xian said, "You all should retreat." As he said that, he took a step forward. Light shone brightly as he activated his divine body, making him look like a peerless god of war. With a roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The 2 golden palms continued to expand until they covered the entire sky. They shrouded all 81 black vortexes. Then he clenched his fist. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. They were caused by the absolute power. The 81 black holes were also shattered by this power. Who is this person? This power was too frightening. The people around were all dumbfounded. How terrifying is this? The saint of Devouring Sky Hall also changed his expression. He seemed to have met a peerless enemy. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. This was because he saw a golden figure of a war god rushing towards him. In an instant, it tore through countless voids and arrived in front of him. At the same time, a golden fist came crashing down on him. It was like a golden dragon. Ah, the Devouring Sky Saint roared and stretched out 2 large palms. They turned into 2 black holes and grabbed forward, trying to swallow the golden fist. However, in the next instant, he started to scream miserably. His 2 black vortexes had been shattered, and his 2 palms had also exploded. Blood instantly dyed the sky red. His entire body was sent flying, and many cracks appeared on his body. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. He waved his hand and followed up with another attack. He stomped his foot and swept out his right leg. It was like a sharp knife that struck the Devouring Sky Saint's body. He kicked the Devouring Sky Saint away. With a boom, the mountain range in the distance collapsed, and countless large cracks spread. Ah! There was a crazy roar, and a figure rushed out from the ruins in front. It was the Devouring Sky Saint. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 mountain peaks beside him. Then he pulled them up and threw them at Lin Xian. The 2 mountain peaks were tens of thousands of feet tall. At this moment, they were used as weapons and danced in the sky. In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. He charged forward. He pierced through the 2 mountain ranges and arrived in front of the Devouring Sky Saint. He stomped the Devouring Sky Saint to the ground again. Boom, boom. The entire ancient land of Thunder Mountains was shaking and countless storms were surging. Everyone was scared out of their wits. The people of Devouring Sky Hall were shocked. They all rose into the air and stared into the distance. In the sky, countless large black holes were floating and swallowing everything. Then the scene in front of them appeared. In the next moment, they gasped. The other first-rate families were also stunned. Even the Gu family and the Shadowless family were dumbfounded. Chapter 3477. That person was valiant, like a peerless god of war. This was the young man beside Hua Feiyu. They finally recognized him. When Hua Feiyu came, there were 2 young men standing beside him. One was Gu Santong, and they did not know who the other was. But thinking about it, it should be someone from the Shadowless clan. He should be a prodigy. But they did not take him seriously at all. Even Hua Feiyu, the clan leader, was not worthy of their attention, let alone others. Therefore, they took the initiative to ignore Lin Xian. But now, it seemed that they were very wrong. The most powerful was not the Gu clan's 3rd uncle, but the young man in front of them. The other party's power was too terrifying, sweeping away everything. Even a second heaven sage could not withstand it. What kind of physique was that? Who was he? For a moment, they were extremely shocked. Who are you? Who are you? The devouring heaven sage was being stepped on, and he roared madly. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by someone. Why, do you still want to know who I am? If you beat me, I'll tell you. As Lin Xian said, he exerted force with his foot again. He stepped on the other party's bones, making creaking sounds. Damn kid, let him go. The experts of the devouring heaven palace roared madly. They really could not imagine that their sage would be defeated by the other party. And now he was being stepped on. This was a slap to their faces. Let him go. Let him go just because you said so. Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly flicked out 3 dragon-shaped sword chi. One pierced the other party's heart, one pierced the other party's head, and the last one pierced the other party's abdomen. Then the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains, hanging the other party in midair. Damn it, how dare you! Seeing this scene, the people of the devouring heaven palace were furious. The others were also so scared that their scalps went numb. Who was this person? His methods were so decisive. He was going against the devouring heaven palace. Why are you very angry? Are you very sullen? Do you want to kill me? That's right, remember this feeling. When you were here, talking about dividing up the Shadowless clan, did you think about their feelings? I can tell you that their feelings are the same as yours now. Now, do you understand? Damn brat, who the hell are you? You actually want to stand up for the Shadowless family? Stand up for the Wuyin clan? Lin Xian smiled. You're wrong. I'm not standing up for the Shadowless family, but protecting what belongs to me. The Shadowless clan is mine. I won't allow anyone to touch it. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The Shadowless clan belonged to the other party? Damn it. Could it be that the other party had also swallowed up the Shadowless clan? Which power do you belong to? This time around, it was not only the people from the sky-devouring palace that spoke. The people from the Liuhua palace also spoke out. They could not tolerate the Shadowless family falling into the hands of the other party. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also became nervous. Lin Xian ignored him and said coldly, I'll give you all a chance to scram and disappear from my sight. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, if you dare to have any ideas about the Shadowless clan again, I'll slaughter all of you. Brat, you're too reckless. Do you think you can swallow the entire Shadowless clan by yourself? You're really courting death. Have you asked the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans? The people from the sky-devouring palace looked cold. It was no longer a matter of slapping their faces. This involved their interests. Sure enough, the people from the Liuhua palace looked gloomy. The people from the 5 first-rate clans also looked cold. With so many forces joining hands, how could they not take down the other party? Just with you guys? Lin Xian sneered. Whether it's a group attack or a one-on-one fight, I'll take it all on. As long as someone can defeat me, I'll give the Shadowless clan to you. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. The people from the Gu clan and Wuyin clan were shocked. Is this Lin Wudi? He's really strong. As for the 2 overlords and the 5 first-rate clans, their faces turned gloomy. Damn it, the other party is just one person. So what if he's strong? The people from the Tiana clan gritted their teeth and said, let's go together and fight it out with him. I don't believe that he can stop us. Yes, that's right. Let's go together. The people from the Thousand Snake Valley and the 4 pavilions also agreed. The people from the sky-devouring palace and the Liuhua palace also sneered. They had an absolute advantage, so they wouldn't fight one-on-one with the other party. All right, let's all attack together and use our strongest attacks to scare this brat out of his wits. I don't believe that he can stop us. Those people surrounded him. Not good. Gu Santong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect these experts to be so despicable. Lin Xian smiled. How shameless. Do you think I'm not prepared? Come on, let's do it. Let the whole world see the ugly faces of the 5 great clans and the 2 hegemons. What does the whole world mean? The people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Lin Xian said, "It's simple. I've already set up a few formations to spread the news of the Thunder Mountain ancient land. As long as you guys attack together, the whole world will see it. It will even spread to the other realms. At that time, I'll see how you guys are going to hide your faces." What? They were stunned when they heard this. To be honest, although their methods were vicious, they still wanted to save face. After all, they were the overlords of the 5 great clans. It was absolutely embarrassing for so many experts to gang up on a young man. Moreover, it might even spread to the other realms. If that happened, their faces would be completely disgraced. At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. "My sect will also be able to see this array formation. My sect told me about it when I came out. If it's one-on-one, they won't care. But if anyone dares to attack together, my sect will quickly destroy them. You guys better think carefully. My sect has a frightening background." Hearing this, the people from the sky-devouring palace frowned. Damn it, this young man is so terrifying. He must be from a terrifying force. If they really ganged up on him and the news spread, his sect would probably go crazy. At that time, they might really be in trouble. But if it was a one-on-one battle, it might not be so. This kind of one-on-one battle was very common in the other realms. If one died, it was because one's own strength was not enough. Thinking about it, the other party's sect would not have the face to take revenge. Thinking of this, they all sneered. A one-on-one battle? Do you think you can survive a one-on-one battle? Kid, you're too reckless. Fine. Today, I'll let you experience the absolute strength of our great Yen planet. The powerhouses of the sky-devouring palace smiled. One of them said, "Who's going first? Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. Whoever goes first will get a bigger share of the Shadowless family's benefits." As soon as these words came out, the people from the 5 great clans were tempted. Chapter 3478. Let me do it. An elite from the Black Wolf clan walked out, causing everyone's expression to change. It was the leader of the Black Wolf clan. Damn it, the Black Wolf clan got there first. The people from the Tiana clan and the 4 Directions Pavilion were all shocked. They were prepared to take action personally, but they were still a step too late. The leader of the Black Wolf clan walked out, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that swept out in all directions. The people of the Shadowless clan retreated. Boom. The Gu clan's 3rd uncle also retreated to the back. Gu Santong asked, "Third uncle, are you all right?" The Gu clan's 3rd uncle shook his head. He was fine, but the situation was not optimistic. Although Lin Xian's performance was shocking, he knew that there were still some elites who had not shown their skills yet. If those elites attacked, would Lin Xian be able to withstand them? Even if he could withstand one of them, would he be able to withstand 5 or 6 of them? He did not dare to imagine. Buzz, the leader of the Black Wolf clan, moved. He stretched out a black finger and pointed at Lin Xian. The finger crushed the void, as if it had traveled through time and space, and it carried a terrifying demonic aura. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. The golden hand stretched out and tore through the void, as if an ancient god of war was attacking. Boom! Boom! The large golden hand immediately grabbed the pitch-black finger. Then it swung it forcefully. There was a crack, and the sound of bones breaking was like thunder. The black finger was broken, and blood gushed out, piercing through the void. There was a miserable cry. The leader of the Black Wolf clan screamed and retreated. His entire arm was trembling. The surrounding elites were also stunned. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. The leader of the Black Wolf clan was injured. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that he was a second heaven sage. He was even more powerful than the sage from the devouring sky hall. Moreover, he was the leader of a clan. How terrifying was he? But now, he was actually injured in a single move. Just who was his opponent? Wasn't he too strong? Trash! How dare you steal from the Shadowless clan? Kneel down and accept your death. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to shreds. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe roared crazily. He rushed over again, turning into a black shadow that tore through everything. He was mad with anger. He was the chief of the Black Wolf clan. How terrifying was that? He had roamed the Grand Spill planet for so many years, but he had never been humiliated like today. Other than the two overlords, he had never been afraid of anyone. But now, an unfamiliar young man had actually injured him with a raise of his hand. This was no longer a slap to his face. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. The terrifying black storm was like a heavenly blade, slicing through the void and sweeping towards Lin Xian. This attack was enough to shatter Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, he pushed his divine body to the extreme. Those black storms crashed into his body, making earth-shattering noises. His body only swayed a little, emitting crackling noises. However, it did not shatter. Instead, it rushed forward. The surrounding people were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of physique was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out with the swords of laws. The terrifying five-element swords brought with them a terrifying power as they fell from the sky. One after another, they continued to fall. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch resisted. He was beaten until his entire body trembled, and many cracks appeared on his body. He was about to vomit blood from anger. Damn it, this young man was too strong. This young man was too strong. Before this, he had been swaggering around, looking down on this young man, thinking that he was an ant. He could suppress him in an instant, but now he had been forcefully slapped in the face by this young man. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into right now. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch? You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian sneered. The Black Wolf tribe's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. The power of his bloodline erupted, making him seem like a peerless monster. The surrounding great Tao rumbled. Terrifying laws danced between the heavens and earth. Black storm, boundless aura. With a crazy roar, the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. One after another, black airflows descended from the sky. These black airflows had Tao runes. They were like huge mountains hanging upside down from the sky. Countless voids trembled, forming a cage that enveloped Lin Xian. This was the Black Wolf tribe's unique skill. It was too terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding powerhouses and saints trembled. They knew that a second heaven cultivator would be killed instantly in the face of such an attack. This young man was definitely dead this time. The Black Wolf tribe's warriors roared crazily. They had full confidence in their patriarch. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his body, the dragon's soul roared. His palms formed a seal, and the 5-element law quickly appeared in his hands. A wolf had appeared in his hands, emitting an incomparable light, as if it was a peerless, immortal light. The wolf head roared, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands trembled. The sky was shaking. Everyone around was stunned. A wolf head? Damn it, who was he? Why did he condense a wolf head? Some others twitched the corners of their mouths. This was a provocation. The Black Wolf tribe was a branch of the wolf tribe, and the other party had used a great skill to condense a wolf head. This was definitely a slap in the face. Damn it. Go to hell. Sure enough, the Black Wolf tribe's powerhouse was furious. The other party had all kinds of skills, but he just had to transform into a wolf. This was a provocation. He couldn't stand it. So he roared crazily. As the palm fell, the black mountains in the sky kept falling. The entire space was completely destroyed. The ancient land of Thunder Mountain also shook violently. Roar! Lin Xian roared. With the wolf head attached to his fist, he also punched out. This punch was unstoppable. It was like a divine being. It directly shattered all the mountains. It hit the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe, and his body exploded. Boom! The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces and retreated. Behind him, a large black hole was completely formed. Defeated, the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was smashed into pieces. This was unbelievable. You can't compete with me. You're still too far away. Let's find someone else. Lin Xian put his hands behind his back, and his eyes were filled with endless domineering aura. The people from the 5 first-rate families and the 2 overlords were all stunned. This person was too terrifying. Even the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for him. Damn it! Damn it! The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe reassembled his body. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his body. He rushed over again. However, after 3 moves, he was defeated again. Everyone had gone crazy. They knew that the patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe was no match for the other party. The patriarch of the Black Wolf tribe did not dare to attack again. After being defeated 3 times, his vitality was greatly damaged. He was afraid that he would be completely killed by the other party. Chapter 30, 479. Those weaker sages all lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Let me do it. The patriarch of the Tiana clan walked out. He immediately used his ultimate technique, Heaven and Earth's 6 directions. A round disc appeared on his body. There were unparalleled Tao patterns on it, making him look like a Buddha. Ha! With a cold shout, the mountains collapsed and the void shattered. The surrounding people fell to the ground from the shock and kept rolling on the ground. It was a sound wave attack, and it was an extremely terrifying divine wave. Lin Xian also suffered a violent impact in an instant. Not only his body, but also his soul was about to be torn into pieces. Ha ha! That kid is dead for sure. That's right. Our patriarch used the Heaven and Earth's 6 directions divine art. He definitely won't be able to block it. The people of the Tiana clan all laughed. As long as their patriarch killed the other party, then they would have a much higher share of the spoils. Heaven and Earth's 6 directions divine art was nothing more than that. Break for me! Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his body shone with boundless light. At the same time, he let out a cold shout. His voice was like a dragon's roar, resounding through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The void within 1,000,000 miles was completely shattered, and the ancient land of Thunder Mountain was also shaking nonstop. It was almost pierced through. The Heaven and Earth's 6 directions divine art was instantly impacted and sent flying. The patriarch of the Tiana clan was bleeding from his ears, and his 7 orifices were shattered. His entire body fell to the ground. He was seriously injured in one blow. What? Patriarch! The surrounding people went crazy. The people of the Tiana clan roared crazily. Their patriarch had already fainted at this moment. Everyone was about to go crazy. Another clan leader had been defeated, and it was an instant defeat. This was simply unbelievable. Who else? Lin Xian asked coldly. The powerhouses of the 5 first-rate families all felt their scalps go numb. The 2 patriarchs had already been defeated. The other 3 patriarchs were about the same strength. If they fought alone, no one was a match for the other party. Therefore, they looked at the 2 overlords. The 2 overlords' faces were extremely cold. The other party's strength was beyond their imagination. Ordinary elders and sages had no chance of winning. It seemed that they could only take action personally. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter something like this. I haven't fought for a long time. A figure from the Liuhua Palace walked over. He brought forth a monstrous flame. Immediately, everyone's hearts beat wildly. The palace master of Liuhua Palace. Heavens! Is this overlord finally going to make his move? The experts from the 5 first-rate families felt their scalps go numb. The faces of the Shadowless clan and the Gu family also turned ugly. This was a saint in the late stage of the 2nd celestial layer, not far from the 3rd celestial layer. His strength was extremely terrifying. As soon as the overlord appeared, he suppressed the patriarchs of the 5 great clans to the point that they had to lower their heads. One could imagine how terrifying he was. That brat definitely wouldn't survive. That's for sure. This time, it's an overlord who's making a move. I don't believe that he'll be able to survive. Kid, you're not bad, but you have no chance of winning against me. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram. Or you'll definitely die. It's too early to say that. A mere saint of the 2nd heaven is nothing in my eyes. Lin Xian snorted coldly. So, what if he was a saint in the late stage of the 2nd heaven? Since that was the case, there was no need for him to exist. The Liuhua Palace lord snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the law of fire on his body danced, and a pair of flaming divine wings appeared on his back. The flaming wings brought about a powerful storm. Like 2 flaming divine swords, they slashed forward. Such a slash was more than enough to split any clan leader in half. It's over. I wonder if Brother Lin can block it. Gu Santong and the others were extremely nervous. They didn't expect the 2 overlords to be so terrifying. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't move at all. His body shone brightly like a god of war. He stretched out his finger and drew a circle in the air. Star's transposition. A mysterious force emerged. The 2 flaming divine swords were flipped and slashed at each other in an even more terrifying manner. Boom, boom, boom. The void shattered, and flames filled the sky. It was a scene of apocalypse. The Liuhua Palace saint's pupils shrank. An unparalleled light burst out from his eyes, and a flaming meteor shot out from his body. It directly collided with the 2 divine swords, an earth-shattering explosion of energy. The battle swept in all directions. Everyone retreated. The Liuhua Palace lord attacked wildly, wanting to kill Lin Xian. All kinds of laws, mystiques, and sacred domains danced in the sky. It was too terrifying. The experts of the 5 great families were watching. Even the patriarchs were shocked. They thought that they were strong enough. But compared to the 2 overlords, they were still too weak. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian used the Kuan Peng movement technique and shuttled through the countless attacks. His body blocked everything. His hands danced, and the star's transposition was used by him. It had a mysterious power. All the power was diverted away by him. One hand turned, and the other hand was like a golden dragon, constantly attacking in all directions. The 2 exchanged more than 100 blows. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. Fortunately, this was the Thunder Mountain ancient land. If it were any other place, tens of millions of miles would have been destroyed. But even if it was the ancient land, the surrounding people were vomiting blood. The weaker ones had all fainted from the shock. How was it possible? He could withstand 300 blows from the palace lord. The saints of the Liuhua Palace went crazy. That was their palace lord. No one below the 3rd heaven could stop him. Here, other than the devouring Sky Palace lord, no one else was a match for him. They couldn't even block a single blow. But now the other party had exchanged more than 100 blows, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Buzz. Flying fire meteor. The Liuhua Palace lord used a peerless mystique. Hundreds of millions of lights turned into meteors and fell from the sky. Every attack could tear a sage apart. Hundreds of millions of attacks made the entire world lose its luster. Not good. This is a fatal blow. Retreat quickly. The patriarchs of the 5 great families roared, crazily, and retreated. The faces of the Shadowless clan and Gu family became extremely ugly. They created large, spatial cracks in front of them and swallowed the aftermath of the energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, he formed a seal with his hands, and endless power burst out. The 5 elements law condensed in his hands, forming an ancient diagram. It was tens of thousands of dragons spiraling with an unparalleled aura. They roared in his hands, forming a diagram. The 10,000 Dragons diagram. This was the illusion of an extreme Tao weapon that he had created. At this moment, it carried a phenomenon of heaven and earth and bombarded the 9 heavens. Everyone went crazy. Even the Liuhua Palace Lord's expression changed. This aura, he was too shocked. The aura in the other party's hand made his hair stand on end. What was this thing? Boom. The 10,000 Dragons diagram was pushed out, and hundreds of millions of meteors collided. An incomparably dazzling light exploded between heaven and earth. No one could see it. Their faces were filled with shock. That was because the Tao diagram that the other party had used had terrified them. Goose Santong clenched his fists in excitement. Although he couldn't see, he knew that this was the great Dragon Sword Soul, the great Dragon Sword Soul that could evolve all things. Chapter 3480. After some time, the billions of rays of light were all shattered, and a dragon diagram floated above the Liuhua Palace Lord's head. 10,000 dragons pierced through him. Defeated again. Everyone went crazy. First, the 5 clan leaders had failed. And now, even the Liuhua Palace Lord had failed. That was a late-stage second heaven powerhouse. They were the top saints present. But even so, they couldn't do anything to the other party. They felt a sense of despair and helplessness. I admit defeat. The Liuhua Palace Lord said a few words with difficulty. He seemed to have aged a few thousand years in an instant. In front of him, the 10,000 Dragons diagram slowly disappeared. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed, but he was supported by the cultivators behind him. I've lost. I can only rely on you now. The Liuhua Palace Lord looked at a middle-aged man in a black robe in the distance. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the other party as he was the palace master of the Devouring Sky Palace. He was another overlord. His strength was about the same as the Liuhua Palace Lord. The Liuhua Palace Lord had suffered a crushing defeat, and logically speaking, the Devouring Sky Palace Lord was no match for him. But everyone had no choice. This was their last hope. The Devouring Sky Palace also felt the pressure, and they were extremely nervous. Originally, they didn't care about such a person. But now the other party was too strong, and the 5 clan leaders and the Liuhua Palace Lord were defeated. Now, only the Devouring Sky Palace was left. Would their Palace Lord be able to withstand it? Palace Lord, why don't we stall for some time? I've already sent a message to the Supreme Elder, and he will probably come soon. At this moment, an elder of the Devouring Sky Palace transmitted his voice. The Devouring Sky Palace Lord nodded slightly, but he still stood up. I will stall for time, but I must take action in this battle. As an overlord, he had his own dignity and pride. Although the other party was very strong, and he might not be a match for him, he would still take action. Moreover, this time he didn't think that he would be defeated, because he brought something with him. This thing was originally prepared to deal with the Liuhua Palace Lord, but he didn't expect it to come in handy now. Buzz. 81 black holes appeared behind the Devouring Sky Palace Lord, and he was like a peerless demon king. Was he going to make a move? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Devouring Sky Palace Master to attack. That shouldn't be the case. The Devouring Sky Palace Master and the Liuhua Palace Master had similar strengths. Since the Liuhua Palace Master had been defeated, why would the Devouring Sky Palace Master still make a move? This was a very unwise choice. The 5 patriarchs frowned. The palace lord of the Flowing Splendor Palace was also surprised. Although they knew that the Devouring Sky Hall Master would make a move, they did not expect him to be so decisive. Could it be? He had an idea in his mind. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. Everyone was stunned. A beam of black light streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and exuding a terrifying saintly aura. It was a pagoda, a black pagoda. It was incomparably dark, as if it could swallow everything in the world. Sky-devouring tower. He actually brought the sky-devouring pagoda. Screams rang out one after another. The 5 patriarchs and the palace master of the Liuhua Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. Hua Feiyu's expression changed. Oh no, it's the sky-devouring tower. That was a Saint artifact. He finally understood why the other party dared to come out and fight. It turned out that the other party had brought a Saint artifact, and it was the most famous Saint artifact of the Devouring Sky Hall. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. You can actually defeat the Liuhua Palace Master. But it's a pity that I brought a Saint artifact, the sky-devouring tower. My strength is not something you can stop. No matter how strong you are, can you stop the Saint artifact? The Devouring Sky Hall Master laughed. The experts of the Devouring Sky Hall all laughed. The people of the 5 patriarchs heaved a sigh of relief. The palace master of the Liuhua Palace looked a little cold. He knew that the Devouring Sky Hall Master had won this battle. But when it came to the distribution of benefits, the Liuhua Palace would probably be suppressed. But no matter what, there would be no exception to the outcome. The other party was undoubtedly looking down on them. A Saint artifact? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. No one of the other party was so confident. He had to admit that a saint with a Saint artifact and a person without one were 2 completely different states. They could not be compared at all. For example, the Devouring Sky Hall Master and the Liuhua Palace Master were evenly matched. Even if they fought, they would be evenly matched. But if the Devouring Sky Hall Master took out a Saint artifact, he could easily defeat the Liuhua Palace Master. This was the power of a Saint artifact. But this was a threat to others, but he did not care. Comparing Saint artifacts? He had won too. Boom, boom, boom. 81 black holes devoured everything in front of the Devouring Sky Hall Master. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black vortex. The Devouring Sky Tower in front of him was bobbing up and down. It turned into a giant abyss and swallowed everything in front of it. Everywhere it passed, everything turned dark. The Devouring Sky Tower was said to be able to devour even the sky, let alone a saint in the first heaven. That kid would definitely die and be swallowed by the Devouring Sky Tower. In less than half an hour, he would turn into a pool of blood and be destroyed in both body and soul. The Devouring Sky Hall Master was indeed powerful. He had even brought a treasure like the Devouring Sky Tower. Cries of surprise and admiration rang out one after another. The people of the Devouring Sky Hall and the 5 patriarchs were full of confidence. They knew that this battle was over. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, he grabbed a black spear from the void and threw it forward. The black spear exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The other half of the sky also turned completely dark. At the same time, an extremely terrifying dragon roar was heard. Boom, boom. A black lightning bolt struck the Devouring Sky Tower. It shook the sky as if billions of lightning bolts had struck at the same time. The powerful force caused the saints' ears to bleed in an instant. They couldn't hear anything. The bodies of those who were slightly weaker exploded. Damn it, what happened? Not good. Retreat quickly. At this moment, the saints all went crazy. they all attacked and defended. The impact this time was too terrifying. It was as if two worlds were colliding. After an unknown period of time, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth slowly weakened. The surrounding people also looked up at the sky in bewilderment. They were stunned. In front of them, a black spear blocked the devouring sky tower. The devouring sky hall master's blood was boiling. Blood flowed from his body. On the other side, the youth was like a god of war. He blocked it. Damn it, he blocked the devouring sky tower. The 5 patriarchs were extremely shocked. Impossible! The palace master of the Lyohua Palace screamed. He knew the power of the devouring sky tower. He did not have any chance of winning. How could the other party block the devouring sky tower? The combination of the devouring sky hall master and the devouring sky tower was enough to fight against a third heaven saint. Could it be that the kid was a third heaven saint? Chapter 3481. Damn it, you also have a sacred weapon. At this moment, the devouring sky palace master spoke. His words were full of shock, because only a sacred weapon of the same level could block his devouring sky tower. What? A sacred weapon. It was a sacred weapon. The surrounding people were also shocked and then stared at the black spear. The Lyohua Palace master was also surprised. It turned out to be a sacred weapon. The other party had a sacred weapon in his hand, and it seemed to be no weaker than the devouring sky tower. Where did this kid come from? Lin Xian said. Yes, that's right. It was a sacred weapon. So, you think you can compete with me just because you took out the devouring sky tower? You're overestimating yourself. Speaking of this, he waved his hand, and the great spear of destruction turned into a black dragon with an unparalleled aura and directly attacked. How dare you underestimate me? The devouring sky palace master roared, and the black hole on his body floated, but it could not block the other party's attack. Even with the devouring sky tower, he was instantly sent flying. If the devouring sky palace master had not protected his body, this attack would definitely have torn him apart. Boom, boom, boom. The great spear of destruction kept roaring like a giant dragon roaring in the sky. The devouring sky palace master was forced to retreat. The surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of combat strength was this? To directly crush the devouring sky palace master, it was simply too powerful. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. The Tianhe clan roared, and the eyes of the others also turned red. At this time, they no longer cared about the array, even if others saw it. So, what? They must kill the other party, otherwise they would have no fate with the Shadowless clan. Charge! In an instant, many figures rushed up. Damn it, despicable, shameless, Hua Feiyu, Gu Santong, and the others roared crazily. But there was nothing they could do. In front of such a great benefit, even if they lost face, they would accept it. Get lost! Lin Xian roared, waving the spear, and swept it down. At the same time, he used the stellar transposition and the attack that the devouring sky palace master gave him, shifting to these people. In an instant, screams rang out. Lin Xian then summoned the hidden immortal pagoda. The void was torn apart as a celestial pagoda descended from the sky, sending the surrounding people flying. The others still wanted to attack, but they soon stopped. They realized that the saints who had rushed over had all been sent flying. Those with minor injuries vomited blood. Those who were injured directly turned into a bloody mist. What kind of scene was this? It really stunned them. Lin Xian held the annihilation spear and stood on the dragon head with the immortal pagoda hidden above his head. He was like a supreme immortal monarch as he roared to the 9 heavens. He sent the surrounding sages flying, and then quickly charged towards the devouring heaven palace master. Their chi and blood were like dragons as they erupted with terrifying power. The battle between the two shook the heavens and earth. Boom, boom, After 30 moves, the hidden immortal pagoda knocked the sky-devouring pagoda away, and the great destruction spear pierced through the head of the sky-devouring palace master. His entire body was split into two. Blood dyed the sky red. The sky-devouring palace master screamed. The two halves of his corpse melted into the black hole. He wanted to recover and counterattack again. However, it was destroyed by Lin Xian with one punch. The black hole was smashed into pieces. Lin Xian was like a peerless god of war. The great destruction spear completely suppressed the sky-devouring palace master. The sky-devouring palace master could only use the sky-devouring pagoda to protect his body. He quickly roared, "Damn it, I admit defeat." "What? I lost?" The sky-devouring palace master lost. The surrounding people were full of despair. The sky-devouring palace master was their last hope. He was a late-stage second heaven sage. With the sage weapon, he was definitely comparable to a third heaven sage. But even so, he could not defeat the other party. He was really too strong. Great, they won. The people of the Gu family all heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Shadowless family all cheered. It seemed that the heavens did not want the Shadowless family to die. Boom. However, at this moment, the world shattered. A huge palm descended from the sky. Suddenly, it grabbed at Lin Xian. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. That place turned into a void. It was pitch black. This strange scene caused everyone to stare blankly. Who was it? Did he make a move? The people of the Gu family and the Shadowless family were all stunned. Gu Santong and Hua Feiyu even screamed. The experts of the Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate families were all stunned. They did not know what had happened at all. Only the people of the sky-devouring palace laughed. It was the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder had made a move. What? The Supreme Elder? The Supreme Elder of the sky-devouring palace was here. After the others heard, their scalps went numb. That was a saint of the third heaven. If he made a move, he could definitely suppress everything. They knew that the kid was hit directly. Even if he did not die with the sage weapon, he would be seriously injured. It was very likely that he would be completely annihilated because of his carelessness. In front, there was still a black hole. Everyone was in despair. On the other side, an old man walked out. He was the Supreme Elder of the Sky-Devouring Palace. Greetings, Supreme Elder. The experts of the Sky-Devouring Palace cheered. The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord also bowed slightly. Supreme Elder, you are here. Although he was the Palace Lord, the other party was a third heaven sage. His experience was 1 heaven higher than his. He had to treat him with respect. Yes, the Supreme Elder nodded slightly. The strong enemy had been killed, and the Shadowless family could be divided. Oh, right, he has a sage weapon. When I find it, I will give it to you. Thank you, Supreme Elder. The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord was delighted. The Sky-Devouring Tower in his hand was a sage weapon, but it did not belong to him. It belonged to the Sky-Devouring Palace. He was just using it. Now, it was different. He wanted to get a sage weapon that belonged to him. In this way, his strength would definitely undergo an earth-shattering change. Thinking of this, the Sky-Devouring Palace Lord was extremely excited. You want my weapon? Do you have the life to take it? At this moment, a sneer came from the black hole in front. What, the other party was not dead yet? The Sky-Devouring Palace Lord's face changed. The others were so scared that their scalps went numb. A third heaven sage had hit him directly, and the other party was not dead? It was unbelievable. Humph! The Supreme Elder also snorted coldly, and his face darkened. He once again threw out a few large black holes. They were like a demonic disk that destroyed the world. They kept spinning, trying to kill the people inside. Boom! Heaven and earth shattered. In the endless black hole, a golden light lit up. Then, like the rising sun, it streaked across the sky and illuminated the entire sky. Then, a figure rushed out from the black hole. It was Lin Xian. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. He drew the 10,000 dragons picture with his left hand. In his right hand, the great destruction spear turned into a true dragon. Above his head, the hidden immortal pagoda descended again. The 3 peerless Abhijnas kept bombarding each other. The Supreme Elder in front also roared and struck out with a terrifying heaven-swallowing black, formless palm. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 3482. Both of them retreated. They were evenly matched. Everyone went crazy. The other party was actually able to fight evenly with a 3rd heaven sage. This was simply too unbelievable. Damn it. The 3rd heaven supreme elder roared angrily and took the sky-devouring tower. An indescribable aura erupted from his body. It could suppress all the worlds in the universe. It made everyone's scalps go numb. It's over. The Supreme Elder was really angry. With his strength and the sky-devouring tower, he was absolutely terrifying and surpassed everything. This time, even Lin Xian felt the danger. Indeed, the cultivation of a 3rd heaven saint was too high. If he had a sacred artifact, the power was unimaginable. Therefore, he had to make a move quickly. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. It formed a mysterious pattern. In the middle, a ball of black flames jumped out and grew larger in the sky. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the Supreme Elder of the Sky-Devouring Hall screamed. He had just grabbed the Sky-Devouring Tower. He wanted to make a peerless attack, but black flames appeared out of thin air on his body. Extinguish! At first, he was disdainful. A black vortex appeared on his body, wanting to devour these flames. As a saint of the 3rd heaven, this little bit of flame could not hurt him. But soon he was stunned. Because of the black vortex, it could not destroy these flames at all. Instead, it was burned to pieces by these flames. More and more black flames appeared on his body. White smoke and the smell of flesh and blood all came out. He was driven mad in an instant. In an instant, he was rolling in the air in pain. He could not even hold the sky-devouring tower. What? The Supreme Elder. Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that the Supreme Elder would show his might and use the sacred artifact to sweep in all directions. But they did not expect to see this result. The Supreme Elder was burned to death by the black flames. He could not resist at all. Damn it. Go and save the Supreme Elder. The 2 saints of the Sky-Devouring Hall rushed over in an instant. They spat out seawater all over the sky, trying to extinguish the black flames. But it was useless. Instead, the 2 of them were burned to ashes in an instant by the black flames. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. 2 saints were instantly burned to death. What kind of flames were these? While they were in a daze, that utmost exalted elder was also burned to pieces. In the end, he completely disappeared, his body and soul destroyed. The black flames in the sky danced and then disappeared. Only a terrifying aura was left behind. Dead. The Grand Elder was actually dead. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe it. Previously, when the other party was fighting against the Liohua Palace Master and the Sky-Devouring Hall Master, even though he was strong, he had still managed to exchange several hundred blows with them. All kinds of divine abilities were used, making them extremely shocked. But now, against the Supreme Elder, the other party had actually killed the Supreme Elder in 2 moves. Was this the true strength of the other party? They could hardly imagine it. The people of the Shadowless clan and the Gu clan were all stunned, especially Hua Feiyu. His body was trembling. This was the true strength of his master. He was really too strong. No wonder the other party dared to be so arrogant, fighting against 2 overlords and 5 first-rate clans alone. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their hearts. On the side, Fantasy looked at this scene and was also very surprised. As a guard, she was here to protect Lin Xian. When that utmost exalted elder came, she was ready to make a move, because she knew that Lin Xian shouldn't be able to fight against him. But now, it was really too shocking for her. Lin Xian actually burned the utmost exalted elder to death. What kind of method was this? She had never seen that kind of black flame before. It seemed that her palace master was much more mysterious than she had imagined. Was he dead? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was also surprised. What he had just released was naturally the Yama flame. This was the flame that he had obtained from the reincarnation pearl. He had already gained initial control over it. At this moment, when he used it, it was really terrifying. As expected, the level 3 sage was instantly burned to death. Of course, Lin Xian's eyes were also faintly hurting now. It was obvious that the power of this flame was too domineering. In addition, the effect was also surprisingly good. It killed a level 3 sage in an instant. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to make a move?" The scene was silent. No one dared to raise their heads. Even a level 3 sage was dead. They were not a match for him. At this moment, the Black Wolf clan leader said respectfully, "Young master is mighty. We are sincerely convinced. We don't dare to think about the Shadowless clan anymore. Young master, please let us go." "Yes, we are sincerely convinced. Young master, please let us go." The Tiana clan, Square Pavilion, and the other first-rate clans' clan leaders all lowered their heads. They no longer dared to go against Lin Xian. When the people of Liuhua Palace and Devouring Sky Palace saw this scene, their faces were filled with despair. In the end, the Liuhua Palace Master and Devouring Sky Palace Master side. The two of them said helplessly, "We are sincerely convinced too." Lin Xian ignored these people and stared at Devouring Sky Palace Master. "Sincerely convinced? You actually dared to let a level 3 sage kill me. You will have to bear my wrath." As he said that, the great spear of destruction in his hand flew out and turned into countless huge dragons. In an instant, Devouring Sky Palace Master was sent flying. Devouring Sky Palace Master was pierced and screamed in the sky. That scene surprised everyone. They did not expect Lin Xian to make a move. The sages of Devouring Sky Palace were also angry. "Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. We have already lowered our heads. What else do you want?" "What else do you want?" Lin Xian sneered. "What do you think? You have already tried to kill me just now. Do you think I will let you go so easily?" When these words came out, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, the Supreme Elder of Level 3 Heaven attacked. If the other party was weaker, he would have been killed long ago. Therefore, it was normal for Lin Xian to be angry now. But thinking about it, Devouring Sky Palace would not sit still and wait for death. "Kill." Devouring Sky Palace Master roared to the sky, "Damn it, fight it out with him. So what if he is strong? Let's attack together." At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He directly grabbed the Devouring Sky Tower and roared to the sky like a peerless demon king. Behind him, the sages and experts of Devouring Sky Palace also roared and stood out. Powerful sage Aura crushed the sky. The people of Gu family and Shadowless family gasped. Next, there would definitely be an intense battle, and it would be a group attack. Once Devouring Sky Palace made a move, Liuhua Palace and the 5 first-rate families would definitely make a move too. At that time, it would not be so simple. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he would not be able to block the attacks of so many experts and sages. In that case, Lin Xian would not be able to take care of their safety. In this battle, perhaps all of them would die here. Chapter 3483. A figure dashed forward like a phantom. Soon, The people of the Devouring Sky Palace screamed in agony. The experts and sages were split into pieces, and their blood dyed the sky red. What kind of scene was this? It was as if the entire Thunder Mountain ancient land had turned into hell in an instant. The people of the 5 first-rate families and the Lyohua Palace were all stunned. They had thought that they would attack the people of the Devouring Sky Palace and take advantage of the chaos to kill them. But before they could do anything, they found that the people of the Devouring Sky Palace were being mercilessly slaughtered. They were so scared that they didn't dare to move for a while. Damn it! The Devouring Sky Palace master roared crazily and activated the sacred artifact, but he was soon sent flying, and his head was cut off. In the end, the Devouring Sky Palace master was blown up, and the other experts and sages of the Devouring Sky Palace were all killed. A figure appeared in the pool of blood in front of them. It was a woman wearing a light veil. She was unusually beautiful and had a pair of translucent wings on her back. Now that they were stained with blood, they emitted a demonic light. The surrounding experts felt as if their scalps were about to split open at this scene. They looked at the scene in horror. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile as he looked at the Lyohua Palace and the 5 first-rate clans. Do you want to fight too? No. The Lyohua Palace and the 5 first-rate families shook their heads crazily. They wouldn't dare to fight even if they were given 100 guts. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Hand over everything you have, and I'll let you go. Then Lin Xian asked Hua Feiyu to lead the people of the Shadowless clan to search there. He left all the storage rings, treasures, and weapons of the sages. Those people had their armors stripped off and left dejectedly one by one. Outside the valley, those people were still waiting excitedly. They wanted to see the results and see what exactly happened. Who do you think will get the lion's share of the Shadowless clan? Needless to say, it must be the 2 overlords. I think they will get half of the Shadowless clan's resources, and the other half will be divided by the 5 first-rate families. Yes, I think so too. Discussions broke out one after another. Suddenly, countless silhouettes rushed over from the Thunder Mountain ancient land. The people outside all became alert. Did he come out? They were surprised. It was a bit fast, much faster than they had imagined. However, the next moment when they saw those people, they were all stunned. Holy sh*T! What was going on? Why were these people's hair disheveled, and their clothes disheveled? Could it be that there was a huge battle inside? However, that shouldn't be the case. After such a chaotic battle, they should be in pieces and covered in blood. From the looks of it, these people didn't seem to be seriously injured. There wasn't much blood on his body, but why did he look so miserable? Fuck, what are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. A sage roared as his sage aura swept across the 9 heavens. The rest of the people retreated one after another. The saint's face was flushed red. He wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. His storage ring had been snatched away, and his weapon was also gone. Not only that, his armor, boots, necklaces, earrings, and any magical equipment he had on him had all been looted. This kind of experience was simply a disaster for him. The rest of the people were not much better than them. The surrounding people retreated with fear on their faces. Could it be the patriarch of the Tiana clan? Heavens, why is he dressed like a beggar? Not only that, look over there. There's also the patriarch of the Black Wolf clan. The Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Why do they all look like they have been robbed? What the fuck? What did I just see? The Palace Master of the Lyohua Palace has also been robbed. The surrounding people had gone crazy. The 5 great clans and an overlord are in such a sorry state. Wait, where are the people from Devouring Sky Palace? They didn't come out. Could it be that the people from Devouring Sky Palace did it? Heavens, when did Devouring Sky Palace become so powerful? These people were shocked and bewildered. Devouring my ass. Get lost! Devouring Sky Palace has been completely destroyed. An elder in the square cursed loudly. He no longer had the dignity of a sage. What? Devouring Sky Palace has been destroyed? Those words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning the surrounding people. In the next moment, they turned into a gust of wind and fled. Who knows what happened inside? But it must be very dangerous. Therefore, they had to run away quickly. In an instant, the people around the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land had all run away. Inside the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land, the people of the Shadowless clan and the Goo clan looked at the piles of treasures in front of them and swallowed their saliva. This scene felt like a dream. The two overlords and the 5 great clans had originally come to divide the Shadowless clan, but now they didn't get any benefits at all. Instead, they were robbed clean. This was simply like a fantasy story. Lin Xian looked at the Goo clan and the Shadowless clan. He said, "Everyone, please protect me. I want to cultivate for a while." Lin Xian was tempted by so many resources. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land was indeed a good place. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to cultivate here. "Yes, young master." Hua Feiyu quickly led the people away. On the other side, Gu Santong also led the people of the Gu clan and quickly retreated. They completely protected the ancient land of the Thunder Mountain Range. Lin Xian sat on the ground and began to absorb the resources. Just like that, he began to cultivate again. On the other hand, the outside world was in chaos. The news of the Shadowless Conference had finally spread. The 5 great clans and the 2 overlords had suffered a great loss. Even the Devouring Sky Palace Master and a group of elders had been killed inside. They couldn't believe it. The Devouring Sky Palace was furious. The other top clans were also gnashing their teeth. They had decided to take revenge. In an instant, experts from all walks of life came out. They formed a team and set off for the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land. Soon, they had surrounded the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. The people of the Shadowless clan and the Gu clan had ugly expressions. There were so many experts, they definitely couldn't deal with them. Meng Meng snorted coldly. No matter who it was, she wouldn't allow these people to hurt Lin Xian. At this moment, Heishan also transmitted his voice. He imitated Lin Xian's tone and began to transmit his voice to Meng Meng. Meng Meng thought that Lin Xian knew about the situation outside and quickly took action. What Heishan transmitted to Meng Meng was a set of formations. A set of formations that used the Thunder Mountain Ancient Land to set up. Logically speaking, setting up a formation required a large amount of resources. It even needed to carve Dao patterns and change the terrain of the mountains and rivers. It even needed the dragon vein to form a peerless formation. This time, what Heishan taught them was not to use the heaven and earth, but to use people. There were many people in the Shadowless clan and the Gu clan. These people were not the best, but they were all experts. Furthermore, his speed of improvement was extremely fast. It was something that other sages could not even begin to imagine. Of course, the other saints did not have such an intense battle. Not good, the other party broke through again. Run. Those who had fled into the distance were still waiting to regroup and counterattack. However, when they saw that Chu Feng had made a breakthrough, these people were scared out of their wits. The other party had not even broken through, but he was already so powerful. Now that he had broken through a small realm, his power would be even more terrifying. Therefore, these people all fled. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. Ignoring these people, he turned around and landed near the ancient land of the Thunder Mountains. "Young master, you broke through." Hua Feiyu brought people over. On the other side, Gu Santong also brought people from the Gu family over to congratulate Brother Lin for making another breakthrough. Next, Lin Xian and his group left and returned to the Shadowless clan's territory. He had the Gu family move here and begin to rebuild their power. As for him, he brought Meng Meng and wandered between the 5 great families and the 2 overlords. He also issued a warning. Anyone who dared to make a move against the Shadowless clan and the Gu family would be hunted down endlessly. The 2 overlords were silent. The 5 great families did not dare to say anything. Just like that, the great Yen planet gradually settled down. The Shadowless clan and the Gu family once again joined forces and became a new power. Lin Xian left. He left behind an array formation and asked Hua Feiyu to send him resources regularly. Then he left the great Yen planet. Brother Gu, I look forward to the day when I can fight alongside you. At this time, Lin Xian and Gu Santong had a long talk. Gu Santong said, "Don't worry, Brother Lin. There will be a day when I will ascend the ancient star road again and look for you." After waving goodbye, Gu Santong went into seclusion to cultivate. Lin Xian stepped into the starry sky. In the cold universe, Lin Xian sat in a spirit boat and flew. He had gained a lot from this trip to the great Yen planet. He had met an old friend, learned about the secret of the Rinnegan, obtained the Yama flame, and his cultivation had increased by a small realm. He was very satisfied with all of this. Therefore, he was prepared to go back. He also wanted to see the situation on the Langya planet. How was it? Dragon Valley, 8 Wind Hall, and Sikong family? Had they left? When he arrived at the star field near the Langya planet, he frowned. Damn it. Not only did the front line not relax, but the situation was even more urgent. The situation was even more strict than when he left. Damn it. These guys still haven't given up. Lin Xian's face was extremely cold. Hall Master, do you want to break through? Dreamy asked from the side. Lin Xian shook his head. No, I won't go back first. They are so aggressive. Do they really think I'm easy to bully? I'll give them a big gift next. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He decided to ruthlessly suppress these people, especially the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Space-Time family. These 2 families had sent out too many people. It was obvious that they would not give up until they found him. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to hold back. The spirit boat wandered in the nearby starry sky. Lin Xian did not go directly. He activated a concealment array formation and then communicated with Black Mountain. Chapter 3485. I do have some array formations here that can kill them, but it will take some time. Moreover, I also need some natural treasures. No problem. I have quite a lot of things on me. As for the terrain, tell me and I'll find it for you. Lin Xian said. He had already decided that he would not let those people off. Therefore, no matter how difficult the conditions were, he would get it done. Black Mountain wanted to find a land of 8 dragons. In other words, the 8 dragon veins gathered together. Lin Xian began to search in the nearby world. Finally, he really found it. However, a few of the 8 dragon veins here had already been destroyed. Therefore, there were no powerful sects or families in this place. There were only some beasts here. After Lin Xian descended, he chased away all these beasts. Black Mountain came out and began to transform these dragon veins. Then Lin Xian took out the natural treasures and various precious materials for Black Mountain to use. In the remaining 2 months, Black Mountain created the 8 Dragon Heavenlock Array. This was a peerless array formation that could only be activated once. It used the 8 dragon veins to kill. Even a 3rd Heaven Sage would perish here. After this time, the 8 dragon veins would not be able to be used for 100 years. Once was enough for Lin Xian. He wanted these people to have a painful experience. Next, Lin Xian asked Fantasy to spread some news, saying that she had seen his traces in the nearby world. Fantasy left. A few days later, the news spread out one after another. After the surrounding people learned about it, they were shocked and came to patrol. At this time, Lin Xian made his move, creating several clones. He began to appear in front of those people. The eyes of those people from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace instantly turned red. It was that kid. They were extremely excited. After searching for so long, they finally found traces of him. Buzz, 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 these people chased after Lin Xian as if they had gone mad. However, Lin Xian's clone maintained the same speed as them. Once they entered the mountain range, Lin Xian's clone immediately turned into spiritual energy and dissipated into the air. These people were so angry that their teeth itched. They were unwilling to give up and searched around. In the following period of time, Lin Xian used his doppelganger to play a game of hide and seek with these people. Lin Xian continued to wait. He was waiting for these people to gather enough experts. After all, his 8-dragon heavenlock formation could only be used once. If the person who came was too weak, it would be a waste. Half a month later, a large number of people landed in this world. These people were seething with killing intent. In the end, most of the people who came were from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Other than that, people from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple also came. There were many people from the top 3 forces, including many saints. There were even level 3 saints among them. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard the news. Damn it, these people are too despicable. Sending so many sages to kill him was definitely a death sentence. But fortunately, he was already prepared. He was prepared to give these people a shocking gift. These people should be enough to make the major forces feel heartache. If there were more, the 8-dragon heavenlock formation would probably not be able to withstand it. After all, these 8 dragon veins had been damaged before. He Shan said, "Okay, I got it." Lin Xian said, "I'll go out and lure these people over. Once they've completely entered, I'll activate the formation." He left He Shan here and went out alone to meet those people. After a large number of experts and saints arrived, they began to search around. At this time, Lin Xian took the initiative to appear in front of a group of people. Immediately, a crazy roar was heard. "Found it! It's that kid! Chase after him!" The first to discover him were the people from the Dragon Valley. Their roars were like thunder as they quickly chased after the experts from the Dark Moon Temple and the Vermilion Bird Palace. They also charged over. Lin Xian used the Kuan-Peng movement technique to keep a distance from these people. This allowed them to chase after him and not be in danger. Just like that, they arrived near the formation. The formation covered a large area, covering all 8 mountain ranges. After Lin Xian arrived, he did not run away. Instead, he turned around and looked ahead. In front of him, a dense crowd of people rushed over quickly. "Kid, you can't escape. Today, you'll definitely die. Hand over everything you have." The people from the Dark Moon Temple and the Dragon Valley were extremely excited. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, their genius, Yen Nantian, died in the hands of the other party. Therefore, they would definitely not let the other party off. Not only did they want the other party's things, but they also wanted his life. "You want my treasures? Do you have a life to take them?" Lin Xian sneered. "Ants like you? Yours truly can kill you with a single slap." Lin Xian was extremely arrogant. He was trying to anger these people. Indeed, these words caused the people around to grit their teeth. "Ignorant junior, who do you think you are? You're strong among the younger generation, but now you're dead. This time, we've sent many elders, including the Grand Elder. Do you think you can withstand it? Kill him. Don't talk nonsense with him." The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace attacked first. The sages sent out Vermilion Bird phantoms and attacked. Lin Xian dodged quickly. He did not attack immediately because there were still some people who had not entered the formation. He had to wait until these people had entered the formation before he attacked. A few killing swords appeared behind Lin Xian's head. They were filled with killing intent and wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian dodged quickly. At the same time, he used stellar transposition to cause the two killing swords to collide. He dodged quickly. However, at this moment, another killing sword pierced towards his neck. With a clang, he was sent flying. There was a shallow sword mark on his neck. This scene gave him a fright. It seemed that the Dark Shadow Temple had sent out a killing sage. They were indeed strong. If his body was weaker, this sword would have split him in half. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Another few figures charged at him like ghosts. Lin Xian roared and waved his hand. He broke the void in front of him and slapped two killing swords out. Then he kicked them. Meanwhile, he turned around and kicked another exterminating sacred cultivator into the air. That person was sent flying in the air. His body was torn into pieces. Then, the bloody mist turned into countless clones and charged at Lin Xian. Kill! Lin Xian roared and fought with these killing swords. Stellar transposition was very powerful. It could cause these people to kill each other. Moreover, with the help of the Kuan-Peng movement technique, he was able to dodge quickly. In the distance, the experts from the Vermilion Bird Palace and Dragon Valley could not wait any longer. They could not just let the Dark Moon Temple attack. Otherwise, if the Dark Moon Temple really took Lin Xian away, they would not be able to get the treasure. Chapter 3486. Boom. In an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying by a force. There were too many powerhouses this time. Even if he was fast and had a strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. As he retreated, 3 wounds appeared on his body and blood stained his body. Damn it, are you done? Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Black Mountain said, Wait, there are still some people who haven't come in. Damn it, he roared, pulled out the spear of destruction, and charged out. He didn't let Fantasy attack, and he even let her leave the array formation. Because when the array formation was activated, it would be very terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian was fighting with so many people, and it was really dangerous. At this moment, he couldn't use his movement technique because every part of the space was filled with violent energy. Fortunately, he could still use stellar transposition to convert a portion of the energy. Otherwise, he would have been blown up. But even so, he was still blasted into pieces by the energy. His body was completely torn apart. Damn it, are you done? Lin Xian asked again. All right, Black Mountain finally spoke. Buzz. The 8 dragon veins began to rotate, and with a crack, it was as if a dragon had turned over, directly locking the entire world. The 8 dragon sky lock array was officially activated. Oh no, there's an array formation. We've been tricked. The surrounding sages' expressions also changed. They naturally realized that the entire world had changed. So, what if it's an array formation? No matter how exquisite that kid's array formation is, can it trap all of us? Don't forget, how many sages have come this time? The people of Vermilion Bird Palace sneered, and the people of Dark Moon Temple and Long Gu also heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, no matter how exquisite the array formation was, it couldn't stop so many of them. Kill, capture that kid, and the array formation will break on its own. These people all stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped back and laughed coldly. You guys don't know what's good for you. Even now, you still want to kill me. Terrifying killing intent rushed into the sky, and the entire space was collapsing. This time, the killing array was too terrifying. Not good. The surrounding people were terrified, as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. That terrifying aura made their hair stand on end. At this moment, they knew that they had fallen into the other party's trap. This was a peerless killing formation. No, run. These people broke through the encirclement one after another. Attack a place, shatter the void, and we can leave. These were all experts. Those saints mobilized the great Tao of heaven and earth to attack. Boom. However, The 8-dragon Heavenlock array had been completely activated. Endless thunder fell from the sky and pierced through the two saints. The two saints were charred black with white smoke coming out of their bodies. They fell from the sky, and their souls were instantly destroyed. What? The surrounding people went crazy. The power of the lightning was too terrifying. It could directly kill a saint. At this moment, their expressions finally changed, and they fled as if they had gone mad. Even if he wanted to leave, could he? Since you dare to kill me, then go to hell for me. Lin Xian retreated, looking at the scene around him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Between heaven and earth, terrifying flames, endless lightning, and terrifying killing swords kept surging. It was a scene of destruction. Those who were hit by those energies were torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist. All kinds of screams made one's scalp tingle. Capture that kid, capture him, and the array formation will be broken. Among them, a second heaven saint stared at Lin Xian with a piercing gaze. He tore through the void and rushed over quickly with the laws of heaven and earth. Die, kid. A large hand reached out and grabbed Lin Xian. In his opinion, the other party was only a first heaven saint and could not block his attack at all. Lin Xian sneered. Old fart, you dare to attack me? He dodged. In the array formation, the 8 dragons roared and spat out a ball of terrifying flames that directly enveloped the other party. Whoosh! The flames burned the second heaven saint until he was in a miserable state. His body was on fire as he fled frantically. However, as soon as he escaped, he turned into a bloody mist and was burned into nothingness. What? Even a second heaven saint is dead? The surrounding powerhouses all went crazy. Previously, they thought that these powerhouses might be able to forcefully break through. If they could not, they could still capture that kid. But now, it seemed that they were too careless. The power of this array formation was beyond their imagination. Even a second heaven saint would be reduced to ashes if he was hit. Damn it, this is a trap. This battle technique is too powerful. Let's leave here first and think about it later. The saints of Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley roared and worked together to form the laws of heaven and earth. Countless Tao patterns interweaved in the sky. They wanted to forcefully tear this space apart. They could not escape. Lin Xian would not let these people escape. With a wave of his hand, countless killing swords appeared in those places and descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. These people were all blasted into pieces. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed. In this place, even a third heaven saint would die, not to mention a second heaven saint. This was a terrifying attack formed by using the power of the 8 dragon veins in conjunction with the laws of heaven and earth. Are they all dead? The other people felt their scalps go numb. They roared crazily. Impossible! What kind of array formation is this? How can it be so terrifying? I don't believe it. We can definitely break it. Quick, find the flaws in the array formation. They roared crazily. Of course, there were some who did not give up. Among them, a Dark Moon Temple Killer saint hid himself. He charged towards Lin Xian. This was an assassin of the second celestial layer. He was extremely terrifying. He quietly came to Lin Xian's side and slashed out with his saber. This kind of unexpected attack could threaten a third heaven saint. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. Countless flames soared into the sky and enveloped the killer saint. The slayer saint was burned to ashes. This is your final destination. Slowly enjoy the pain of death. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you set up such a sinister killing array to kill us? I can't let you live today. An extremely terrifying voice sounded between heaven and earth. Then a figure walked over. The aura of this figure was incomparably powerful. He was a third heaven saint. I'm shameless? I'm arrogant? Humph. Don't you think it's shameless and arrogant for so many saints to attack me, a young man at the first heaven? In terms of shamelessness, no one can compare to you. As for you falling into the trap, I can only say that you're idiots. Don't blame me. As for you, do you think that you can look down on me just because you're a third heaven saint? Today, I'll let you experience despair. After saying that, Lin Xian continued to activate the array formation. The monstrous killing intent formed a peerless killing sword and rushed over. Junior, you're courting death. Chapter 3487. He opened his mouth and spat out seawater. The seawater intertwined and formed sea cheilants that rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided and exploded with a peerless aura. The sea cheilants were all shattered. The terrifying killing sword slashed forward with a biting cold aura. At this moment, the world was collapsing. The third heaven sage roared crazily and attacked with all his might. He blocked the killing sword. He slapped out with both palms, which were like two demonic plates that could destroy the world. They rushed forward with Tao patterns all over them. But in an instant, all the divine abilities that he used were split apart. Not only that, his palms were also split open. Blood flowed wildly, and the third heaven sage screamed and flew backward. It was not over yet. Lin Xian transmitted his voice, and Black Mountain completely activated the formation. Immediately, countless killing intent gathered in the surroundings. The other three killing swords, each of which was connected to heaven and earth, carried an extremely terrifying aura as they charged towards the third heaven sage. A miserable cry sounded. The third heaven sage was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. He was disdainful before, but now he was completely terrified. This formation was not something that he could resist. Boom, boom. For swords of slaughter directly pierced through his body, cutting his body into pieces. His soul escaped with its life. He wanted to escape, but he was split in half. Damn it. Everyone gathered together and attacked together. When the people of Vermilion Bird Palace saw this scene, they screamed crazily. Even a third heaven sage had fallen. If they did not escape, all of them would probably die here. Yes, that's right. Hurry up and attack together. The people of Long Gu and the Dark Moon Temple also quickly gathered. It's impossible for you to leave. No one can leave today. Go to hell. Lin Xian shouted coldly and completely activated the formation. All kinds of terrifying scenes filled the 9 heavens. The sages fell one after another. In the blink of an eye, the number of people was reduced by half, and it was still decreasing. Kid, we won't let you go even if we become ghosts. Those people were furious. They were really desperate. This time, the 3 top sects had sent so many experts and sages. This was definitely a very powerful army. They could destroy anything. But now he had been killed by the enemy's array. The death of so many saints was a great loss to the 3 great sage. Then you can go and be a ghost first, Lin Xian sneered. He activated the Sword of Slaughter and killed a few more saints. The others were already on the verge of collapse. Wang. At this moment, the void split open and a terrifying claw descended from the sky, directly slapping towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed, dodging in an instant. He was hit by the shock wave of this energy, his aura tumbling as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, what's going on? He was stunned. This power was too strong. It had already surpassed that of a 3rd heaven sage. Not good. Kid, this is a little saint. A little saint had arrived. Black Mountain's expression changed. A minor saint was no ordinary saint. He was already a titled saint. He was in existence at the 5th heaven of the saint realm. His power was absolutely terrifying. Damn it, the Vermilion Bird Palace's little saint. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably ferocious. When he was on planet Suzaku, he was chased by the Vermilion Bird Palace's little saint. At that time, he hid in the Demon Cultivation Valley to escape the pursuit of the little saint. He didn't expect another little saint to come now. How many are there? Lin Xian asked. Black Mountain scanned with his soul. There was only one. There was only one. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if there were two, he would have to turn around and run. If there was only one, he could still fight. A little saint. Ha ha ha, it's our Grand Elder. You're dead. The surviving Vermilion Bird Palace's saints looked up to the sky and laughed. The people of the Dark Moon Palace and Dragon Valley also heaved a sigh of relief. They knew the power of a little saint. No matter how powerful the opponent was, he couldn't do anything to a little saint. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the Sword of Slaughter once again. Those saints who were laughing maniacally were instantly killed. Damn it! Lunatic! The rest of the survivors retreated like crazy. A little saint was here, but the opponent still dared to attack them. He was simply a lunatic. They didn't dare to provoke such an existence. In the sky, the little saint also appeared. He shouted coldly, "Ants, do you still dare to kill in front of me?" Indeed, this was a little saint. His aura was so strong that it directly blocked the surrounding Sword of Slaughter. Every move of his carried powerful Dao runes. Even the 8 Dragon Heaven Lock formation shook. Kill. The little saint waved his sleeve and threw out a few Sword of Slaughter. These were all Sword of Law. They followed him like shadows and directly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Kuan Peng movement technique and quickly dodged. The Sword of Slaughter pierced through countless of his clones. However, they didn't stop and rushed directly at him. It was too terrifying. Just the sword chi alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. He roared, pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and swung it forward. Clang! The Sword of Slaughter collided with the Great Destruction Spear, producing an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian was forced back. Countless cracks appeared on his body. This was the power of a little saint. It was too terrifying. If the Great Destruction Spear wasn't a saint weapon, it would have been broken. And you can't escape. The little saint was like a heavenly god, looking down coldly. The corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. It was just a Sword of Slaughter, and the opponent couldn't resist it. If he attacked with all his strength, it would be very easy to kill the opponent. He must torture the opponent to death. Buzz. His saint domain surged out of him. It shrouded the world. Boy, how dare you use the Slaughter Formation to kill the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace? Today, you will die without a doubt. This is also where you are buried. The little saint's voice was incomparably cold. Those who were still alive in the distance all laughed. Great, the opponent can't escape this time. Boy, this is not good. Why don't we retreat? We've already killed so many saints. It's enough. Heishan said. A little saint was not an ordinary saint. He was very powerful. Even if the 8 Dragon Heaven Lock formation couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, it won't be long before the formation is completely destroyed by him. At that time, it will be too late for us to leave. Leave. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. Indeed, he had already killed enough saints. Of those who had come, only 1/10 of them were still alive. The rest were all destroyed in body and soul. It was enough. However, Lin Xian was still unwilling to leave. At the last moment, a little saint appeared. Was he going to leave just like that? Was he going to let the opponent continue to be arrogant? He wasn't willing to do that. So what if he was a little saint? If a little saint died, it would be a great blow to the Vermilion Bird Palace. Do you have a way to kill him? Lin Xian asked. What? Heishan gasped when he heard that. You want to kill a little saint? Chapter 3488. A minor saint is a fifth heaven saint. The gap between you and a minor saint is too big. Even the 8 dragon heaven lock formation can't kill a minor saint. What if it's the 9 dragon heaven lock formation? Lin Xian said coldly, I still have the great dragon sword soul, which can replace a dragon vein. He Shan gasped. If the great dragon sword soul was used as a dragon vein, and the other 8 dragon veins were used as support, it would be possible. However, he said that theoretically it was possible, but it would take some time to change the formation. Even I can't do it in one go. Moreover, someone has to attract the minor saint's attention. Can you block the attack of a minor saint? So, you can. Since that's the case, let the great dragon sword soul be the 9th dragon vein. I can hold on for a while. How long will it take for you to succeed? Lin Xian asked quickly while dodging. He Shan said, I can let the 8 dragon veins provide all the energy to the great dragon sword soul, allowing it to launch a shocking attack. This process won't take long, only 10 seconds. But, kid, let me tell you something. A little saint can kill a 3rd heavenly layer saint thousands of times in a second. Are you sure you can block it for 10 seconds? Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. A sage of the 3rd heaven couldn't even last for a second. He had to block it for 10 seconds. Yes, I can use the Great Sage Tower and Yama Fire. 10 seconds shouldn't be a problem. This time, I must kill a minor saint. Seeing Lin Xian's determination, He Shan said, if I use all my strength, I might be able to finish it in 9 seconds. Lin Xian descended and landed on the ground. The great dragon sword soul rushed out of his body and drilled into the ground. The next moment, He Shan also flew out secretly and began to create the formation. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked at the minor saint. Do you really think you can kill me? In a moment, I'll let you, old dog, fall here as well. And you're courting death. The minor saint was enraged. His gaze turned into a terrifying rainbow and pierced through. This rainbow was not inferior to the sleeve sword. The might of a little saint was unparalleled. In the distance, the surviving saints sneered coldly. What a reckless guy. How dare he provoke a minor saint? Didn't he know how terrifying the power of a little saint was? Lin Xian dodged with extreme speed, brandishing the Great Destruction Spear and smashing it towards the 2 streaks of light. With a clang, the Great Annihilation Spear trembled. Countless cracks appeared on Lin Xian's arm, and the weapon almost slipped out of his hand. His figure flickered and brushed past them. His entire shoulder turned into a bloody mist. The 2 rainbows turned into 2 circles in the sky and attacked him again. This gaze would not rest until one of them was dead. Aunt, you can't even block my gaze, and you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? The little saint clasped his hands behind his back and sneered. This gaze was enough to penetrate the other party. Sure enough, the great spear of destruction could not shatter this gaze. It could only send it flying. However, the 2 streaks of light actually came at Lin Xian from the left and right. Lin Xian sent one flying, and the other came directly behind him, trying to penetrate him. At that instant, he uttered a cold roar as an enormous figure suddenly appeared behind him. It collided with the streak of light. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking. The 8 dragon heaven lock grand formation was also shaking nonstop, as if it would break at any time. This attack was really too terrifying. The saints who were sneering in the distance were all repelled by this force, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies were cracked. Only that saint was not affected. Lin Xian was also sent flying. Many cracks appeared on his body, but fortunately, it was just the aftermath of the energy. His body healed in an instant, and he suddenly turned his head. What little saint? You're just so. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Xian held the great sage pagoda in his hand and roared at the sky. The little saint was stunned, and his face darkened. His gaze actually failed to kill the other party, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, when he looked at the pagoda, he cried out in surprise. This aura? Another sacred artifact. You actually have 2 sacred artifacts. That's really surprising. After I kill you, these 2 sacred artifacts will be mine. He was so happy that he reached out his palm and grabbed in front of him, completely enveloping the great sage pagoda and Lin Xian. Get lost! He waved the great spear of destruction and stabbed forward. Terrifying sword chi surged with an unparalleled aura. It collided with the giant hand that covered the sky. With a clang, the sound of an intense collision was heard. The palm shook slightly and then pressed down with the force of Mount Tai. The great spear of destruction was invincible. It could even injure a 3rd heaven saint, but in front of the little saint, it could not break the other party's body at all. Lin Xian took 3 steps back. The force of the collision caused the blood and qi in his body to tumble. He roared to the sky and displayed the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. He swung the great sage pagoda and smashed it down. The great sage pagoda was like a giant mountain that slammed into the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The giant hand that covered the sky was still mercilessly falling down. The great sage pagoda was also pushed back. Useless kid, although you have great treasures, you're still too weak. A 1st heaven saint is like an ant in front of me. Do you think an ant with a sword can kill a giant dragon? The little saint looked at him with disdain. He was right. For example, the overlords like the shadowless family of the great Yen planet were incomparably powerful. However, if a little saint were to descend, he could instantly sweep away everything. Those overlords could not stop him at all. Although the great sage pagoda and the great spear of destruction were both terrifying sacred artifacts, Lin Xian was not the great sage. He was not even a 3rd heaven saint. He was just a 1st heaven saint. Therefore, he could not display the full power of the great sage pagoda. The giant hand that covered the sky was falling down mercilessly. Once it fell, Lin Xian would not be able to escape. With a loud bang, the giant hand that covered the sky had completely fallen, completely covering a large area. Ha ha, it's done. The surviving saints all laughed. The little saint sneered. Next, he shattered the opponent's body and captured his soul. Everything on the opponent would be his. However, at this moment, there was a change. The little saint's face changed, and then it became distorted. You're courting death. Incomparable light burst out from his palm. Heaven and earth Tao runes shot up into the sky, scaring the surviving saints. Their scalps went numb. What's going on? What happened? In the next moment, they saw a hole suddenly appear in the giant hand that covered the sky. Countless black flames were jumping around. A crack appeared on the giant hand. From the crack, a human figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. Damn it, that brat actually managed to escape. Chapter 3489. What kind of flame was that? How could it burn a little saint's palm? These people felt like they had gone crazy. The little saint's face was also gloomy. Countless Tao runes on his palm began to extinguish the black flame, but he couldn't extinguish it in a short time. This made him extremely shocked. In the end, he snorted coldly and directly cut off his palm. Only then did he manage to cut off the black flame. Otherwise, his entire arm would be spread. The severed palm instantly grew back. Looking at the severed palm and the black flame on the ground, his face was extremely gloomy. A flame that could threaten him was truly frightening. It seemed like he couldn't be careless. This kid was too strange. Little ant, you have completely infuriated me. I will show you my true power. The little saint roared, and his power erupted, shattering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 8-dragon heavenlock grand formation also shook, and many cracks appeared on it. Lin Xian was directly blown away. Just the aftermath of the energy had cracked his 9-yang divine body. One could imagine that the little saint was really angry. Black Mountain, are you done? Just wait for a few more seconds, Black Mountain said. Buzz. The little saint in front of him had already charged over. Lin Xian could only keep retreating, using the Great Sage Pagoda to block in front of him. Useless kid, you can't withstand a single blow from me. The little saint's speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. If it weren't for the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian would have been torn apart by this aura. A hand reached out to grab his head. This was a situation where death was inevitable. But at this time, Black Mountain said, "Done." A dragon roar sounded, and then the 8 dragons roared. The 9th dragon soared into the sky and turned into a giant dragon, rushing over like a peerless sword light. With a puff, it directly cut off the little saint's palm, splitting him in half. Puff, saint blood splattered, and the little saint's body was split in half. What? He was split in half? How was this possible? Those who were still alive were all scared out of their wits. That was a little saint. His strength was so terrifying, but now he was actually split into 2. Damn it! How dare you injure me? I'll kill you! The little saint threw his head back and roared as he attempted to reassemble his body. However, in an instant, he was split into 4 halves. Then, a terrifying sword chi formed, and an incomparable sword diagram enveloped him. They wanted to obliterate him. No, how could you possess such power? The little saint shrieked in terror as he realized that his body was incapable of healing itself. Even the blood that had been destroyed was incapable of regrowing. This made him feel terrified. Although the previous array formation was terrifying, it still couldn't do anything to him. As long as he was given some time, he would be able to break it. But now he was really scared. If this continued, his body and soul would be destroyed. Get lost! With a furious roar, he broke through the 9 heavens, fleeing into the distance. You can't escape, Lin Xian roared. In an instant, he grasped the great dragon sword spirit and completely absorbed the power of the 8 dragon veins. At this moment, the great dragon sword spirit turned into a peerless, legendary sword and slashed down. With a poochie sound, heaven and earth shattered. It engulfed everything in front of it. Those saints who were still alive were all enveloped. When everything was over, all of them were killed. None of them were left alive. Swoosh. Was he dead? Black Mountain also floated out, his face full of shock. A little saint was killed by them. Just like that. It was unbelievable. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He swallowed the treasure of heaven and earth, and the great dragon sword spirit returned to his body. His bones were sore all over. Being chased by a little saint was the most dangerous thing he had ever experienced, but fortunately it was all over now. So, what if he was a little saint? He was still killed by him. He walked forward and began to clean up the battlefield, putting away all the storage rings that were not broken. He took out some of the broken ones and took out the items that were inside. Then he soared into the sky and went on his way. With so many experts and saints dead, plus a minor saint, it was definitely enough to set off a huge storm. He would let these people know the consequences of daring to hunt him down. Lin Xian did not go to the Wolf Fang Star. Although he had killed a large number of saints this time, there were still too many saints close to the Langya Star. If he went there, it would definitely cause a great battle. So, he was ready to go somewhere else. After all, he was someone who was going to step on the ancient path of the stars. He was a young genius who was going to walk the path of the great emperor. He could not stay on the Langya Star forever. So, he was ready to continue his journey. On the other side, the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went crazy. They couldn't believe that they had lost contact with one of their little saints. They searched crazily and finally found the location of the 8 dragon veins. At this moment, the 8 dragon veins had been drained of their energy. They would not recover for hundreds of years. Around the 8 dragon veins were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those were the corpses of saints. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace went crazy. They found the saints of their own sect, the Dragon Valley, and the Dark Moon Temple. They were densely packed, and they were all their elite experts. No, damn it, why did they all die here? Their scalps went numb. Where was the little saint? They looked around, but they could not find him. However, they could clearly feel the aura of a little saint. Could it be that the little saint was killed, and not even a corpse was left? They could not believe it. The experts of the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple also rushed over. When they saw this scene, many of them fainted. The people of the 8 Wind Palace and the Seacombe family also gasped and felt their scalps go numb. Who the hell did this? It must be someone who resisted the Langistar, or it must be related to them. Otherwise, they would not have dared to attack so many saints. They roared crazily. However, they could not find the culprit at all. After the news spread, there was an uproar in all the worlds. It seemed that another terrifying expert had made his move. It was very likely that it was a Saint Venerable or a Saint King. For a moment, even the 8 Wind Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the other 6 major forces fell silent. They did not act rashly, but they did not leave either. They still sealed off the Langistar. They did not know that Lin Xian had already left them. He directly passed by the Langistar and went deeper into the ancient star path. It was another lonely space flight. Lin Xian sat in the spirit boat and began to classify the storage rings of his saber. He sorted those resources into different categories and stored them away. This time, he made a fortune. There were so many storage rings of people and experts, and there was even a little saints. He definitely made a fortune. After flying for about 2 months, Meng Meng said, "Young master, there is a very special world ahead. Do you want to go there?" Chapter 3490. The world in front of them was called the Alchemy Gold Star. It was a world that focused on manufacturing all kinds of weapons, armor, and spirit boats. There were very powerful blacksmithing families and sects in it. Oh, weapons families and sections. Lin Xian's eyes moved. What could they forge? Could they forge sacred weapons? Of course. As long as they were given sufficient remuneration and materials, they could forge sacred weapons. Hall Master, these blacksmiths are very powerful. Rumor has it that there was an extreme weapon that was not forged by the great emperor. Instead, it was forged by a blacksmithing family for generations. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He remembered that the dragon pattern cauldron in the Yaowang sacred ground was not made by the great emperor. It seemed that there were always some mysterious existences in the universe. Let's go and take a look. He was also very interested in the Alchemy Gold Star. Therefore, they rushed down. After entering the Alchemy Gold Star, Lin Xian was surprised to find that the power of metal in this world was very rich. It seemed that the Alchemy Gold Star was indeed worthy of its name. In addition to the power of metal, the power of fire was also very powerful. He found a city to enter and was prepared to understand it well. Squeak, the snow-white little monkey, jumped onto his shoulder. It hugged the spirit fruit and looked around curiously. What a beautiful woman! When Lin Xian and Fantasy entered, many people's gazes fell on Fantasy. Fantasy snorted coldly and covered her face with a veil. However, her graceful and exquisite body still attracted the attention of countless people. Facing this kind of fearless gaze, a biting, cold, murderous intent appeared in the dreamy eyes. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he would have dug out their eyes long ago. Fantasy, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. The place they came to was called Nine Dragon Mountain. It was a manor. There were 9 mountains in this manor. They were huge like 9 giant dragons. These were 9 spirit veins. Each of them had been developed and palaces and pavilions had appeared. It could be said that it was a paradise on earth. It was even more spectacular than the immortal Lin Xian Pavilion. Those who could enter this place were not mortals. Lin Xian sat down on a mountain peak. Soon, a fairy riding an immortal crane came to ask what Lin Xian and the others needed. Lin Xian ordered a few dishes and a pot of spirit wine. These dishes were usually made with the meat of top demon kings. Among them, there were half-saints and even demon saints. However, the prices were frighteningly expensive. Lin Xian ordered a few top-tier demon kings. The meat was indeed fragrant and contained a surging power. If a weaker person were to consume this meat, they would probably explode from the power. But who was Lin Xian? The secret art of longevity in his body began to circulate, directly converting and absorbing the energy. It was really a good place. Lin Xian exclaimed. The snow-white little monkey picked up a heavenly rock claw and ate happily. In the distant mountains and pavilions, many people looked over. Most of them were looking at Meng Meng. However, a few people were surprised when they saw the little white monkey. One of them flew over directly. A divine bridge appeared under his feet, carrying him like a god. He instantly flew towards Lin Xian. The place where the man was at was the 3rd mountain peak of 9 Dragon Mountain. There was a ling-long celestial pavilion there. There were a few figures there. Each of them had a dignified appearance. The person who came was a man in silver armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. After he arrived, he stared at the snow-white little monkey. His eyes were burning with passion. This monkey was so intelligent. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. I've taken a liking to your pet. Name a price. As soon as he said that, the people in the surrounding mountains, pavilions, and halls began to discuss and turn their heads. They did not expect that the silver-armored man would not take a liking to the peerless beauty next to him. Instead, he took a liking to a monkey. They were extremely surprised and looked at him curiously. Was there anything special about this monkey? However, the more they looked, the more surprised they became. What a clever monkey! Could it be that they were the legendary spiritual monkeys of heaven and earth? They were too shocked. The people who came here were all experts, and there were many saints. Therefore, their judgment was naturally unique. Although the little snow-white monkey looked cute, its intelligence was enough to shock these people. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. He was slightly surprised. A level 2 saint. Looking at the other party's age, he was about 500 or 600 years old. He was indeed powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and wanted to take Whitey away. However, he was just a level 2 saint. He did not take him seriously. He said calmly, "This is my friend, not my pet. Go back." Friend? The silver-armored man was stunned. Then the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Okay, name a price for your friend. As long as you name it, I can satisfy you. What do you want? A peerless divine ability, a powerful weapon, or a secret manual? In fact, I can even get you top-notch medicinal pills and heavenly treasures. As long as you name it. The silver-armored man stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his chin and looked extremely confident. In his opinion, under the strong benefits, the other party would definitely agree to the exchange. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Would Lin Xian exchange with such a person? The little white monkey was his companion. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Don't you understand what I said? This is my friend, not an item to be exchanged. Leave quickly. There was a trace of coldness in his voice. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's attitude to be so unyielding. The silver-armored man was stunned. Then he laughed coldly. Kid, you just came to this world, right? How dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? What is my status? Do you believe that I can destroy your body and soul with a single order? Lin Xian did not even lift his eyelids. He drank a mouthful of spirit wine and said calmly, "Oh, is your status very honorable? Then do you know who I am? What is my status? How dare you treat me with such an attitude? Have you thought about your own fate? Before doing anything, you have to know how to put yourself in my shoes. There are some people that I can't afford to offend, but there are some people that you can't afford to offend either." Ooh. When these words were said, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Damn, is this young man threatening us? Heavens, who is this person? How dare he speak so arrogantly? These people are crazy. They quickly checked and found that the other party's aura was not very strong. It seemed that he was at most a first heaven sage. Where did the man in red get the confidence to fight against the silver-armored man? They could already see that the silver-armored man was at the second heaven. With such a cultivation, at such a young age, he was definitely a top-notch elite. Chapter 3491. On the third mountain peak, his companions also frowned. This kid was really courting death. Brother Lei had given him face, but he dared to reject it. Brother Lei was magnanimous and didn't bother with an ant like him. If it were me, I would have made him suffer a fate worse than death. Cold killing intent appeared in the eyes of these people. The silver-armored man also frowned. With a wave of his hand, he took out an ancient mirror. This was called the Six Harmonies Mirror. It was a half-step sacred tool that had just been made. Kid, take it if you know what's good for you. Give that monkey to me. I can let you off if you contradicted me earlier. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. Six Harmonies Mirror. The surrounding people were extremely surprised. They all stared at the mirror in the silver-armored man's hand. It was a bronze mirror. It was very simple and unadorned. Mysterious runes were engraved on it. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. Heavens, this should have just been made. It should be the work of an alchemy family. This wasn't an ordinary half-step sacred tool. Even if it wasn't a sacred tool, it wasn't far off. It was more than enough to exchange such a treasure for a monkey. The surrounding people's eyes turned red. It was obvious that they wanted this half-step sacred tool very much. However, no one dared to make a move. They were just annoyed that they didn't have a monkey beside them. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at this half-step sacred tool. He didn't care about a half-step sacred tool. However, the silver-armored man's attitude made him extremely unhappy. He put down his wine cup and sighed. Do you really think that you are a high and mighty god who can dominate everything? I have already warned you twice to leave. However, you don't know what's good for you and didn't listen. At this point, Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. Damn kid, how dare you talk to Brother Lei like that? Kneel down and accept your death. On the third mountain peak in the distance, a man stood up. It was the silver-armored man's companion. He was wearing red battle armor. Red Tao runes were pulsating all over his body. As soon as he said that, a large red palm appeared above Lin Xian's head, trying to press Lin Xian to the ground. This sudden scene caused everyone to be stunned. Attacking just because of a disagreement? However, looking at the red-armored man who attacked, his strength was also very strong. They didn't know what would happen to Lin Xian. Would he kneel and kowtow, or would he be pressed to the ground and kowtow? Lin Xian also frowned. Did they really dare to attack him? He was acting recklessly. However, he didn't move. He merely raised his head to take a look before the stellar transposition collided with the red palm right in front of his eyes. Buzz. The palm moved at a strange angle towards the man from the Yin family. The silver-armored man was startled. His figure swayed, and he dodged the attack. The others also felt their scalps go numb. Heavens, what's going on? Were those people going to kill each other? After dodging the attack, the silver-armored man frowned and looked into the distance. The red-armored man hurriedly said, "Young Master Lei, I didn't attack you. Damn it, what's going on?" He was also stunned. With his strength, how could he attack the wrong person? However, the palm just now did change direction at a strange angle. Could it be this brat's doing? Damn it, how dare you make a fool of me? You almost caused Brother Lei to misunderstand me. You're dead. The red-armored man was completely enraged. This time, he didn't attack from afar. Instead, he tore open the void and charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, he was in front of Lin Xian. Buzz. Countless Dao runes formed a red hammer and charged towards Lin Xian's head. If it hit, it would definitely shatter into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding space was shattered. It couldn't withstand the force at all. Lin Xian frowned again. "You're acting recklessly." With a wave of his sleeve, the stellar transposition was activated. The giant hammer was thrown in the opposite direction. With a loud bang, the giant hammer smashed into the red-armored man's body, emitting a sonorous sound. The red-armored man retreated. His entire shoulder was shattered. His face was filled with fear. On the other hand, Lin Xian put down his wine cup and said coldly, "You're not qualified to be arrogant in front of me." The experts on the 9 Dragons Mountain gasped in astonishment. Who was this young man? How could he be so powerful? Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure. However, now they could see that Lin Xian was also an expert. The red-armored man was also a first heaven sage. He was very strong, especially the attack just now. An ordinary sage of the same level would have to go all out to deal with it. However, Lin Xian only waved his sleeve and created such a terrifying scene. This showed that his strength was above the red-armored man, especially that superpower. It was even more amazing. They still couldn't figure out what kind of superpower Lin Xian had used. No wonder he dared to compete with the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man was also stunned. Silver thunder runes flashed in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's counterattack was very similar to the palm that suddenly attacked him. It should be one of Lin Xian's superpowers. However, he had never seen it before. However, he was only surprised. He didn't care, because his cultivation level was 1 heaven higher than Lin Xian's. He was confident that he could crush Lin Xian in terms of cultivation level. "Young man, you're not bad, but you're too narrow-minded. Do you really think that you can dominate the world just because you've mastered 1 or 2 superpowers? The difference in cultivation level is not something you can imagine. Therefore, you're not my opponent at all. Now, obediently submit to me, and I can consider sparing your life." A terrifying sage or arose from the silver-armored man. Lin Xian sneered and glanced at him. "Oh, you're still so arrogant and confident. Looks like you're not that great. Do you think that you're very powerful just because you're a second heaven prodigy? Don't you know that there's always someone better than you? I'm the one you can't afford to offend. So, while I'm still in a good mood, hurry up and get lost. You can still live. You're courting death." The silver-armored man was enraged. Thunder runes appeared on his body, and he charged at Lin Xian. There was a terrifying aura of destruction on it. Lin Xian snorted and put down the wine cup. Suddenly, a terrifying sword intent rushed out of his body and rushed to the sky, blocking the thunder. The 2 forces collided and swept in all directions. The entire 9 Dragon Mountain shook. Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Violent explosions sounded, and the array around them lit up. A few elders rushed over and said anxiously, "You two, don't fight. Please don't break the rules." Their auras surged and Dao runes spread out. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. This doesn't mean that I'm going to fight. Lin Xian was still sitting there calmly. The silver-armored man snorted. Don't worry, we know the rules here. We won't fight here. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xian. If you're a man, come out and fight with me. I'll let you know what true strength is. I wanted to let you go, but you're courting death. Chapter 3492. All right, I'll wait for you. The silver-armored man soared into the sky, left 9 Dragon Mountain, and flew outside. On the 3rd mountain, his companions also sneered and followed him. Let's go. There will always be people who don't know what's good for them. Lin Xian waved his sleeves and stepped into the air. Meng Huan followed beside him respectfully. The two of them were also very fast. The experts on the other mountains were also interested when they saw this scene. Let's go and take a look. They also soared into the air to watch. 9 Dragon Mountain did not allow fighting, so they came to a nearby mountain range. There were no restrictions here. Standing in the air, the silver-armored man turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, are you satisfied with the tomb I chose for you? As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying thunder rose from his body and turned into 9 thunderbolts, roaring in the sky. The 9 tiger heads bared their fangs and claws as they grabbed at Lin Xian. The entire sky was filled with lightning. The experts who were watching felt their hearts beat wildly. What a terrifying power. This silver-armored man is incredible. Yes, he's even more terrifying than some of the older experts. Thunder Leopard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. His opponent was indeed extraordinary. Although he was a second heaven sage, his power was much stronger than ordinary second heaven sages. His opponent was indeed a peerless genius. But so what? He shouted coldly and released his divine body, turning into a golden giant. With a roar, his golden palm split open the sky and grabbed at the thunder tiger heads. Boom, boom, boom. The two collided and instantly released a destructive energy. The surrounding people all narrowed their eyes and activated their defenses to block it. However, at this moment, the void cracked open and a square bronze cauldron appeared, suppressing the violent energy. Then, a figure appeared on the square bronze cauldron. What? Someone stop the battle, the surrounding people exclaimed. Lin Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked to the other side. The silver-armored man also stopped. Everyone looked at the silhouette in the sky. It was a middle-aged man, but his hair was already gray. His eyes were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, he looked at the silver-armored man and smiled. Mr. Lei, so you are here. I just arrived at the 9 Dragon Mountain and heard that you came out, so I came. I'm not late, am I? So it was Taoist Hua. Greetings. Mr. Lei laughed as well. It's not too late. There's a reckless ant who wants to provoke me. I'm just about to kill him. Oh, in the sky, Taoist Hua looked to the other side, where Lin Xian was. Immediately, the space around Lin Xian began to distort. It was as if countless raging flames were burning. Fantasy frowned. He wanted to attack, but Lin Xian stopped him. What a terrifying power of fire. However, Lin Xian was not affected at all. Taoist Hua was stunned when he saw that the other party was not afraid of his flames. No wonder he dared to go against Mr. Lei. He did have some strength. However, a mere first heaven saint was not worthy of Mr. Lei taking action. I'll send someone to kill him. Mr. Lei, please leave with me first. Taoist Hua laughed. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. The silver-armored man thought for a while and nodded. All right, but bring back the little monkey on his shoulder. Don't kill it. Don't worry his head, and the white monkey will be given to Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei, please. Taoist Hua made a gesture of invitation. The silver-armored man and his companion nodded and flew into the sky. Taoist Hua waved his hand again, and countless experts appeared. His cold voice was heard, "Kill him and bring his monkey over." In the surroundings, the spectating experts were all stunned. Wasn't the scene too sudden? At the same time, screams could be heard. 9 Netherworld clan. It was actually someone from the 9 Netherworld clan. Heavens, that was a top blacksmith clan. Many people swallowed their saliva. It was obvious that the 9 Netherworld clan was extremely terrifying in this world. That was an expert from the 9 Netherworld clan. He should have used the 9 Netherworld Heart Flame. Who was that silver-armored man? How could he be treated so respectfully by an elder from the 9 Netherworld clan? Needless to say, he must have a great background. Exclamations could be heard. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian with sympathy in their eyes. It's over. This kid actually offended someone with such a high status. He's probably dead meat. Not to mention the silver-armored man. Just the 9 Netherworld clan would be able to kill him. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian had some strength and that he might be able to contend with the silver-armored man. Now that something like this had happened, they all changed their minds. Lin Xian was dead meat. 6 figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and Fantasy. One of the young men sneered. How dare he attack an esteemed guest of the 9 Netherworld clan? He's dead meat. Buzz. He opened his mouth and spat out a pearl. The pearl had terrifying Tao patterns on it, and it instantly swept across the 9 heavens. A terrifying storm swept towards Lin Xian like 2 wind dragons dancing in the sky. What a terrifying storm! Was that the wind spirit pearl? Exclamations could be heard. As expected of a refining family, such a terrifying weapon appeared just by raising his hand. In the face of such a terrifying storm, Lin Xian's expression was calm. He raised a finger and pointed forward. Immediately, the 2 tornadoes were disrupted and spread out in all directions, enveloping the 6 people in the vicinity. The 6 people were instantly enraged. Damn it! What the hell was going on? Angry roars could be heard as a terrifying counterattack was heard. Between heaven and earth, there was a violent flow of energy. Lin Xian laughed and soared into the sky. The storm energy that filled the sky couldn't get close to him at all. The surrounding people widened their eyes. What the hell? What kind of supernatural power was that? Wasn't it too powerful? This kid must have some kind of secret. They were stunned. It was unbelievable that he was unharmed in such a violent storm of energy. The 6 people from the 9 Netherworld clan also roared. They tore apart the storm and stared at the figure. Kid, where are you going? You're going to die today. They were completely enraged. The other party's move put the 6 of them in a very sorry state. Moreover, it was their elder's order to capture the other party. How could they give up? Therefore, they chased after him. However, after chasing for tens of thousands of miles, their faces changed. Damn it, the other party was too fast. They couldn't catch up. Look at me. One of them sneered and took out a war chariot that shone with incomparable light. It was engraved with Tao patterns and was shaped like a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Chapter 3493. In front, Lin Xian slowed down. These people shouldn't be able to catch up with him. So, he was prepared to go to other places to take a look. At the same time, he was very curious about the 9 Nether tribe and wanted to find out more about them. However, not long after he flew, he frowned and looked behind him. Behind him, endless waves of air and a ray of light were coming at him at a dazzling speed. It was so fast. Dreamy was surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He instantly saw that it was a war chariot. There were 6 figures standing on it. Those 6 figures were the people from the 9 Nether tribe. They actually caught up with him. They really didn't give up. Su Chun was surprised. The other party's war chariot was very special, as expected of a crafting family. He didn't continue to leave and was prepared to play with these families. Almost in the blink of an eye, the war chariot at the back rushed nearby. The 6 people on the war chariot jumped down and stood in 6 directions. They surrounded Lin Xian tightly. One of them snorted, "Kid, run. Do you think you can escape from our hands? Sai, there are always people who don't know what's good for them. To be honest, if you can't catch up, you can still live, but you just have to catch up. Since that's the case, I can only send you to hell. You want to send us to hell? You?" The 6 members of the 9 underworlds clan all laughed. "Reckless brat. Who do you think you are? It seems that you don't know how powerful the 9 Nether tribe is. Well, let him see the means of the 9 Nether tribe." Among them, a woman giggled. She waved her hand and took out a treasure bottle. She held it with both hands and pointed the mouth of the bottle at Lin Xian. "Scum, go to hell." Light flickered on it, and balls of flames rushed out from it. Leaf fire bottle. This was also a terrifying weapon that contained the southern sky leaf fire. Once this fire was released, a first heaven sage couldn't resist at all. "Ha ha! Turn into ashes in the fire." The woman's voice rang out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xian was enveloped by the southern sky leaf fire, and his body was crackling. The flames collided with his body. Every strike was dazzling. However, Lin Xian wasn't injured at all. He just stood there in the middle of the fire. Southern sky primordial fire? Not bad. Its power is not bad. What? How is this possible? That woman screamed, not daring to believe it. The other party was actually unharmed? This was impossible. Engulfed by the southern heavenly fire, even a first heaven sage would have been reduced to a pool of blood. How could the other party still be alive? Damn it. Is there something wrong with his physique? Or does he have some kind of treasure? "Look at me." Another person roared angrily and pulled out a fan. The fan flickered with a mountain drawn on the front and a river on the back. With a wave of the fan, mountains and rivers appeared and crushed the heavens. This was an extremely terrifying weapon, the mountain river fan. The mountain peak could suppress the 9 heavens, and the river could cut through everything. Nobody under the 2nd celestial layer would dare to fight against it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian shot out his golden hand, one hand holding the sky. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on the river. He was like a heavenly god creating heaven and earth. He had blocked the terrifying attack. This was impossible. The man also screamed. The other party actually blocked the mountain river fan. Who was he? Damn it, this kid is too strange. Let's attack together. With a roar, the 6 people attacked crazily. In addition to the fire flask and the mountain river fan, the other 4 people also took out their weapons. Each of them had an extremely terrifying weapon. As expected of a blacksmith family, they were too terrifying. Even a 2nd heaven sage would have to flee in panic if they were to face their attacks. However, they were soon terrified. That was because the person in front of them was too strange. Whether it was fire, lightning, mountain fangs, or other attacks, they could not do anything to the other party. The other party was like a Vajra god of war, rampaging between heaven and earth. He was too weak. In the end, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and Lin Xian stood in the void, unharmed. Although the weapon was good, it was only a support. The most important thing was the strength of the person. Let me show you what the strength of a person is. Lin Xian took a step forward and aimed at the woman. As he opened and closed his hands, the laws of fire instantly formed a flaming flask. Then he gently pushed it forward. The golden flames that filled the sky rushed over like a giant dragon. The fire flask, the surrounding people were stunned. The other party instantly formed a fire flask, and the flames were even more terrifying than the real southern sky leaf fire. Damn it, block it for me. The woman screamed and pushed the real fire flask. The southern sky leaf fire collided with the other party's 9 suns' divine fire. The terrifying flames exploded, and the woman instantly vomited blood and flew backward. In front of the 9 suns' divine fire, she was no match at all. Moreover, cracks appeared on the fire flask. It was burned and shattered. The woman was also wrapped in flames. She screamed miserably and turned into a pool of blood. No, the remaining 5 howled in rage. Dead. One of their fellow tribesmen had actually died. He was killed in one move. Damn it, kill him. We must kill him. Their eyes instantly turned red. Lin Xian shouted coldly, "You want to kill me? Naive. Let me show you what the real mountains and rivers are like." The golden hand waved toward the sky. Endless laws of earth danced and instantly condensed into a golden mountain. What kind of mountain was that? It was incomparably majestic, as if a divine mountain had descended from the immortal world. It directly pressed down on the man with the mountain and river fan. The man unleashed a terrifying mountain and river to resist it, producing a rumbling sound. Lin Xian waved his hands, and the laws of water formed a Milky Way that swept out. The Milky Way was too resplendent, connecting heaven and earth. The golden mountain and the terrifying Milky Way directly enveloped the man, turning him into a bloody mist. No, counterattack. The remaining 4 people were completely crazy. In 2 moves, the other party had killed 2 of their people. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to be careless and attacked crazily. However, they finally understood Lin Xian's words. What was true power? Lin Xian did not use any weapons at all. He relied on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth. It was much more terrifying than the weapons in their hands. At this moment, they were crazy. They were the top blacksmithing families. The weapons in their hands could communicate with heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than the other sages. Therefore, in this place, they were godlike existences. But now, relying on his own strength to communicate with heaven and earth, it was even more terrifying than their weapons. This completely shattered their understanding of the world. Was there really someone whose strength was more terrifying than their weapons? These geniuses of the blacksmithing families were crazy. Chapter 3494. After dealing with these 6 people, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It was a little interesting. Although these 6 people's strength was average, the weapons in their hands were very surprising. If it was not for his strength, another person in the second firmament would probably be injured or killed. As expected of a blacksmith family, Lin Xian whispered to Nan Nan. He asked Meng Meng if there were any other top blacksmith families on this planet other than the Juyo clan. Yes, there are. What plans do you have? I have a spirit ship, and I plan to upgrade it. It would be best if it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon. The spirit ship he was talking about was naturally the Black Earth. Until now, the Black Earth could not keep up with Lin Xian's progress. If it could be upgraded to a sacred weapon, it would be a great help to him. Of course, there was another one, and that was the Great Spear of Destruction. The Great Spear of Destruction was a sacred weapon of the demon race, and it had been passed down for a very long time. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying murderous weapon. He wanted to refine this murderous weapon and then condense it into a treasured sword. However, he knew that this might be more difficult than upgrading the Black Earth, and it was much more difficult. A sacred weapon of this grade was not so easy to refine. Therefore, Lin Xian's main task was to purify the Black Earth. As for the Great Spear of Destruction, it would depend on luck. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian and Meng Meng flew into the distance. When they passed by a few cities, they heard some rumors. It seemed that something incredible was about to happen on planet Alchemy. The powerhouses in these cities were all flying in the same direction. Meng Meng went to inquire and returned. Lord, they are heading towards Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley, what kind of place was that? It was a holy land for blacksmithing, and many blacksmith masters lived there. There were also many other saint powerhouses who went there. Even the powerhouses from other planets went there. It was a bit similar to our Langistar. Alchemy Valley could attract powerhouses from all directions. After all, there were the most new treasures there. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying blacksmith master recently. It was his 5,000th birthday. Therefore, countless people went to pay their respects. During this period, there might be some new weapons that were leaked. Oh, a 5,000-year-old master could be considered a living fossil. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He asked, wondering which clan this grandmaster belonged to. Dreamy had a strange expression on her face as she spoke. It was Nine Nether's team, the Geo clan. Huh? Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he soon smiled. Interesting, things were getting more and more interesting. Dreamy, let's go to Alchemy Valley. Both of them took to the air and headed for Alchemy Valley. Alchemy Valley was located to the west of Alchemy Planet. It was a vast valley that looked like a kingdom. The Alchemy Valley was extremely unusual because there were two spirit meridians below. One was a fire elemental spirit meridian, and the other was a metal elemental spirit meridian. Furthermore, both of them were extremely terrifying supreme-grade spirit meridians that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, it attracted countless alchemy experts to live here. Many elders and experts of large clans had also set up palaces here. For example, the Nine Nether clan's Grand Elder had his palace here. This Supreme Elder was no ordinary person. He had lived for 5,000 years. He could be said to be a living fossil. At this moment, his birthday had attracted people from all over the world. If they wanted to please the old man, then any weapon the old man took out would be enough to make their blood boil. Rumor had it that the old man was able to refine divine weapons without any difficulty. It was said that the dragon sword of the great sage in the Dragon Valley was made by the old man. There was another rumor that the Dark Moon Temple once had an extremely terrifying Dark Moon blade, which was also made by the old man. This was a famous divine weapon. Lin Xian and Dreamy also rushed over. Both of them had changed their faces slightly. They made it difficult for people to recognize them. After all, they remembered that the silver-armored man had been invited away by the Nine Nether clan's experts. If they met at this time, they would probably be exposed because Lin Xian had a plan. Along the way, he had also collected many legends about master alchemists. However, in the entire Alchemy Valley, no one could compare to the old man, who was celebrating his birthday. The old man's alchemy skills could be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Therefore, if Lin Xian wanted to evolve the Black Earth into a true divine weapon, his greatest hope was this Supreme Elder of the Nine Nether clan. However, he had just had a conflict with the Nine Nether clan, and he could not use his real identity. Otherwise, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace would probably come after him again. Therefore, he would think of other ways. After arriving at the Alchemy Valley, Lin Xian directly found a quiet mansion and then asked Dreamy to go out and collect information. Soon, Dreamy returned. How did it go? I've found out that the Supreme Elder of the Nine Nether clan is celebrating his birthday. In addition to the experts from all over the world, the younger generation of the Nine Nether clan will naturally come to pay their respects. The competition between these juniors is very intense. Some of the bloodlines are very strong, and some have been suppressed to the point that they can't even raise their heads. This time, I've chosen 3 people. As she spoke, Dreamy took out 3 jade slips and placed them in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, and his soul flicked out to investigate. Soon he finished looking through the 3 jade slips. Then he took the middle one and said, "I'll choose this person." This person was called Nine Nether Shaoyun. It was a nice name, but he was a fatty. He could be considered one of the disciples of the 3 main bloodlines of the Nine Nether clan. However, he was a little slippery and lazy in his cultivation, so he was not liked by the elders of the clan. He was also often bullied by the genius disciples of the other 2 bloodlines. A direct disciple who was often bullied. Very good. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was his goal. Find out where he is, and I'll go meet him. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He had a simple plan, and that was to change his appearance, and then change his identity to get close to the younger generation of the Nine Nether clan. It would be best if they could become friends. And then the younger generation would bring him to the birthday banquet. That way, the chances of him meeting the Grand Elder would greatly increase. Of course, Lin Xian wouldn't look for those strong disciples. After all, those people were overbearing and didn't put anything in their eyes. It wouldn't be easy to meet them. But if it was a weak person, then it would be different. They should be eager to raise their heads in front of the patriarch and obtain his approval. Dreamy went to track Nine Nether Shaoyun and confirm his whereabouts. On the other side, Lin Xian was patiently preparing. This time, he would definitely evolve the black earth into a saint artifact. Dreamy was very efficient. After a few hours, she sent a voice transmission to Lin Xian, saying that she had found the other party. She wanted to invite Lin Xian over. Chapter 3495. At the Jubao Pavilion. It was a very prosperous place in Alchemy Valley. There were all kinds of treasures here, including all kinds of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. At this moment, the people who came and went were either rich or noble. In the Jubao Pavilion, there were many chariots, spirit boats, and beast mounts parked in the streets and in the sky. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. A stream of light flew over quickly. It was a chariot, and the one pulling it was a 3-tailed heavenly dog. As it roared, it brought about a powerful demonic wind. The 3-tailed heavenly dog soon stopped above the Jubao Pavilion. A figure came down from the chariot. The figure was fat and looked like a ball. It was a young man with a fat head and big ears. Beside him, there were 2 beautiful women who supported him. The moment the fatty came down, he turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the Jubao Pavilion. The 2 maids were wrapped up by him and entered the Jubao Pavilion in an instant. The Jubao Pavilion was dazzling, and all kinds of heavenly treasures were covered by arrays. Even a sage could not forcefully take them away. The moment the fatty entered, he was respectfully invited in by the warriors inside. "Oh, isn't this young Master Yun? He hasn't been here for many days." A charming woman walked over. She was dressed in red, and as she swayed, she made people feel hot. The 2 women beside the fatty curled their lips, and there was a trace of hostility in their eyes. The fatty's eyes were indeed shining. "Sister Hong, I missed you so much." The fatty rushed up and said with a smile, "Sister Hong, I'm here this time to discuss a big business deal with you. Why don't we go to the 9th floor and talk alone?" As he said that, the fatty grabbed Sister Hong's hand. Sister Hong pulled it out without leaving a trace. With a laugh, she pointed a finger at the fatty's forehead and said with a smile, "That's right. Okay, but I have something to do now. Young Master Yun, take your time. If you like something, I'll help you get it. Something to do? What could be more important than helping me pick heavenly treasures?" The fatty was a little dissatisfied. However, Sister Hong said with a smile, "Oh, it's also related to you. It's another young master of the Abysmal clan. He's here to buy a heavenly treasure." "What? Someone from the Abysmal clan? Damn it, could it be those bastards? What did they buy? Fatty asked nervously. Sister Hong said, "It seems to be some metal material, right? It was extremely precious and seemed to be used to refine saint artifacts. It was used to refine saint artifacts." Fatty gritted his teeth. Motherfucker, they're so generous. Young Master Yun, you can take your time picking. I'll take my leave first. Sister Hong swayed her body and left. The fatty was no longer in the mood to admire her back view. His expression was grave. Damn it, the old ancestor's birthday celebration is coming soon. I was just about to buy something to please the old man. He didn't expect that those bastards would also come. Moreover, they wanted to buy the materials for the saint artifact. No, I can't lose to them. This time, the old ancestor only has one spot to take in a disciple. I must get it. Fatty gritted his teeth, then raised his voice and screamed, "Men, take me to the 3rd floor." Very quickly, the people from the treasure-gathering pavilion led Fatty's group to the 3rd floor. The scale of the 3rd level was also very large. However, there were far fewer people here. This was because the items on the 3rd level were simply too expensive, not to mention ordinary people. Even saints might not be able to afford them. In the east, there was a formation that was separated into many areas. In each area, countless rays of light wrapped around a natural treasure. At this moment, there were only 2 or 3 people here. After Fatty arrived at the 3rd floor, he directly led his group to the east. Soon, he stopped in an area. In front of him was a ball of green light. It was a green metal. It looked like bronze, but its color was much richer. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. Fatty's eyes lit up as he looked at the piece of green metal. This was a material that could be used to refine sacred artifacts. If he could get it and give it away at the birthday celebration, he would definitely be honored. He would definitely be able to win the old ancestor's favor. However, when he saw the price marked on the side, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He could take out 500 caddies of divine crystals, but 50,000? Even if he was killed, he wouldn't be able to take it out. One had to know that although he was also a direct disciple, he wasn't favored. He couldn't afford it with the little money he had. The fatty stood there with a gloomy look on his face. The few figures beside him also opened their mouths to ask. One of them was also interested in a piece of metal. It was a piece of black metal that was also used to refine saint artifacts. It wasn't big either, but it reached 40,000 caddies of divine crystals. The other one wanted 45,000 caddies of divine crystals. The eyes of the 2 saints also flickered, and they frowned. To be honest, this price was also a bit of a burden for them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone here was thinking, I want this piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. It streaked across the entire 3rd floor. Immediately, everyone on the 3rd floor turned their heads. Fatty even sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, who is this? Why is he so generous? Can't he see that those powerful saints are hesitating? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The fatty screamed as he realized that there was a figure standing near him. It was a young man with a calm gaze and a handsome face. There was also a beautiful figure beside him. The person who made the bid at this moment was the person in front of him. What did this kid say? He wants that piece of 3,000 green ancestral metal. The saints beside him were shocked. How was that possible? It was probably just a casual remark. How could that kid afford it? The Tao companion of the saint curled her lips with a look of disdain. With their status, even they couldn't afford it. How could that kid afford it? At this moment, an old man tore through the void and appeared on the 3rd floor. He said, I'm an elder of the Jubao Pavilion. Young master, do you really want to buy this piece of metal? Yes, that's it. The young man nodded. Wrap it up for me. The fatty next to him widened his eyes. The 2 or 3 saints around him were also stunned. One of them sneered. How dare he be so stubborn? They never thought that he could afford it. However, in the next moment, those saints were dumbfounded because the young man directly took out a storage ring. 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Take a look. After the elder of the Jubal Pavilion took the storage ring, he probed it with his soul. Soon he smiled. The amount was just right. Young master, this is your item. The 3,000 green ancestral gold was already sealed in the treasure box. There was a seal on it. There was also a token on the treasure box, which was used to open the seal. It could be said to be very safe. After Lin Xian took the treasure box and token, he nodded slightly and put them into the storage ring. Chapter 3496. Brother, wait a minute. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, the fatty rushed up and said with a smile. Lin Xian stopped. Oh, do you have something to say? This figure was Lin Xian. He had been watching this fatty for a long time. At this moment, he had bought 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold. Brother, you're really generous. May I know which family you're from? The fatty said with a smile. Lin Xian was amused. He knew that the other party had taken the bait, but he couldn't show it. Instead, he said calmly, Oh, why? Do you want to be friends with me? Yes, yes, yes. I want to be friends with you. The fatty smiled until his eyes became slits. Lin Xian said, All right, but this isn't the place to talk. Let's talk outside. Yes, yes, yes. The fatty hurriedly nodded. Brother, I know a shop nearby. It's very delicious. The greenhouse there is absolutely delicious. I'll take you there now. Lin Xian walked in front of Lin Xian with fantasy, while Fatty followed behind him with a giggle. In the distance, the three sages also came back to their senses. Their faces were full of shock. At the same time, there was a trace of doubt. Who is this person who's so generous? It seems that he came out on his own. He's a young master of a big family. I can take advantage of him. The three of them also left quietly. After leaving the Jubal Pavilion, Lin Xian walked into the distance. Suddenly, his brows twitched, and his eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Someone had followed him. It was the sages on the third floor. He continued to walk forward without batting an eyelid. Fatty brought along his two women and followed beside him. Brother, you have no idea how cool you were just now. You didn't even blink when you bought 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. Didn't you see that the sages beside you were stunned? Lin Xian stopped and looked at the fatty with a smile. Not only were they stunned, but they're also very bold. They've already followed me. What? They've followed me. The fatty was stunned and quickly looked around. Brother, don't scare me. Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he said coldly, Since you're already here, why don't you come out? Brat, your soul is pretty good. You were actually able to discover our existence. A figure appeared in front of him. Beside him was a beautiful Tao companion. It was a saint. That saint had a cold smile on his face. Hand over that piece of metal, and I'll spare your life. You're alone. Aren't the other two coming out? Lin Xian looked at the surrounding void and sneered. Naturally, he could sense that there were two more saints here. Dreamy took a deep breath with a solemn expression. Fatty's two women's faces also changed. The fatty snorted coldly and stood out. Brother, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. He looked at the saint in front of him. Damn it, how dare you attack my brother's things? Are you tired of living? Let me tell you, I'm from the 9 Netherbird clan. The 9 Netherbird clan. The sage was stunned. The fatty smiled. That's right, I'm from the 9 Netherworld clan. Our patriarch is about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. Many experts have come to our family. Why? Do you want me to call them over for you to meet him? Who would believe that you're from the Nine Netherbird clan? Everyone knows about the 5,000th birthday. You won't be able to call me. The saint in front snorted coldly. The fatty was enraged. Damn it, how dare you doubt my identity? Come on, open your eyes and see if I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan. The fatty was also flustered. He waved his hand, and a token appeared in the sky, shining with an unparalleled light. That was the Nine Netherworld token. The expression of the sage on the other side changed. The two sages who were hidden in the void gasped as well. How could they not recognize the Nine Netherworld token? It was a token unique to the Nine Netherbird clan. No one could copy it. It seemed that the fatty in front of them was really from the Nine Netherbird clan. So you're a prince from the Nine Netherbird clan. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. The saint in front of them left in a flash. The Nine Netherbird clan was very powerful. Moreover, the Nine Netherbird clan's supreme elder was about to celebrate his 5,000th birthday. There were many experts from the Nine Netherbird clan in the entire Alchemy Valley. They did not dare to attack the Nine Netherbird clan at this time. He was not the only one who left. The two saints hidden in the dark also left. Fatty proudly put away the token. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Dreamy exchanged glances with each other as a smile appeared on their faces. Next, it was time to act. Lin Xian looked surprised. So, you're from the Nine Netherbird clan. I didn't expect that. That's right. I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan. Those saints don't dare to go against me. Lin Xian pretended to be grateful. You saved my life this time. Otherwise, those saints would not have let me go. Sigh, I should be the one treating you. No, I'll do it. The fatty laughed. The two of them walked into the distance with their arms around each other's shoulders. Soon, they became familiar with each other. They ate Dapeng's spreading wings as they got to know each other like brothers. The fatty sighed. Brother, I'm bitter. Although I'm from the Nine Netherbird clan, there are a few bastards who bully me. Damn it, they bully me too much just because they are favored by the elder. The great ancestor's birthday celebration is my last chance to turn things around. However, he sighed again. Lin Xian asked, Oh, what's the problem? Tell me about it. I'll definitely be able to help. Brother, to tell you the truth, I haven't prepared a gift for the elder yet. How can I not be worried? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. So that's what you're talking about. I thought it would be something difficult. Look, what's this? As he spoke, he took out the treasure box and placed it on the table. The fatty was stunned. Then he said, Brother, what do you mean? The elder should be an expert in refining weapons. This metal is a good material for refining weapons. I'm sure the elder will like it if you give it to him as a birthday gift. I like it. I really like it. The fatty was about to cry. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. I can't take out 50,000 caddies of divine crystals. You don't have to buy it. I'll give it to you. Give it to me? The fatty's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. Did I hear wrongly? You're giving such a precious metal to me? Lin Xian said, You didn't hear wrongly. We hit it off at first sight. Aren't we brothers? Besides, you helped me get rid of a few sages just now. You saved my life. Why can't I give it to you? Brother, you're the one who saved my life. The fatty's eyes lit up. Are you sure you're giving it to me? Lin Xian waved his hand and pushed the treasure box and the token over. The fatty was so excited that he was about to cry. Damn it. From now on, you're my brother. If you have any problems in the future, you can talk to me through a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. The fatty's face was covered in tears and snot. Good. Lin Xian smiled. He was indeed smiling in satisfaction. Chapter 3497. The two of them drank until it was very late before they left. The fatty insisted on bringing Lin Xian to his palace. Lin Xian happily agreed. The group sat on the war chariot. The three-tailed heavenly hound roared and flew quickly in the sky. Finally, they arrived at a majestic palace. Don't look at how the fatty wasn't valued in the clan. No matter what, he was still the young master of the Nine Nether clan. Hence, his residence was truly magnificent. After arranging for Lin Xian to stay in a quiet hall, Fatty arrived. Bro, do you want me to find you two beauties to play with? They are really the best. Lin Xian shook his head. No need. Oh, I know. Fatty glanced at Fantasy, who was beside him, with an expression that said, I understand. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Fatty hugged the two beauties beside him and left in a drunken state. After Fatty left, Lin Xian and Fantasy also entered. They closed the door and activated the array. The drunkenness in Lin Xian's eyes completely disappeared. Fantasy beside him also said, Palace Master. It seems like our plan is very successful. Yes, Lin Xian nodded. In the following period of time, I will get close to Fatty. When the time comes, it should not be a problem for us to attend the birthday banquet. Wait until we meet that living fossil, then we can think of a way to get in touch with him and let him modify the sacred artifact. Fantasy frowned. Palace Master, will he agree? After all, sacred artifacts are not ordinary things. They are very rare. Even saints might not necessarily have them. If there are no special circumstances, I think that living fossil will not easily make a move. Don't worry, I have a way. I can make him provide us with materials and metals for free to create a real sacred artifact. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he spoke. Fantasy beside him was very curious. However, she did not continue to ask and retreated to the side. Then the two of them began to rest. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He naturally had his ways. He did not know much about refining artifacts, but he knew about alchemy. In the Pill Sage's notes, there was a type of spiritual medicine that could definitely move this living fossil star. The Pill Sage's notes were something he had obtained from the illusionary divine furnace. They were notes written by many Pill Sages. There were a large number of pill formulas inside. Among them, there were some that had miraculous effects. One of them was an elixir that could increase one's lifespan. Lin Xian had cultivated this type of elixir before. However, that grade did not have much effect on the saint realm. What Lin Xian wanted to refine this time was a pill that targeted the sage level. Furthermore, it could increase the lifespan of a saint by 100 years. 100 years might seem short, but for living fossils, it was extremely fatal, because to them, 3 to 5 months was already a luxury. Therefore, 100 years of lifespan was definitely an endless temptation. Lin Xian planned to use this as his trump card. He didn't believe that this living fossil of the Nine Nether tribe wouldn't be moved. However, it wasn't easy to forge a pill that could increase one's lifespan. Not only did it require a high forging technique, but it also required a high forging technique. Not only was the refining process required, but the medicinal ingredients were also very strict. Therefore, Lin Xian had to prepare well. Once he was done, he would be able to obtain a sage artifact in the future. In comparison, he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Outside the mansion, a few figures flashed and arrived at another hall. Reporting to the third young master, the situation has been investigated. The other party does indeed have that item. A man in black knelt on the ground with one knee. In front of him stood a figure with his back facing him. It was a man in a white robe. He was tall and slender. He didn't even turn his head. Oh, my foolish younger brother actually managed to obtain that item? What a surprise. However, He didn't have a chance to turn the situation around. He had to find someone to snatch the item. Yes, the martial artist, who was kneeling on the ground like a ghost, replied, respectfully. However, he soon looked up and asked, "What if the other party tries to stop me?" Humph! Kill! A cold voice sounded, and countless spatial cracks appeared in the surroundings. The ghostly figure, who was kneeling on the ground, had disappeared. The moon was dark, and the wind was strong. In the mansion, there were no lights on Lin Xian's side, but on the other side, the fatty's side was brightly lit. After all, he was a half-sage, so he still had the energy to do that. There were 50 to 60 beautiful women in the room, and most of them were close to the Tao realm. These women were playing with the fatty, and the fatty was drinking and playing at the same time. It was really carefree. Buzz. Suddenly, the void cracked, and a terrifying sword light shot towards the fatty. The beautiful women screamed in fear and quickly fled. The fatty was so scared that his fat trembled. He rolled and smashed through the void to escape. However, this sword strike still left a gash on his back, almost splitting him into two halves. Ah! The fatty roared like a pig being slaughtered. The armor on his body was split open, and his eyes instantly turned red. Damn it! Someone come! Someone attacked me! Kill him! There was the sound of something breaking through the air outside, and terrifying energy surged, but soon the sound of fighting could be heard. Obviously, there was more than one killer. Stupid pig, no one will save you. Hand over the item, and I'll spare your life. What item? Damn it. The fatty stood up and gritted his teeth. The cracks on his body had already healed. Terrifying law fragments danced around him. That assassin was like a ghost, constantly twisting and distorting, hiding in the void. You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. Another biting cold sword light pierced through everything and slashed towards the fatty's arm. Damn it! How dare you have designs on my storage ring? Do you want to die? The fatty was also angry. The other party seemed to be after his storage ring. His storage ring contained most of his wealth, and the 3,000 green ancestral gold that he had just obtained today was also here. Could it be that the news had been exposed? Who was it? His brother? No. His brother would not go back on his word if he gave him something. Then which 3 sages were it? Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, how dare you have designs on me? I'm so angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a black shadow. It was a hammer that looked like a piece of rotten wood. It looked very ugly, but the moment it appeared, it brought with it terrifying power. It directly shattered the void. That assassin was also sent flying in an instant. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? So what if you're a sage? I'll still kill you. Kill. After the fatty threw out the wooden hammer, he threw out a gourd, which released endless black water. It was as if the water of hell was circling around him. Although the fatty was a half-sage, he was still the young master of the abysmal tribe. He had many Dharma treasures on him. In an instant, he took out 3 or 4 Dharma treasures. Each of them was extremely powerful, even if the other party's killer was a sage. Chapter 3498. But very quickly, another assassin appeared in the void. His terrifying sword of slaughter once again slashed towards Fatty. Fatty activated his weapons to block the attack. He could still deal with 1 Slayer Saint, but if 2 came, Fatty obviously couldn't handle it. He was forced to retreat. He could only summon his weapons to defend himself, but it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you kill me? I am from the 9 Netherbird tribe. If you kill me, the 9 Netherbird tribe will not let you off. Fatty roared in anger. At the same time, he activated his strength and spread it in all directions. Fucking hell. Send someone here for me. Come and protect me. Humph. It's useless. No one can save you even if you scream yourself hoarse. The two assassin sages attacked mercilessly. One assassin sage knocked away the wooden hammer, while the other knocked away the black gourd. At the same time, the two assassin sages attacked Fatty with their killing array. Fatty was left with a pagoda above his head. If the pagoda was knocked away, he would not be able to withstand the attack of the killing array. Clang! The pagoda was struck by the sword chi and shook nonstop. The Fatty was also sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Hundreds of attacks came at him again. Fatty tried his best to block them, but cracks appeared on the pagoda. He could not hold on any longer. Damn it! Stop! I'll give you something. Fatty was scared out of his wits. He estimated that his pagoda would be destroyed in a few more attacks. So, he took out the 3,000 pieces of ancestral green gold from his storage room and threw it to his opponent. Humph! The assassin sage sneered. It's too late. Go to hell. The terrifying sort of slaughter rushed over like a murderous dragon. Fatty's pupils shrank. Oh no! Am I going to die here? Boom! A golden palm descended from the sky and landed in front of him, shattering the sword of slaughter into pieces. At the same time, with another move, the slaughter saint was smashed into pieces. Who is it? The other assassin sage was shocked. Is there an expert here? Fatty laughed proudly. Humph! This is the territory of the 9 Netherbird tribe. How dare you come here to kill me? Just wait to be killed. Whoosh! That killer saint instantly disappeared into the void. It seemed like he wanted to leave now that his attack had failed. However, as soon as he disappeared, he was slapped out by a large golden hand. It was a giant golden hand that shattered the void in all directions. Even Killer Saint was smashed into pieces and fell to the ground, his face filled with terror. A figure walked in from outside. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Who are you? Killer Saint's face was filled with fear. He did not expect that the one who attacked was actually a young man. Brother Xian, it's you? The Fatty was also stunned. He originally thought that it was an elder of his 9 Nether clan, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. I was originally cultivating, but I didn't expect that a great battle would break out here. I was just about to come over to take a look when that happened. Did I hurt you? Lin Xian asked. Fatty shook his head. Almost. If I had come a little later, I would have become a wandering ghost. Don't worry. Since you saved me once, I'll help you this time too. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the other party. That Killer Saint wanted to run, but he was knocked to the ground several times. In the end, the golden hand pinned him to the ground. Lin Xian asked, Do you want to search his soul? All right, I'll see who dares to attack me. The Fatty gritted his teeth. The next step was to search his soul. The result of the search made the Fatty's face turn green. Damn it! He thought that it was the 3 sages of Jubao Pavilion who wanted to attack him, but the result was completely different. It was his 3rd brother Xian. Damn it! It's those bastards from his family. Those people were just bullying him previously. To think that they would try to kill him this time. It seemed like the news of the 3,000 ancestral green gold had been leaked. Those people were afraid that you would be favored, so they tried to kill you. Lin Xian said slowly after slapping the Killer Saint to death. With a single slap, the people in the hall had been killed, and the battle outside had calmed down. Dreamy walked in and said to Lin Xian, Young master, it's all settled. There were also terrifying experts outside, but with Dreamy's help, no one could escape. Lin Xian nodded. Dreamy stood behind him. At this time, the Fatty said, Brother, you saved my life again. There's no need to talk about this between you and me. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Do you want to find a hidden place and wait for the old man's birthday to come out? Damn it, I can't take this lying down. The fatty gritted his teeth, but then he sighed. Third brother is very strong. He has many experts under him. I'm not his match at all. So, we'd better be patient for a while. The next few days were peaceful. There was still some time before the old man's birthday, and more experts came to Alchemy Valley. On this day, Lin Xian found the fatty again and asked, "Is there a bigger spiritual elixir hall here? I need a few precious spiritual elixirs." "What kind of spiritual elixirs?" "I'll help you ask." The fatty asked his subordinates to ask around, and soon the news came back. He said, "Brother, these spiritual elixirs of yours are really precious. Those big spiritual elixir halls don't have them. But don't worry, I've already found them. They're not in the spiritual elixir hall, but somewhere else." "Somewhere else? Where?" "Battle Saint Palace." "Battle Saint Palace? What kind of place was that?" Lin Xian was puzzled. The fatty chuckled. "Brother, come with me." Battle Saint Palace was a magical place. It was a martial artist's heaven and also a place for fighting. It was also a place for all kinds of treasures to exchange. There were some unexpected treasures in the market, and even some treasures obtained from robberies and assassinations. It couldn't be helped. Normally, if one took them out, they would be hunted down by some big families. But there was nothing to worry about here. The treasures here were not for trading, but for fighting. Treasures of similar levels were used as wagers, and then the two sides fought. The winner would get the treasures of the other side. The two spiritual elixirs that Lin Xian needed had appeared in Battle Saint Palace before. However, they were in the hands of others. If Lin Xian wanted to get them, he would have to fight with the other side. Lin Xian heard about these things from the fatty on the way here. After hearing it, his eyes flickered. Fight? Were they not afraid that the gap between them would be too big? For example, a small saint or a holy venerable would appear? If so, wouldn't they have no chance of winning? "Brother, you don't have to worry about this. Small saints and holy venerables are not important. Once they appear, they would be recognized immediately. If such people fought here, the news would probably spread all over the city the next day. They couldn't afford to lose face. Moreover, even if a small saint appeared, it would be a small saint against a small saint. They wouldn't attack other saints. So, you don't have to worry about this. However, there would definitely be a gap. There would often be a first heaven saint against a second heaven saint. Chapter 3499. The Battle Saint Palace had a great background. It had a place for battles, and there were more than 10 arenas. Those arenas were either passed down from the ancient times, or they were set up by peerless saints. Even a battle between minor saints wouldn't be able to destroy them here. It could be said that there was no need to worry about fighting here. Of course, it was only limited to the arenas. Fighting outside the arenas was strictly forbidden. Otherwise, one would be killed on the spot by the people of the Battle Saint Palace. It was rumored that there were at least 2 minor saints in the Battle Saint Palace. Moreover, it was rumored that there was the shadow of a sacred sovereign behind them. It could be said that ordinary people wouldn't dare to cause trouble here, not even saints. It was obvious that it wasn't Fatty's first time here, so he was very familiar with the place. When his 3-tailed heavenly hound stopped in the air, a group of people came down. When Lin Xian came down, he looked around and exclaimed. When he was at the treasure-gathering pavilion, he had heard countless war chariots, spiritual boats, and demonic beasts. But compared to this place, it wasn't even half as good. This place was even more majestic and extravagant. Moreover, there were so many of them that they filled the sky. One could imagine how many experts came to the Battle Saint Palace. Young Master Yun hadn't come here for a long time. Fatty's arrival attracted many people's attention. After all, Fatty's identity was also here. These days he was locked up in the clan and couldn't come out. Today, I brought my brother here. Hurry up and show me your treasures. My brother is going to show off his skills. After that day, Fatty was full of confidence. In his opinion, no one in the first heaven could be Lin Xian's opponent. As long as he didn't meet anyone in the second heaven, there shouldn't be any problems. Soon, someone brought over a list. On it were the treasures that had appeared before, and the number of the arenas. Brother, look, the 2 spiritual herbs you want are on the list. Fatty handed over the list. Lin Xian glanced at it and was delighted. Indeed, the 2 spiritual herbs he wanted were on the list. As expected of the Battle Saint Palace, spiritual herbs that were so hard to find were basically extinct in the outside world. But here they could be found without any effort. Arena number 7, let's go. Fatty led the way in front while Lin Xian and Fantasy followed behind him. They walked towards stage 7. At this moment, a battle was going on in Arena 7. Moreover, the battle was extremely intense. Around the ancient fighting ring, there were many palaces and pavilions floating in the sky. Within the palaces, there were many figures sitting cross-legged. His head was towering. After Fatty arrived, he went to a room as well. They climbed up the ladder and arrived at a palace. Fine wine and delicacies had already been placed on the table, waiting for them. There were also beautiful maids serving them. The moment Fatty sat down, he smiled and enjoyed the food. But when he looked down at the arena, he jumped up abruptly. Fuck, not good. What? Lin Xian asked. Fatty said, damn it, bro, look at the battle below. One of the things that is being held down is the spirit medicine that you want. If he lost, it would be transferred to someone else. What? Lin Xian was astonished and looked carefully. Indeed, he found that the spirit medicine was being used as a bet. The person who was holding down the spirit medicine was currently at a disadvantage. Could it be that he was going to lose? Not long after, that person was indeed sent flying. He was defeated miserably. He really lost. Lin Xian's expression changed. Fatty also cursed. Then he said, bro, wait here, I'll go and talk to him. Who is it? After a while, Fatty returned. This time, his expression was even more depressed. Fuck, it was actually Third Brother's men. Third Brother? Someone from the Jilio family. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he calmed down. Now that he knew who had the spirit medicine, things would be easier. He looked at Fatty and said, Brother Yun, do you want revenge? Of course, I do. I've been thinking about it all the time. However, Third Brother has many experts by his side. I heard that he brought many powerful characters this time. I'm not their match. Why do you want to fight with them? Yes, he's your enemy. Perhaps the thing you want is also in his hands. Naturally, you can't avoid a fight. I have an idea. I don't know if you trust me. Brother, how can I not trust you? All right, isn't he suppressing you? Then he must want to snatch the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. If we take out the 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager, it will definitely attract their attention. At that time, we'll let them use the spirit medicine as a wager. I'll beat up their people. Not only can I help you vent your anger, but I can also win back the spirit medicine. This is a win-win situation. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager. Fatty sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big deal. He said, Brother, it's not that I'm sad for this piece of metal, and it's not that I don't trust you. If it's someone of the same level, I believe that no one can beat you. However, they will definitely send out a second heaven sage. At that time, not only will you lose, but you might also be seriously injured. Lin Xian waved his hand and smiled. Don't worry, I don't care about a second heaven sage. Just do as we say. All right, let's go all out. Beat them up ruthlessly for me. Fatty gritted his teeth and went down to prepare. Not long after, the news of 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold as a wager spread. Exclamations sounded one after another. That was metal used to forge saint artifacts. It was actually taken out. As expected, Battle Sage Palace was extraordinary. In one of the halls, a man in white had a cold expression. 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold. It was Old Sixth. He actually came and recklessly took out this thing. What? Did he want to take a gamble? Third young master, do you want us to make a move? The sage beside him smiled and said. The others also smiled, their eyes shining. Third young master waved his folding fan and said indifferently, Old Sixth doesn't know what's good for him. So don't blame me for being impolite. His tone suddenly changed, and his expression became serious. That day, none of the people we sent to assassinate Old Sixth returned. They must have died. When did an expert come to his side? Moreover, since the other party dared to be so arrogant and take out that kind of metal as a wager, it means that he must have an expert by his side. Just in case, let's send a second heaven sage. Yes, I know what to do. An old man beside him respectfully went down to prepare. Soon, a piece of news broke out in the arena, causing the people in the surrounding pavilions to be surprised. At the same time, they were incomparably excited. These people were also extraordinary. Soon, they found out that the one who had 3,000 pieces of green ancestral gold was actually Jiyo Shaoyan of the Jiyo clan, and his opponent was also the third young master of the Jiyo clan. This was actually a battle between two clans, and it was a battle between two young masters. Instantly, it attracted the attention of countless people. Damn it, they took the bait. Brother, help me kill them later. Fatty gritted his teeth and couldn't wait. Don't worry, I have the same intention. Chapter 3500. Third young master. They want us to use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since they want to die, let's fulfill their wish. Let's use the nightmare flower as a wager. Since the other party has taken out 3,000 ancestral green gold, it's not a loss for us to use the nightmare flower. Moreover, we will definitely not lose this time. The people on third young master's side sneered. Soon, someone walked out. When the nightmare flower was taken out as a wager, Lin Xian had already left the stage. When the people on the other side came out, the surrounding people exclaimed, Heavens, it's someone from the second heaven. They sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian, a first heaven sage. It's over. It's over. We made the wrong bet this time. As expected, the gap between us is too big. Sixth brother can't beat third brother. Discussions rang out one after another. Aside from these two parties, the others could also suppress their bets. However, there were very few people who wanted to suppress Fatty from the beginning because they thought that Fatty wouldn't be able to defeat third young master. Now, it seemed that they were right. A first heaven sage against a second heaven sage had no chance of turning the tables. I was wondering what kind of expert you were, but it turns out that you're just a first heaven trash. I'm really not interested. The man on the other side said coldly, Kid, if you don't want to die, admit defeat obediently. I'll accept your 3,000 ancestral green gold. Lin Xian wasn't angry when he heard that. He said indifferently, If you want it, you can take it away after defeating me. However, I don't think you have the chance. You're courting death. The man was furious. The armor on his body bloomed with an incomparable light. His entire person became incomparably powerful, like a god fiend. He took a step forward, and his body shone with boundless light. It turned into sword chi and slashed forward. The attack of a second heaven sage. The sword Qi carried mysterious Tao patterns and tore through heaven and earth. The others felt their scalps go numb when they saw that. People of the same level might not be able to withstand such an attack. Not to mention that the opponent was a first heaven sage. Buzz. Lin Xian pushed his palm forward. Golden flames danced like suns. They kept spinning in the sky. Each of them was incomparably terrifying. The two of them clashed fiercely in the sky. Every strike contained the power of heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the fact that this arena was an ancient arena that could withstand their attacks, it would have long been torn apart. In fact, half of the world would be destroyed. The flames in the sky were incomparable. Lin Xian stood in the midst of the flames like a god of fire. He looked ahead and said indifferently, "I've said it before, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Damn brat, don't be so arrogant." On the other side, the second heaven sage let out a furious roar. His face was incomparably dark. He couldn't even take down a first celestial layer brat. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man was not simple. This was a battle beyond one's cultivation level. If one wasn't a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to do so. Kill. The saint of the second heaven was also enraged. The light on his body was incomparable. Countless laws intertwined to form a sword of the great path, which fell mercilessly. Sword traversing 9 heavens. The sword light shone like the cries of 10,000 beasts. It had an incomparable power that could cut through everything in the world. Lin Xian attacked aggressively. His fists swept in all directions. The entire world was trembling, and the ancient arena was shaking nonstop. In the end, the opponent's sword of the great path was shattered into pieces. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. "You've lost." Lin Xian's voice was cold. A bloody hole appeared on the body of the saint of the second heaven. He looked very miserable. He healed quickly and gritted his teeth. "Bullshit, I haven't lost yet." "Go to hell, brat." A ray of immortal light rushed out from between his eyebrows. It quickly intertwined and formed a palace. The palace that looked like an immortal palace floated in the sky. It carried an incomparably vast aura and suppressed Lin Xian. "You don't know what's good for you. Since you don't admit defeat, I'll beat you until you do." Lin Xian's face darkened. The flames on his body were dancing. They turned into streaks of sword Qi that shot into the sky. At this moment, the sword Qi swept across the 9 heavens like raging waves hitting the shore, making everyone's hair stand on end. It was as if they were not facing a saint of the first heaven, but a peerless sword god. Lin Xian's eyes also became incomparably bright. No one could look directly at them. 9 suns opened the sky. He clasped his hands together, and a sword light flew out and slashed forward. Between heaven and earth, the laws kept dancing, and the entire world was quickly collapsing. This sword was much more terrifying than the path sword that the opponent had condensed before. It immediately slashed the celestial palace. With a boom, the celestial palace was sent flying. The saint of the second heaven was also sent flying. His body split open, and he let out a miserable cry. "I admit defeat. I admit defeat." He was so scared that his scalp went numb. The others were in an uproar. Did he lose? It was hard to believe that a saint of the second heaven was defeated by a saint of the first heaven. He won. He actually won. I'm not dreaming. Am I? Fatty's face was also full of shock. To be honest, he did not have much hope, but he did not expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Dreamy stood there, her eyes flickering, and the corners of her mouth raised into a faint smile. She had been following Lin Xian these days and had long known how terrifying Lin Xian was. She did not think much of a saint of the second heaven. In another hall, the third young master was going crazy. How is this possible? The third young master suddenly stood up. His face was ashen, and he was no longer as calm as before. The powerhouses beside him were also dumbfounded. Damn it, how did that guy do it? Could it be that he has a mysterious weapon on him? Did he bring a sacred artifact? Voices of surprise sounded. If it was a sacred artifact, they could explain it. However, many of the saints' faces were gloomy. They did not see a sacred artifact. Perhaps it was hidden in his body. These people did not believe that he could defeat a saint of the second heaven with his own strength. Below, Lin Xian had defeated a saint of the second heaven and obtained the nightmare flower. She had kept it for him. Great, there's still one more spiritual herb. Then I can refine pills that can increase the lifespan of a saint. Damn brat, you want to leave just like that? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the sky. Everyone turned their heads to look. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the third young master of the Abyss family. Lin Xian also stopped and looked at the white-clothed young man in the sky as he asked in an indifferent tone, "Oh, you want to stop me? Don't tell me you don't know the rules of the Battle Saint Palace? Brat, don't use the Battle Saint Palace to pressure me. I know the rules here, and I will not break them. Moreover, I know the rules better than you. Do you dare to join forces?" Join forces. This was also a gambling method. That meant that if one side lost, they could continue to bet. However, because it was a team battle, the bets were doubled. If one lost, they would lose double. It could be said that it was very exciting and moving. Chapter 35:01. Fatty jumped out and hurriedly said, "Brother, come back quickly. Don't bet with them. They'll definitely be ruthless." He naturally knew his third brother's personality. He would definitely not let Lin Xian go. "Sixth brother, you're not bad. You actually dare to go against me. Looks like you don't know what's good for you." The white-robed young master stared at Fatty. Fatty's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. "Third brother, admit it if you're not as good as me. What? Are you going to play dirty tricks on me?" Seeing the two young masters of the big families fighting openly and secretly, the others were also interested. They wondered how the situation would change. They all looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "It's not impossible. Of course, unless you can take out the sunset fruit." "What? The sunset fruit? What kind of precious spirit herb is that?" Many people were shocked. This young man is really greedy. The people on third young master's side also frowned. Third young master snorted coldly. "Unfortunately, I do have one of those things. Kid, you're a man of your word." He flipped his hand and took out a fruit. The fruit was like a sun that was about to set in the mountains. It had the beauty of a sunset. Seeing the fruit, the others were shocked. As expected of third young master, he even has such a precious spirit fruit. Lin Xian was also shocked. That thing is also in his hands? Great. It seems that it's easy to get it. Third young master is really a gift to me. All right, according to the rules, use the sunset fruit and other things as the bet. I'll bet with you. Damn, are you going to play big? Fatty's mouth twitched. He wanted to remind them, but he was stopped by fantasy. "Don't worry, the temple master will be fine." On the other side, third young master also revealed a cold smile. "Are you willing to bet? That's good. I promise you that I'll make you regret your decision. How did you eat my treasure? I'll make you spit it out 10 times more. I'll go." Another figure walked out. It was a muscular man who looked like King Kong. Third young master looked at him and nodded. "All right, take 2 more Dharma treasures. You can use them when necessary." Ooh. Jean Gang took 2 magic treasures and put them away. With a stomp of his foot, He descended from the palace like a god of war. When he landed on the arena, the entire world shook. King Kong, it was actually him. Oh no, this guy is also a second heaven sage, and his cultivation is even stronger than the previous one. Not only that, the third young master must be prepared this time. Vajra must have a weapon refined by the Netherworld clan. That person's weapon would definitely be able to increase the opponent's combat strength. I say, that kid is dead for sure. Brat, prepare to die. As soon as King Kong landed, he roared and rushed over. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he charged over. What a powerful physique. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with a piercingly cold light. He felt his blood boiling as he also let out a cold shout and charged over. As the two of them collided, their powerful auras tore countless large cracks in the sky and earth. Following that, the two of them continued to attack. It was as if two bolts of lightning were colliding between heaven and earth. Every strike struck fear into the hearts of the others. Too fast. The two of them were really too fast. It was a pure physical collision. Damn it. Is that kid's physical body that powerful too? They were about to go crazy. Impossible. This brat must be wearing some kind of terrifying battle armor. Just wait and see. He is definitely not a match for King Kong. The people on the third young master's side gritted their teeth. After more than 100 exchanges, the two of them finally separated. Blood dripped from the sky and landed on the arena, causing the arena to tremble. That was the blood of a sage, which could pierce through the void. He was injured. The people on the third young master's side sneered. I told you, he's definitely not King Kong's. Before they could finish their sentence, they were stunned because they realized that King Kong was the one who was injured. King Kong's hands were broken. Not only that, but his arms were also full of cracks. How was that possible? The people around them screamed crazily. Where was that kid? That kid should have been beaten to a pulp. They hurriedly looked over. He was fine. He was actually fine. That's right. Lin Xian stood there, and the light on his body was still the same. He was not injured. In a contest of physique, King Kong was actually at a disadvantage. That was really unbelievable. King Kong's body trembled. His face was also full of fear. Previously, he was still disdainful of his opponent. However, after exchanging blows, he knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him could not be described with common sense. He could not defeat his opponent, but he would not admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and roared. His broken arms quickly recovered. Then he said coldly, "Kid, you're very strong. However, you have no chance of winning this battle, because I still have a trump card." After King Kong finished speaking, he took out a weapon from his storage ring. It was a black weapon. The moment that weapon appeared, it brought with it an extremely cold aura that spread out in all directions. This time, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. His mind was a little blank. Why did the weapon feel so cold? It was a murderous weapon. Why did it look so similar to the legendary Great Spear of Destruction? Screams rang out in the Battle Sage Palace. Could it be the Great Spear of Destruction? But why was that weapon in his hands? Although King Kong was strong, he did not have the Great Spear of Destruction. Lin Xian was also stunned. Indeed, when King Kong took out the weapon, he was stunned. King Kong's weapon was indeed 70% similar to the Great Spear of Destruction. However, he was certain that it was not the Great Spear of Destruction because the real one was in his hands. Lin Xian asked, "That should be a replica, right?" "That's right. It was a replica. However, it was a replica made by an elder of the Nine Nether tribe. Although its power was not as strong as the real Great Spear of Destruction, it was not far off. Kid, do you think you can win against such a demonic weapon?" No matter how strong your body is, can you withstand it? So it was a replica of the Great Spear of Destruction. Everyone was shocked. However, some of the older generation experts nodded. The Nine Nether tribe had made many weapons. Among them, there were many replicas of sacred weapons. They had even made replicas of earth weapons. Rumor had it that the Nine Nether tribes still had a replica of a weapon. It was made of extremely precious metals that took tens of thousands of years and countless generations to make. Although it was not as good as an extreme weapon, it was much stronger than an ordinary sacred weapon. This was also the reason why the Nine Nether tribe was so prosperous and no one dared to provoke them. You want to hurt me with a mere replica? Chapter 35, 02. He indeed had the confidence to say such words. However, King Kong sneered. Arrogant fellow, I'll let you experience the power of this demonic weapon. Wang. Lin Xian took a step forward. Like an ancient god of war, the aura on his body rose without limit. Streaks of murderous sword chi shot out from his body, and the 5 elemental laws turned into divine chains that spun under his feet. His opponent's aura had increased again. King Kong took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent if his opponent's aura grew. Kill. With an angry roar, he moved the demonic weapon in his hand. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire space could not withstand the might of the demonic weapon. A black shadow swept towards Lin Xian like a divine chain. Wang. Lin Xian made his move as well. His 5 elemental laws danced nonstop as 5 elemental sword chi soared into the sky. Clang, clang. The sound of an intense collision rang out, causing everyone's ears to bleed. That terrifying demonic weapon could easily pierce through a saint in the second heaven. However, it was unable to move forward in the slightest in the face of this sword chi. It was beaten to the point of trembling. Even King Kong's perlicue was cracked. This scene was simply too frightening. These nomological sword chi were too powerful. What kind of nomological sword chi was this? He was just a first heaven sage. How could he comprehend the laws to such an extent? At this moment, the older generation sages were all dumbfounded. They found it hard to imagine that there was such a powerful law in the world. Ah, devils roar to the heavens. King Kong roared as the demonic weapon in his hand exploded with unparalleled power and stabbed forward. It pierced through the heavens, wanting to pierce a hole through Lin Xian. Throughout the entire process, demonic clouds surged, ghosts wailed, and wolves howled. It was as if this world had turned into a demonic world. Wang. Lin Xian's eyes also exploded with an incomparable light. He raised his arm, and a clanging sound rang out. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like the cry of a sword. A terrifying 5 forms divine sword condensed in his hand. Although it was a sword of laws, it was comparable to a divine weapon. As the sword slashed down, the stars were destroyed, and the sun and moon collapsed. This sword was truly too frightening. Everyone felt as if a peerless sword shadow had flashed past their minds. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. Clang! A world-shaking sound rang out as the demonic artifact was sent flying. The Vajra arm split open once again, making it impossible to catch it all. The demonic weapon was sent flying by the sword Aura, and it directly slashed at King Kong. Enveloping him, his entire body was split into 2 halves. Saint blood dyed the arena red, and the entire arena in the valley exuded a desolate aura. All sorts of headless corpses and illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared in the surroundings. It was clear that this arena had experienced countless battles. Now that it was stained with sacred blood, it triggered a phenomenon. Even the replica of the Great Spear of Destruction couldn't suppress him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The people on Third Young Master's side couldn't believe it either. Third Young Master's eyelids were twitching wildly. Damn it. How could this be? Where did old Six find such a person? He was about to go crazy. A saint beside him comforted him. Third Young Master, don't be angry. Vajra hasn't lost yet. He still has a magic treasure that he hasn't used yet. That's right, he still had the holy battle armor. His current attack power was enough to contend against the enemy. It was just that his defense power couldn't keep up. However, if he activated the holy battle armor, then he would have no weaknesses. As expected, Vajra's two halves quickly healed. At the same time, a battle armor appeared on his body. A black battle armor instantly enveloped his body, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. As soon as the battle armor appeared, a powerful aura swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Everyone screamed, "Holy battle armor!" This was the pride of the Netherworld tribe. It seemed like Third Young Master attached great importance to this battle. Not only did he give Vajra the replica of the Great Spear of Destruction, he even gave him the holy battle armor. "Brat, you have completely angered me. I will never let you go. You definitely won't be able to break through my defense now." Vajra grabbed the demonic weapon once again and charged over. He was like a black demon god, emitting a cold aura from head to toe. Oh no, Brother Xian is really in danger. Fatty couldn't sit still anymore. The replica of the demonic weapon had already made his scalp numb. Now that he had taken out the holy battle armor, he couldn't believe that anyone could turn the tables. Saints below the third heaven might not be able to break this battle armor. This was already an invincible position in the innate realm. Holy battle armor? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he sneered. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of that battle armor. So what? Looking at the figure charging over, he didn't dodge at all. This scene made the others dumbfounded. However, Lin Xian had his own plans. The moment Vajra brandished the demonic weapon, he activated stellar transposition. Buzz! The black demonic weapon reversed at an unbelievable angle and pierced through Vajra's eyes. A miserable sound rang out as King Kong rolled in the sky, letting out a miserable shriek. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what's going on? They didn't see it clearly at all. Vajra was so powerful and was wearing the holy battle armor, but he was injured in one move. What did that brat do? It was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. It wasn't too fast, but he didn't even make a move. Damn it, it's so strange. Those saints felt their hair stand on end. Was this the same as the legends? Wasn't this an immortal technique? They were all stunned. Third Young Master's people were also dumbfounded. This was impossible. They held it in for a long time before they could make such a sound. To be honest, they couldn't believe it. That was because they were wearing the holy battle armor and holding a replica demonic weapon. Who below the third heaven could compete with them? They couldn't imagine that the holy stone armor only revealed a pair of eyes, but Vajra took the opportunity and pierced through the eyes. Furthermore, it was pierced through by the demonic weapon. Was Vajra trying to commit suicide? They wouldn't know what was going on even if they were beaten to death. Lin Xian ignored them and said coldly, "Admit defeat, or you'll definitely die." Admit defeat. Vajra had no choice but to admit defeat. Great, the setting sun fruit is in my hands. If Vajra lost, he would have to pay double the bet. After Lin Xian passed, he put away the sunset fruit. As for the rest of the bet, he gave everything to Fatty. Fatty laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed into a line. "Ha ha ha, brother, you're awesome. Let's go eat the demon saint's meat later." After winning a large sum of money, they could really afford to eat the demon saint's meat. Do you still want to bet? Lin Xian looked at the third young master with a smile. The third young master's face was instantly filled with anger. Damn it, were they being targeted? Damn it, did they really think they were fat sheep? They had never been provoked in such a way before, and they were furious. Fight it out with him. What do you have? Even Vajra wasn't a match for him. Chapter 35:03. This person was very confident. If anyone else heard this, they would be shocked. Even King Kong with 2 terrifying weapons could not defeat this person. Who would dare to say such words now? However, the third young master and the others were delighted. They quickly turned around and looked behind them. There were a few figures sitting behind them. One of them had a smile on his face. He was the one who spoke. Young Master Long, are you really going to fight? The third young master was also pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked forward. The young man who spoke was very handsome. However, there were many scales on his forehead. From afar, it looked like a mysterious Tao pattern. Dragons. This person was from the dragons. If the third young master is willing to bet again, I can bet with that person. Great. Hearing this, the third young master smiled. The surrounding sages also smiled. Young Master Long was an expert from the Dragon Valley. Yes, if young Master Long fights, we will be safe. This person was from the Dragon Valley. The Dragon Valley was also here. What were they here for? Were they here to celebrate the birthday or for some other reason? It was not only the Dragon Valley. The 8 Desolate Lightning and the Dark Moon Temple were also here. It seemed like they had other plans. Since young Master Long is willing to fight, I will bet again. The third young master also regained his confidence. He stood up and said in a cold voice. He had made a bet in a row. When the news spread, everyone in the Battle Sage Palace was stunned. He wanted to bet again. Heavens, the third young master was really generous. In a joint fight, the bet would be 3 times the usual. This was not an ordinary 3 times because the stakes were all extremely precious items, and any one of them would cause countless people's eyes to turn red with envy. 3 times, this was definitely a shocking amount. When the fatty heard this, he was also stunned. Fuck, what was his third brother trying to do? Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he still had a trump card? Or had he gone crazy from the shock? It would be best if he went crazy. This way, they would have 3 times the usual amount of treasures. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Since someone had come to give him treasures, why would he not accept it? Therefore, he still stood in the arena. At the same time, he was curious. Who was going to fight him? Was it a third heaven sage or an even more powerful expert? The others were also discussing. Who was it? Many people even guessed that it was a veteran expert. That was impossible. Although they could win this way, they would lose face. Yes, the third young master was a person who valued his reputation. Everyone was confused. But soon, they saw a figure walking out of the third young master's palace. When they saw the figure, they were extremely shocked. Young man, it was actually a young man who walked out. They were surprised that he wasn't an expert of the older generation. At the same time, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was someone from the dragon race. Naturally, they also saw the dragon tattoo on his forehead. It was a purple dragon tattoo. Looking from afar, it looked like a purple auspicious cloud with a terrifying aura. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They knew about this. Recently, countless experts had entered the Alchemy Valley. Therefore, the Battle Sage Palace had reached a peak. Many experts had entered, and there had been a 5-match winning streak. One of them had won 5 matches in a row, causing a huge uproar. They did not expect it to be Long Z. Nothing would go wrong if he took action. Yes, They did not expect the third young master to be able to invite him. Five-match winning streak. That kid was dead meat. Yes, no matter how strong that kid was, he had only won 2 matches in a row. How could he win 5 matches in a row? Moreover, Longzi was a member of the Dragons. Gasps of surprise rang out one after another. The fatty's face also became incomparably ugly. Damn, it's actually him. How could this be? How did the third brother know him? He could not believe it. Fantasy, who was beside him, frowned. Is it the Dragon Valley again? Why are they here? Lin Xian was also stunned. The Dragon Valley people? The first thought that came to his mind was not that the opponent had won 5 matches in a row, but that he had been exposed. Were they here to capture him? However, the other party's expression was arrogant, cold, and disdainful. They did not look like they were here to capture him. He heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party did not recognize him, which meant that they were not here to capture him. They must have other motives. Did the Dragon Valley come alone? Or did they come together with the Vermilion Bird Palace? Lin Xian did not know about this yet. However, he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. I did not expect to meet an opponent like you in the Battle Sage Palace. I admit that you are quite strong. Longzi said coldly. Unfortunately, I won 5 matches in a row. You are no match for me at all. Also, I will not give you a chance to admit defeat. As long as you stand in this arena, I will make you wish you were dead. Longzi's methods were cruel. Anyone who fought with him would either be killed or severely injured. Hearing this, the third young master's people sneered. After killing this person, there should be no one left on the 6th young master's side. At that time, he would be in control. Lin Xian also laughed. Are the people of the Dragon Valley still so arrogant? It seems that you have not suffered enough in the past. I heard that the Dragon Valley had suffered a great loss in the Void Ocean. Later on, you were beaten up by Lin Wuti. Why, instead of going back obediently, you dare to come out and show off. Aren't you afraid that Lin Wuti will come looking for you? Damn brat. You are courting death. Longzi's face turned ugly. This matter was indeed a disgrace to the Dragon Valley. However, who dared to mention it in front of him? Someone did not know what was good for him. The surrounding people were also stunned. Is this brat trying to provoke the other party? Is he tired of living? Humph, what bullsh asterisk T. Lin Wuti. He is just using despicable means. In a head-on battle, he is no match for the experts of the Dragon Valley. If Lin Wuti dares to come here today, I can kill him with one hand. Longzi exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Don't care about Lin Wuti. I will kill you today. Buzz. Longzi exuded a terrifying, murderous aura, and there was even a low dragon roar. Chapter 35:04. His fists could move, and each of them carried the shadow of a dragon. These attacks were all aimed at Lin Xian's vital points. It was extremely vicious. Humph! Lin Xian snorted and clenched his fists. His golden palm carried the laws of the 5 elements, and the roar of a dragon came from his body. He punched out. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. At this moment, everyone in Battle Sage Palace was stunned. They had seen the most unbelievable scene. Even the people on the 3rd young master's side were about to kneel down. Fatty also jumped up, his face full of shock, because Longzi was blown apart by a single punch. That's right, he was blown apart by a single punch. Lin Xian's fist carried an unparalleled power, directly shattering all of the other party's attacks. Moreover, it landed heavily on the other party's body, causing the other party's body to break into pieces. The miserable sound pulled everyone from their dreams back to reality. Then, their scalps went numb. What kind of punch was that? It was too terrifying. Why do I feel that even a third heaven saint would not be able to take it? Damn it, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. Longzi roared and quickly healed. The purple dragon scales on his forehead shone with an unparalleled light. Instantly, bolts of lightning burst out from his forehead and filled the sky. The destructive aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Lin Xian snorted and reached out his hand, slapping over. This time, he did not hold back. With one strike, he smashed the other party's forehead. Those purple dragon patterns were full of cracks, and the purple destructive lightning that had just gathered was also smashed into nothingness. Boom! Longzi fell heavily on the arena, causing it to shake nonstop. There were even more cracks on his body. How was that possible? Longzi was completely suppressed. The third young master's side was dumbfounded. Longzi's strength was strong, and he had won 5 consecutive battles. He was their hope, but now this hope was knocked to the ground in 2 moves and smashed with a single punch. The others were also in disbelief. Longzi was even more crazy. How was that possible? He had won 5 consecutive battles, and he was so strong. How could an ant beat him? Damn it, he fought back. However, what greeted him next was a large golden hand that streaked across the sky, breaking all the bones in his body. Moreover, of all places, the other party's palm had hit his face, causing his entire head to deform. He had already recovered several times, but he was still unable to escape. No matter how he tried to escape, the golden palm would always land on his face. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Longzi was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you very powerful? Wasn't it supposed to be a 5-win streak? Didn't you not put Lin Wuti in your eyes? Trash like you can't even beat me. So how dare you challenge Lin Wuti? As he spoke, he waved his golden hand, and every strike was earth-shattering. Longzi was smashed into smithereens. The others were also stunned. Heavens, this was definitely a ruthless person. Longzi was incomparably sullen. He knew that he had been careless. The person in front of him was very strong. He even suspected that the other party had suppressed his cultivation to deceive him. Damn it, he was at a disadvantage. He had to leave quickly. I admit that, before he could finish, he was slapped back. His entire mouth was smashed, and half of his head was smashed. Lin Xian sneered. You're quite good at holding out. Let's see how long you can hold out. Hold out your sister. Longzi was about to cry. Damn it, he wanted to admit defeat, but the other party did not seem to give him a chance. This was revenge. As expected, he tried again. However, just as he opened his mouth was smashed. There was no choice. Longzi was extremely sullen, but he had to admit defeat now. His soul roared, sending out an angry soul wave. If he could not admit defeat physically, he would use his soul to do so. However, he had underestimated Lin Xian. Soul attack? His heavenly secret divine eyes opened, forming a pair of mysterious eyes that pierced the other party's soul until he screamed. This time, Longzi's soul was seriously injured, let alone begging for mercy. He probably even wanted to die. Just like that, Longzi could not even open his mouth to admit defeat. He was beaten to the ground by Lin Xian like a dead dog. He was so arrogant and even dared to challenge Lin Wuti. I thought he was some expert. I did not expect him to be so weak. This kind of trash dares to call himself a 5-time champion? Lin Xian kicked the other party out of the arena, then looked up at the palace in the sky. Speaking of which, are you all out of people? Do you still want to continue? I think with my strength, I should be able to be a 10-time champion too. Third Young Master's people were so scared that their scalps went numb. Third Young Master's expression was extremely ugly. To be honest, he was going crazy. Was Longzi going easy on him? Damn it, could it be that the other party's reputation was undeserved? This time, the The one who was embarrassed was not only Longzi, but also him. He felt that he had no face to stay any longer, so he said coldly, "Bring it back. Let's go." These people directly rushed into the sky. One of the saints took Longzi away and left completely. I actually won. Ha 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 ha. The fatty laughed loudly, not daring to believe it. One had to know that since he was born, he had been suppressed by a few geniuses in his family, and one of them was his third brother. They bullied him every time, and he could not beat them, so he could only try his best to avoid them. However, he did not expect that he would gain the upper hand in a direct confrontation with his third brother. Moreover, he had ruthlessly slapped his third brother's face. This feeling was too good. Who else? The fatty started to get cocky as well, standing in the void. He looked as though he was asking for a beating. However, the entire Battle Sage Palace was silent because Lin Xian's strength was too strong. Was Longzi going easy on him? They did not dare to believe it. Longzi must have been beaten to the point that she could not fight back. It seemed that the Alchemy Valley had another powerful expert. They did not know who this young man was. Which sect or family was he from? In an instant, everyone went to investigate, and many people even started to invite him. As for these invitations, Lin Xian tactfully rejected them all. He took 3 times the bet and then left with the fatty. This time, he was prepared to go into seclusion for a while. He had to refine the elixir first. This way, he would have enough trump cards when he attended the birthday banquet. After that, the fatty Lin Xian and Fantasy went straight to the best restaurant, and then used their winnings to have a big meal. This time, they were eating the real meat of a demon saint. Every bite contained the essence of heaven and earth, and they almost had a nosebleed. After the meal, Lin Xian and the other 2 felt that their cultivation had increased. Damn, it was indeed the meat of a demon saint. It was indeed terrifying. However, the price was still painful to pay. After the meal, Lin Xian went into seclusion, and Fantasy guarded him while the fatty went out. Because of this battle, he had become famous. Many people who could not invite Lin Xian began to invite him. Chapter 35:05. The living fossil of the 9 Nether tribe was a godlike existence in the Alchemy Valley. Everyone knew him. Moreover, his name was known throughout the universe. That was because the sacred weapons he refined were extremely terrifying. Moreover, he was one of the few who had participated in the imitation of the extreme weapon and survived. Whether it was his status or strength, he was unparalleled. Therefore, his 5,000th birthday this time attracted countless experts to come and offer their blessings. Recently, the 9 Nether tribe released a piece of news. Whoever presented the best gift at the birthday banquet would get a chance to make a request like a living fossil. It was said that any request would be granted. Once this was said, countless people went crazy. That was an extremely terrifying master blacksmith. One request from him was enough to make those saints go crazy. In an instant, countless people were making preparations. At the same time, the 9 Nether tribe also welcomed some extremely honorable people. Among them, the eldest young master received a very impressive person. Even though he was the eldest young master of the 9 Nether tribe, he had to lower his head slightly in front of him. "Brother Lei, are you satisfied with your stay these few days?" The eldest young master looked at the young man in front of him and smiled. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize this person. He was no stranger because this person was the one who had a conflict with him at the 9 Dragon Mountain. It was also the person who wanted her little white monkey. She didn't expect that the other party had indeed been invited by the 9 Nether tribe. That young Master Lei nodded and said, Greetings, eldest young master. I'm living very well. However, are those people really not back yet? Obviously, he still could not forget about the little white monkey. The eldest young master frowned and said, "We are already looking for them. We are also very puzzled as to why 6 of our tribesmen disappeared into thin air. Don't worry, we will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." At this point, a murderous intent appeared in the eldest young master's eyes. How could the people of the 9 Nether tribe disappear for no reason? What happened? Could it be that they were killed by someone? How dare someone attack their tribesmen in their territory, regardless of who the other party was? Once caught, they would definitely be torn into pieces. The eldest young master took a deep breath, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. He then said, "Oh, right, Brother Lay, there is one more thing. The geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Dragon Valley are here too. They seem to want to meet Brother Lay." Young Master Lay nodded. "I also want to see what's so special about the geniuses of the first astral realm." On the other side, Lin Xian had also come out of seclusion. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had finally succeeded in refining the heavenly yellow 9 heavens pill. With this pill in hand, he had boundless confidence. "Brother, you've carved it out. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to make it in time for the birthday celebration," the fatty said anxiously outside. "Okay." Lin Xian nodded, then brought Fantasy and Fatty to the birthday banquet. The birthday banquet was held in the golden fire plane, where the supreme grade spirit veins of the alchemy star intersected. It could be said to be a place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. At this moment, the golden fire plains was truly bustling with activity. Saints were very common in this place. There were even little saints who descended from the sky and were invited inside. When he was in seclusion, Lin Xian asked the fatty to help him find out about the situation in the Dragon Valley. The fatty said that the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Palace had also come, and there were many of them. Even the palace master of the Vermilion Bird Palace had come. What were they here for? Were they here to congratulate him, or did they have other motives? Lin Xian really didn't know. However, he was confident that no one would be able to see through his disguise. After parking the 3-tailed Tengu and the war chariot, the fatty changed back to his original form and looked at the figures in front of him. The fatty also took a deep breath. He said, "Brother Xian, let's go." The 3 of them strode forward. As he was a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe, he was unimpeded along the way. Suddenly, the fatty was stunned and stopped in his tracks. "Damn, Sister Yenran is actually coming out to receive us? Wait, could it be that some big shot is coming?" Having said that, the fatty quickened his footsteps, followed by Lin Xian and Fantasy. "Sister Yenran, why are you here too?" the fatty asked in surprise. There was a graceful figure standing in front of them. She was dignified and graceful, but she didn't lose her ethereal nature, especially her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters. One couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. The fatty transmitted his voice at the same time. "Brother, this is Sister Yenran, also a member of the 9 Netherbird tribe. She's a genius, and more importantly, she's highly valued by our ancestor." It could be said that she had been by the ancestor's side all these years. "I didn't expect her to come this time. I really don't know who she's waiting for." "Oh, someone by the side of the living fossil." Lin Xian was surprised. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the other party. Yenran of the 9 Netherbird tribe also looked over. When she saw the fatty, she also smiled and said, "Sixth brother, you've been very impressive recently. There are rumors about you everywhere. I heard that you've gotten to know an incredible person." The fatty smiled and said, "Sister Yenran, don't laugh at me. I'm not impressive at all. I'm just being bullied by those bastards. However, you said that I know an incredible person." "That's true. let me introduce you to my brother." As he spoke, the fatty moved to the side and came to Lin Xian's side. "This is my brother. He's very impressive." Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe glanced at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. However, she didn't say much. That was because she had seen too many geniuses these days. Lin Xian was only a sage in the middle stage of the first heaven. He wasn't too conspicuous among the many geniuses. Therefore, she didn't pay too much attention to him. Instead, she said to the fatty, "Sixth brother, hurry up and go in." "Oh, right, we're going to see the ancestor later." He had to be careful. The old ancestor had some troubles recently, so he must not provoke him. The ancestor has been troubled. What troubled him? The fatty trembled in fear. "Look at how scared you are. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with us juniors." "I'll tell you when I'm free. I still have things to do now." "Sister Yanran, I know. Thank you for your reminder." The fatty nodded gratefully. Then she brought Lin Xian and Fantasy in. After entering, the fatty said, "Brother, Sister Yanran has been too busy recently." Before he could finish, Lin Xian shook his head. "It's fine. I don't mind." He knew that the fatty was talking about Yanran of the 9 Netherbird tribe. Her attitude was indeed a little cold. However, he didn't mind. After all, he knew that she had probably seen countless geniuses these days. "That's good." The fatty heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said doubtfully, "I wonder who it is that can make Sister Yanran personally come out to receive them." As he spoke, he turned around. In the next moment, his expression changed. "Damn it, it's actually Boss." Lin Xian also turned around. Indeed, he saw a group of people walking over from afar. The leader was a tall man. Chapter 35:06. Eldest Young Master? Lin Xian looked at him curiously and squinted his eyes. Although this eldest young master was very domineering, if one looked carefully, they would discover that he was actually half a step behind another person. In other words, he wasn't the one leading the group. Then who was the one leading the group? After taking a closer look, Lin Xian was stunned. "It's him." Lin Xian realized that the one leading the group was young Master Lei, the one who had a conflict with him on 9 Dragon Mountain. Is he really that respectable? Who exactly was this person? Other than young Master Lei and his companions, there were other people around who were equally outstanding and had powerful auras. They were from Vermilion Bird Palace and 8 Wind Palace. They were together. Fuck, who are these people around Boss? Fatty was also surprised. In the next moment, he jumped up because he saw that Sister Yanran was also walking forward. Who is that person? Is Sister Yanran waiting for him? Fatty was shocked. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. It seemed like the other party had a strong background. He said to Fatty, "Let's go." Fatty came back to his senses and nodded. Boss often bullied him, so it would be better if they didn't meet. The further in they went, the better the scenery was. There were various pavilions and palaces, and many experts and sky prides were gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss martial arts. When Fatty arrived, many people greeted him. Fatty waved back, looking like a young master. "Isn't this 6th brother? You've been doing well recently." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Fatty jumped in fright and quickly turned his head around. Lin Xian and Fantasy also turned around, only to see a group of people walking towards them from the left. The one leading the group had an extremely cold expression. Lin Xian knew this person too. It was the 3rd young master who went against them at the Battle God Palace. There were many martial artists following behind the 3rd young master. Every one of them was an expert and sky prides. They looked at Lin Xian with hostility in their eyes. "Fuck, it's this guy." Fatty cursed in his heart, but he put on a smile on his face. I'm here to greet you. Fatty cupped his fists and said, I thought that you, Old Sixth, had found an expert and became arrogant. I didn't expect that you would bow to me. I can't accept it, the third young master said coldly. At this point, he turned to look at Lin Xian and Meng Meng, who was beside him. It was as if he wanted to see through the two of them. Lin Xian stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about the gazes of those people. Originally, the fatty thought that the third brother was going to attack his brother. He had already thought of what to say, but he never expected that the moment his third brother opened his mouth, he would be stunned. The third young master looked at Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a smile. Young master has good methods. I saw your performance in the Battle St. Palace clearly. May I know which clan young master is from? I'm afraid you wouldn't know my family, even if I told you. Lin Xian shook his head. Third young master did not get angry. Instead, he asked, what brings you to Alchemy Valley? Are you here to celebrate my ancestor's birthday? If that's the case, I think you can accompany me. I can introduce you to my ancestor. Speaking of which, in terms of status in the family, my status is much higher than that of my good-for-nothing younger brother of mine. Young master, why don't you come with me? Fatty's face changed immediately. Damn, he was trying to poach him. Furthermore, he was trying to poach him in front of him. Brother Xian is my guest. I have something to do. I'll leave first. With that, he pulled Lin Xian and wanted to leave. Oh, my, isn't this Old Six? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, another voice rang out. This voice was not cold, but very loud. It was as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was here. Fatty's face changed. Even the third young master's face changed. A group of people walked over from afar. The person in the lead was tall and strong. He walked with a majestic gait and a proud look on his face. There were even more people beside him. There were even more people than the third young master's group. Boss. The third young master's face changed. Fatty was also stunned. Big brother. That's right. The person who came was the eldest young master that they had met at the entrance. At this moment, young Master Lei was beside the eldest young master and the surrounding sky prides. The eldest young master was in high spirits. When he saw that there were only Lin Xian and Fantasy beside Fatty, his eyes were filled with disdain. When he saw that there were many sky prides beside the third young master, a cold look appeared on his face. It seemed that the one who was competing with him was still the third young master. Big brother, you're quite early, the third young master said coldly. Boss snorted. How can I be late to the ancestors' birthday banquets? Moreover, this time, I've brought a guest to introduce to the ancestor. A guest? The third young master looked at the people behind Boss. His eyes flickered. They were similar to his group. Other than the local experts of Alchemy Planet, there were also experts from Vermilion Bird Palace and Eight Wind Palace. Among them, there was one person who surprised him. He realized that the person seemed to be standing in front of Boss. Who is this person? Does he not know the rules and want to steal the limelight? The eldest young master said proudly. Third young master, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lei. Young Master Lei. The third young master's face changed instantly. He seemed to have thought of something as his eyes turned strange. He quickly bowed. So it's young Master Lei. Sorry for the disrespect. I've heard of young Master Lei for a long time. Now that I've met you, you're indeed more elegant than the rumors. You're too polite. Facing the third young master, that young Master Lei only nodded slightly. The sages beside him were displeased. However, when the third young master sent a telepathic message, those people were shocked. They looked at young Master Lei with deep shock. Brother, let's go. While the eldest young master and third young master were confronting each other, the fatty pulled Lin Xian and the rest away quietly. There were still 3 days to the birthday banquet of the living fossil. Therefore, Su Chun and the rest had time to play around. After a day, the golden fire plains became more lively. At this moment, countless people were gathering in one place. Lin Xian and the rest were interested. They asked around and realized that there were people sparring over there. Sparring. The fatty's eyes lit up. Then he said, "There's a good show to watch. Brother, let's go and take a look." The group of them walked forward as well. He saw that there were indeed people sparring. In front of them, Tao patterns filled the air and energy surged. However, it was controlled very well. Not a single trace of energy leaked out, nor did it destroy the surroundings. There were only cracks in the void. The people sparring were all experts. Their control of energy was extremely precise. In the pavilion, Lin Xian saw the eldest young master, third young master, and the rest at first glance. It was obvious that they were the leaders. The other young geniuses were sparring. Chapter 3507. With a cry of surprise, the crowd made way for him. He was also a young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe. The fatty had no choice but to brace himself and walk forward. The eldest young master laughed. "Sixth brother, you came at the right time. I heard that you know a young supreme talent who defeated the expert from the Dragon Valley, who had 5 consecutive victories at Battle Sage Palace. Where is he? Ask him to come out, and let us see him." As soon as these words came out, everyone revealed a look of surprise. The expert who had won 5 consecutive championships at Battle Sage Palace was definitely a terrifying expert. It was hard to believe that someone could defeat him, especially someone who was with the 6th young master. It was hard to believe, especially those from Gold Refinery. They knew that the 6th young master of the 9 Netherbird tribe did not have many experts around him. He was often beaten up by his brothers in the tribe. The fatty's face changed. He could only look at Lin Xian. He had to ask for Lin Xian's opinion on this matter. Lin Xian also looked at the fatty and gave him a calm look. He said, "I don't dare to call myself a peerless supreme talent. However, the person who defeated Longzi is indeed me." "It's you?" The eldest young master was shocked and looked at Lin Xian. He had seen this person beside the 6th brother before, but he did not pay much attention to him. He did not expect it to be this person. The 3rd young master laughed. "That's right, big brother." It was this young master who was extremely powerful back then. He could tell that he had no way to rope in Lin Xian. Since that was the case, he would not let Lin Xian off easily. After all, Lin Xian had embarrassed him that day. He had to get rid of Lin Xian. Now, he wanted to borrow his big brother's hand to get rid of Lin Xian. Many people on the eldest young master's side looked at Lin Xian. Even young Master Lei looked over in surprise. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with young Master Lei?" The eldest young master asked. Young Master Lei's eyes flickered. He felt that this person was familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen him before. The others were whispering. "Is he the one who defeated the expert who had 5 consecutive victories? He doesn't look like much. His cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 1st heaven. Is he really as powerful as the rumors say?" These people all had a doubtful attitude. The fatty could not stand it and snorted. "Why, you don't believe me? Let me tell you. This brother of mine is extremely powerful. If you don't believe me, come out and try." Fatty had a fiery temper. He had been despised by others for so long. Today, he had to hold his head high. Is that so? Did he brag about how powerful he was? It seemed that he was only SOSO. Just at this moment, A sinister laugh rang out. Who was it? You're speaking so sneakily. Since you're not convinced of my brother's strength, then come out and show me your true strength. Fatty shouted coldly. Of course, I don't want to submit to him. But no matter what, this is still your 9 Netherclan's territory. If I don't have your 6th young master's face, I'm afraid my end will be very miserable. That voice rang out once again. It was clear that the other party was somewhat fearful. There's no need to worry about that. The 3rd young master said with a smile. Today's sparring session was held for the sake of exchanging pointers. We won't use our status as members of the 9 Nether tribe to oppress others. You don't have to have any scruples. As long as someone uses the identity of the 9 Nether clan to oppress you, I will deal with it impartially. I think Big Brother shouldn't have any objections. Yes, 3rd brother was right. All the duels today must be fair. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that the rumors were true. This 6th young master wasn't well liked in the family. In the void, that voice laughed again. All right, since the 1st young master and 3rd young master have guaranteed, then I won't hold back. Today, I'm going to experience just how strong this legendary peerless genius is. Buzz. The void rippled, and a figure walked out. It was a man who looked like a middle-aged man. He wasn't tall, but he was very muscular. The moment he appeared, he gave off a biting cold aura, especially his gaze. It was too sharp. It was actually the 7-star sword saint. The people around all cried out in alarm. This was going to be fun. Yes, they didn't expect it to be the 7-star sword saint. His 7-star sword was the best in the world. This is also a 2nd heavenly layer sage. That's right. Rumor had it that when Long Zi obtained her 5 consecutive victories, the 7-star sword saint was already preparing to rush to the Battle Sage Palace. However, he was a step too late. When he arrived, Long Zi had already left. Hence, the two of them didn't fight. Now that someone had defeated Long Zi, he would naturally look for that person. They all looked at Lin Xian. They didn't know if this kid was as strong as the rumors said. Or was he just lucky and had an undeserved reputation? Just wait and see. We'll know soon enough. If he was weak, he would probably be killed by the 7-star sword saint on the spot. Kid, I won't bully you. You make the first move. The 7-star sword saint drew his 7-star sword. The long sword was inlaid with 7 stars. It was extremely dazzling. It swayed slightly, and the sword light shone in all directions. The void couldn't withstand it. It was a good sword. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. However, he didn't make the first move. Instead, he said calmly, "You're the challenger. You make the first move. Also, do you need me to give you 3 moves?" The surrounding people were in an uproar. Giving him 3 moves? Kid, do you know who you're facing? He's too young and doesn't know his place. He's probably dead this time. Humph! He's asking for death. The 7-star sword saint's face darkened. Without saying a word, he swung his sword. The long sword carried the laws of heaven and earth. It poured down, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. Everyone sighed in their hearts. The 7-star sword saint attacked with all his might. He didn't give his opponent any chance. Buzz. Lin Xian shifted his position and pulled out a phantom to dodge the first attack. The terrifying, murderous aura shattered the place where he was. The buildings around him were not affected at all. One could imagine how precise the 7-star sword saint's control was. The 7-star sword saint attacked again. After his first attack missed, the long sword swept out like a heavenly river. Lin Xian pulled out another phantom and dodged quickly. The surrounding people were surprised. What an exquisite body technique. He could actually dodge 2 attacks from the 7-star sword saint. The 7-star sword saint roared, "Kid, You're sneaking around, and you don't dare to fight back? As you wish. Lin Xian stomped his foot and didn't retreat. He faced the third attack from the seven-star sword saint. This attack was even more terrifying. The 3 stars on it had lit up. It could split the sky. Clang! Sparks flew. The place where the 2 were was turned into a black hole. However, the 2 of them controlled it very well. There wasn't a trace of energy overflowing. The surrounding people were amazed. However, when they took a closer look, their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw Lin Xian standing there. He stretched out 2 fingers and clamped the blade of the 7-star sword. He blocked the third attack with just 2 fingers. These people felt that they were going crazy. How was this possible? It was indeed a good sword. Lin Xian held the blade with his fingers and looked at it carefully. He nodded slightly. The 7-star sword saint's face changed drastically. What a terrifying power! It was as powerful as the rumors said. Chapter 35:08. The 7-star saber saint was shocked. This power was very strong, which surprised him. He did not dare to be careless. He shouted, "Open!" The 4th star lit up, and the power of the 7-star saber in his hand exploded again. The 7-star saber was a very terrifying weapon. Every time a star lit up, its power would increase. At this moment, the 4 stars lit up, and the power was much more terrifying than before. Sure enough, in an instant, his strength increased. He pushed Lin Xian's fingers away and then chopped down forcefully. Lin Xian was slightly surprised, but he did not care. He slapped over. With a clang, it collided with the 7-star saber again. Countless sparks flew. Lin Xian did not move. The 7-star saint kept retreating. He broke through the void, and his hand moved again. "It's useless. Just use your ultimate move," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Otherwise, it's not enough." "Good boy, I'll let you see my ultimate move." The 7-star saber saint was furious. He realized that his opponent was really strong, and he had to treat him with his full strength. The 7 stars on the saber in his hand lit up. At this moment, the 7-star saber saint was extremely strong. 7-star slash of the Big Dipper. The saber slashed out like the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. It said that the laws of heaven and earth were too terrifying. Among the saints in the second heaven, not many could block this saber. Lin Xian's expression became serious. This saber had piqued his interest. He stretched out his palm. The golden palm combined with the 5 elemental laws seemed to have turned into a giant dragon, grabbing forward. The palm was like a dragon's head, biting the 7-star saber. Then his arm shook like a giant dragon swinging its tail. The violent power tore the 7-star slash of the Big Dipper apart. Buzz, buzz. The 7-star saber saint was forced back. His face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, the 5 elemental laws rushed out from Lin Xian's body, forming a 5-star alignment. The terrifying power was like a sky curtain covering the 7-star saint. The 7-star saber saint waved his saber wildly, but he was suppressed. The whole process seemed to be slow, but the 2 of them attacked very quickly. The outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stupefied. The 7-star's blade saint was actually suppressed. This was simply unbelievable. The 7-star saber saint was an extremely terrifying existence. In alchemy gold, his reputation was very strong. At this moment, he actually couldn't beat a young junior. I lost. After struggling for dozens of times, the 7-star saber saint had no choice but to admit defeat. Lin Xian asked. He was thoroughly convinced. He was sincerely convinced. The 7-star saber saint was helpless. He simply could not break through the 5-star alignment. Lin Xian withdrew the 5-star alignment and stood with his hands behind his back. Fatty jumped out and laughed heartily. 7-star Saber Saint. Thanks for letting me win. The 7-star Saber Saint's face turned ugly. He turned around and left. He was too ashamed to stay here. Fatty continued. Who else wants to test my brother's skills? Go ahead, it's absolutely fair. Many saints around were silent. Even the 7-star Sword Saint had been defeated in an instant. It would have been difficult for them to succeed if they had stepped up. Since no one wanted to challenge him, Lin Xian changed back. Next, the other saints went up to spar. It was also very exciting. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Fatty introduced the identity of each saint to Lin Xian. Among them, the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8 Desolate Valleys experts made a few moves, causing countless people to exclaim. The eldest young master and the 3rd young master revealed a proud smile. These people were now following them. Among them, young Master Lei had been sitting there silently. His eyes were filled with endless arrogance. It was as if the sparring around him was not worthy of his attention. His expression finally caused the dissatisfaction of a saint. That saint stood out. Young master, why are you so disdainful? Are you looking down on me? Come out and fight. It's the Sunset Saint, many people exclaimed. When the saint walked out, he was surrounded by scenes of sunset. It gave people a very desolate feeling. Everyone was sorrowful. It was as if they wanted to end their lives. What a terrifying Tao of heaven and earth. It could actually affect the mood of others. Lin Xian was also greatly surprised. The Tao of heaven and earth was not ordinary. Among them, many of the saints sneered. They were also very dissatisfied with young Master Lei. Young Master Lei's expression was as if he did not take them seriously. What was there to be arrogant about? However, the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and 8 Desolate Palace shook their heads and sneered. These people dared to provoke young Master Lei. They were really courting death. Young Master Lei snorted as he drank his spiritual wine. You think a piece of trash like you is not a match for me? What did you say? The Sunset Saint was instantly enraged. No matter what, he was still a veteran saint. Moreover, he was a 2nd heaven saint. No matter how strong his opponent was, he was just a young man. At most, he would be a 2nd heaven saint. He had never lost to anyone of the same level. How dare the other party call him a piece of trash? The sunset on his body was getting more and more beautiful. A wave of sadness surged from his body and swept towards the front. Instantly, the people in that direction could not help but cry. That sorrowful aura made them feel hopeless and even broke down. Humph! Young Master Lei snorted. Coldness appeared in his eyes. How dare you attack me? You must be tired of living. Who will help me teach him a lesson? Although he was furious, he had no intention of attacking. Instead, he said to the people beside him, I'll go. At this moment, a figure beside him stood up. It was another young man. He had short hair and was carrying a huge bow on his back. That huge bow was extremely ancient. There were even cracks on some parts of it. Obviously, this bow was very old. It was definitely passed down from the ancient times. After he came out, he stared at the Sunset Saint and sneered. Old man, how dare you go against my young master? You're overestimating yourself. You'll have to get past me first. As he spoke, he held the huge bow on his back. Humph! How dare you look down on me? You want a servant to do it? The Sunset Saint snorted. Endless sunset. He attacked directly. Terrifying laws formed a sunset territory. A sunset appeared and shrouded the surroundings. Everything there was in despair. The short-haired young man snorted. Terrifying Tao patterns appeared on his body one after another, resisting the feeling of despair. At the same time, he pulled the huge bow in his hand. Today, I'll let you experience the power of the skyward bow. Virum, With a boom, the skyward bow vibrated and let out a loud sound. An arrow flew over and pierced through the world of despair, shooting towards the setting sun. It collided with the setting sun. Heaven and earth trembled. The sunset saint's body shook. His expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you," the sunset saint roared. How dare a servant of the other party go against him? Chapter 35:09. You're courting death. Old man, I'll make you despair today. The short-haired young man laughed maniacally as he unleashed his power mercilessly. He pulled the skyward bow to its fullest. This time, the law on his body formed 3 arrows that flew out one after another. They pierced through the sunset sunbang. The law was broken. The sunset sun saint spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in shock. How could this be? He was going crazy. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the sages from Venus. Their faces were full of shock. Isn't he too strong? Is he just a follower of young Master Lei? Then how terrifying is young Master Lei? They dared not imagine. The short-haired young man put away the skyward bow and sneered. Who else is not convinced? This scene was very similar to what happened to Lin Xian. It was a scene of suppression. No one dared to raise their heads. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Interesting. This group of people is not ordinary. However, he had no plans to make a move yet. Just then, a faint voice came from the sky. "Let me do it." A voice came from heaven and earth. Then a figure walked in. This person appeared to be very young as well. He was wearing a black cloak. Taking a step forward, he used spatial contraction to arrive at the center of the square. Who is this person? The surrounding people discussed. Even the sunset sun saint was defeated. Obviously, the person who wanted to make a move had to be stronger than the sunset sun saint. However, the sunset sun saint was very famous. Everyone knew those who were stronger than him. However, the newcomer looked unfamiliar. No one knew who he was. Thus, everyone began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, gasped in surprise. He sat up straight and stared at the figure in the black cloak with a look of interest. The fatty beside him asked, "Brother, do you know this person?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I don't know him. However, this person's aura is not ordinary." The fatty looked at him seriously for a long time, but still could not tell what was so special about him. "You? Ooh." The short-haired young man with the skyward bow looked at the man in the black cloak with disdain. However, the man in the black cloak did not even look at him. Instead, he looked into the distance. "Lei Qianzhong, do it yourself. It's useless to send a piece of trash." The crowd was shocked. Is he talking to young Master Lei? Indeed, the first and third young master's eyelids twitched. The short-haired young man was even angrier. "How dare you talk to my young master like that?" Die. As he spoke, he once again shot out the skyward bow. The nomological laws on his body condensed, forming 3 bows and arrows that rushed over. This was the move that defeated the sunset sun saint. At this moment, this killing move caused the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise. However, the black-cloaked man did not seem to care. He pulled out a dark green saber from the void. The long blade was broken in the middle, and the remaining part had many cracks. This feeling was very similar to the skyward bow. The man in the cloak held the black forging knife in front of him to block the attack. Boom, boom. The 3 arrows slammed into the saber with a deafening sound. The violent laws of heaven and earth seemed to be able to devour everything. However, that broken saber was like a mountain, a wall that blocked all the laws. Buzz. Then The black-cloaked man waved his broken saber, and a dark green beam of light cut through the sky and earth, splitting apart the laws in front of him. Then it hit the skyward bow. With a boom, the skyward bow was sent flying. The short-haired young man was also sent flying. There was a cut on his body that almost split him in half. I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone. Lei Qianzhong, you really don't want to fight? The same calm voice sounded. Everyone's expression changed. This person was too strong. He defeated the skyward bow with one strike. The skyward bow defeated the sunset sun saint. His strength was unimaginable. But now he was defeated so easily. Who was this man in the black cloak? Was he a third sky saint? They did not dare to imagine such a young third sky saint. The fatty at the side sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn, this person is too strong. Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Xian said before. He turned to look at Lin Xian. As expected, Lin Xian's expression was a little serious as he stared at that person. Lin Xian was shocked. This person was strong. He was the strongest young man he had ever seen. Who was this person? Did he come from the same place as young Master Lei? It seemed like they knew each other. The third young master. And the first young master frowned even more, especially the first young master. Young Master Lei was an important guest he had invited. His status was unmatched. Now, someone dared to provoke him. His expression changed. He wanted to scold, but he was stopped by Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong looked forward and said coldly, I didn't expect you to follow me here. Did you come here for me? The man in the black cloak laughed. You think too highly of yourself. I'm here to pick geniuses for the sacred city. Lei Qianzhong's expression changed when he heard this. Damn it, the other party's goal was the same as his. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What kind of place was the sacred city? Also, the other party was here to pick geniuses. The people here were all top experts and geniuses from big families who would abandon their own sect and family to join another force. It was unbelievable. Since you're here, those guys should be here too, right? Damn it. Lei Qianzhong's expression changed. He then said, You're crazy. If you want to fight, go find someone else. I'm not interested. Was he not interested, or did he not dare? The man in the black cloak sneered. If you don't dare, just admit defeat. Don't use other excuses. Humph. Yuan Mo. Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think I don't dare to fight you? I just have other things to do. I don't want to fight you, Lei Qianzhong said coldly. He had no intention of fighting from the beginning. The surrounding people were discussing. Why didn't he fight? Was he afraid? Not necessarily. Maybe there were other reasons. Everyone was guessing. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk as the eldest young master's expression turned ugly. Coward! What did you say? Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by the other side. The first young master's face darkened. Sixth brother, keep your people in check. The fatty's expression changed. He didn't expect the first young master to hear his complaints. At the same time, he felt bitter. There were many people talking, but the other party was targeting him. He couldn't do anything about it. He could only give Lin Xian a look. Lin Xian shook his head. What? Am I wrong? If he's not a coward, why wouldn't he fight? It's fine if he's not as strong as others, but finding excuses. If that's not a coward, then what is? Lin Xian's words sent chills down everyone's spine. This young Master Lei's status was obviously not ordinary. Didn't you see that even the 9 Netherbird clan's Grand Duke treated him with respect? Chapter 35:10. Kid, You're courting death. What do you know? Who are you to talk about young Master Lei's matters? The man with the skyward bow shouted coldly. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Trash like you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Didn't you get defeated in one hit too? Die. The short-haired young man roared crazily. He was defeated in one hit, but Lin Xian was only a level 1 martial artist. He was just an ant in front of him. How dare someone like him challenge him? He gripped the skyward bow once again and formed an arrow. The arrow was imbued with terrifying, murderous intent as it lashed out at Lin Xian. Buzz. A ray of light flashed in the sky. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The short-haired young man had failed, but that didn't mean he was weak. The man in the black cloak was too strong. The short-haired young man had defeated the Sunset Saint easily. What was the Sunset Saint standard? Everyone knew that clearly. Hence, when they saw the short-haired young man attack again, they felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. They wondered where the sixth young master had found such a reckless person this time. That's right. Did he think that he could strut around just because he defeated Long Zi? The short-haired young man wasn't someone he could fight against. The fatty's face changed. Brother, you're in big trouble this time. Run. However, Lin Xian didn't run away. He even looked at him with disdain. Fight with him? He reached out his hand and grabbed the arrow. At the same time, he executed stellar transposition. The arrow flew back with an even more bizarre and terrifying force. Buzz. Boom. There was a flash of light, and an earth-shattering sound was heard. The great path of heaven and earth was moving. The short-haired young man screamed as a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. What's going on? The surrounding people went crazy. The short-haired youth was actually injured. Moreover, he was injured by his own attack. How was that possible? What happened just now happened in an instant. Even those people did not see clearly what had happened. Only the man in the black cloak looked surprised. He stared at Lin Xian. Interesting. His lips curled up into a smile. On the other side, the eldest young master's side remained silent. They could not believe that the short-haired youth had been injured by someone. Fatty's mouth was wide open. Holy sh**T. Am I dreaming? He knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to be this strong. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you! The short-haired young man roared madly. At the back, young Master Lei's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian laughed. I already said that you're just an ant. You're not my match at all. Let your young master fight. If your young master doesn't mind your life or death, I can send you to the Yellow Springs. After speaking, Lin Xian no longer paid any attention to the other party. Instead, he looked directly at Lei Qianzhong. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. Since when did a first-layer saint dare to be so arrogant in front of him? One had to know that his identity was extremely unusual. Didn't the 9 Netherbird clans' young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace all want to follow him? A first-layer saint was no different from an ant in front of him. But now, an ant dared to challenge him. It seemed like it was time for him to show his true strength. He waved his hand, stopping the short-haired youth, and said, "Come back." As he spoke, he stood up. As he stood up, the short-haired youth was stunned. But soon he revealed a cold smile. "Kid, let my young master fight. You're dead meat." The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Was young Master Lei really going to fight? The eldest young master, Vermilion Bird Palace, and 8 Direction Palace's people were also shocked. It seemed like young Master Lei was really angry. "Very well, kid, you've successfully angered me. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lei Qianzhong walked out and coldly stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also stood up and walked forward. His lips curled up into a cold smile. You really dare to come out and fight? You really surprised me. Before, when an expert challenged you, you said that it wasn't convenient for you to fight and that you didn't want to. Why are you willing to fight now? This means that it wasn't convenient for you to fight, but that you were afraid and didn't dare to fight. Then what's wrong with me calling you a coward? When these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. The black-cloaked man's expression became very interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Lei Qianzhong's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, the opponent actually set up a trap. The others discussed crazily. Indeed, before, Lei Qianzhong was unwilling to fight even if he was beaten to death. Now, he actually wanted to fight. Didn't this mean that Lei Qianzhong was afraid of the black-cloaked man? Even the eldest young masters, people were shocked. Who was this black-cloaked man? Could he really make Lei Qianzhong afraid? What a sharp-tongued brat. I wonder if you'll still be so eloquent when I torture you and make you wish you were dead. Lei Qianzhong's voice was filled with boundless killing intent. He was really angry. He must tear this despicable kid in front of him into pieces. He raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of thunder flew out like a real dragon, whistling in the sky. This time, the Tao of heaven and earth was too terrifying. It carried an aura that could destroy everything, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Heavens, this young Master Lei is really strong. They thought that he had an undeserved reputation, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The surrounding saints were about to go crazy from fear. This casual attack was even more terrifying than the attack from the skyward bow. This young Master Lei is definitely not simple. Humph, you dare to slander our young master? Die obediently. At the back, the short-haired youth and the others sneered. They were very confident in their young master. Lin Xian also revealed a look of astonishment. This time, it was much more powerful than when he had clashed with the other party on Nine Dragon Mountain. It seems like the opponent didn't use his full strength before. That's fine, I'll play with him. With a roar, a golden fist smashed out, carrying an unparalleled aura. Boom! The fist smashed into the finger light, emitting a brilliant light. The two Taos of heaven and earth clashed in the sky, tearing the 9 heavens apart and creating countless black holes. Then they both dissipated. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Is this all you've got? It's only SOO. It doesn't match your status at all. Could it be that you're just an undeserved reputation? Everyone was shocked. What's wrong with this person? This saint of the first heaven actually had such strength. Chapter 35:11. They were all going crazy. This was too unbelievable. Lei Qianzhong was also going crazy. How could his opponent block his attack? He was a genius and had no problem fighting above his level. Moreover, he didn't put anyone in this star field in his eyes. But now, there was someone with a lower cultivation than him who could block his attack. In an instant, he recalled that on Nine Dragon Mountain, there was someone who had provoked him. That person was also a first celestial layer ant. Now, another first layer ant had appeared. Damn it. How could there be so many heaven-defying geniuses? Or was there some kind of relationship between the two of them? Lightning flashed in Lei Qianzhong's eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Lin Fan. Lin Xian sneered. Stop looking. You can't beat me. You only blocked one of my attacks. What's there to be arrogant about? Lei Qianzhong formed a seal with his fingers, and the law of thunder spread out from his body, forming a pair of thunder wings. After opening, it was like a heavenly blade of thunder. It instantly cut open the sky and slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all and quickly charged over. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows, and their battle shook the heavens and the earth, evenly matched. Damn it, how could this be? They were evenly matched? Everyone went crazy, especially those on the eldest young master's side. They were very confident in Lei Qianzhong. But now he couldn't even handle a first-layer saint. This made them wonder if he was really a genius. However, they only had doubts. No one dared to say anything because they could tell from the shock waves and the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Lin Fan was indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. It wasn't that Lei Qianzhong was weak, but that Lin Xian was too strange. A first-layer saint with such strength was unheard of. Damn brat, you've really angered me. Die. Lei Qianzhong roared. Thunderfire skies slice. A terrifying grand Tao pulsed. The thunderfire turned into a blade of ice and fire that slashed forward. A murderous aura quickly spread out between heaven and earth. Wang. Lin Xian raised his hand and sent out the 5-star alignment. It was like a Tao diagram that spun between heaven and earth. A sonorous sound rang out. Thunderstorm. Lei Qianzhong's attack came again, and it exploded once more. This time, the boundless thunder was smashed apart. The energy of the ocean was able to tear everything apart. The bodies of those level 2 saints trembled violently because they realized that under this power, they seemed to be unable to resist at all. Sure enough, the 5-star alignment was torn apart in an instant. The eldest young master's side cried out in surprise. This is great. Let's see how this brat will die. Lin Xian was also surprised. What a violent power of thunder. His palms kept moving, and one golden mountain after another flew out of his hands. Hundreds of thousands of golden mountains kept jumping up and down in the sky. They soared into the clouds like 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, blocking all the violent, destructive power. Thunder art. The destructive power of thunder was blocked, but Lei Qianzhong didn't stop. Instead, he attacked again. The thunder saber in his hand turned into a thunder spear as he thrust it forward. There was a rumble between heaven and earth, and a hole was pierced through the 100,000 mountains. The thunder spear pierced through everything and pierced towards Lin Xian. This was a fatal blow. Everyone was nervous. Even Meng Meng's heart was beating wildly. On the other side, the man in the black cape narrowed his eyes and watched everything with a mysterious gaze. He wondered how Chen Fan was going to block it. Facing this attack, Lin Xian didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he let out a roar, and his body suddenly burst out with an unparalleled light. It was so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes. With a long roar, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shook. He reached out his hand, and countless laws gathered to form a dragon diagram. Then he slammed his hand down. He slammed it towards the thunder spear. What? He was going to block it with his bare hands? Everyone was going crazy. They were afraid that no one below the level 3 saint could block this spear. Humph! He was courting death. Lei Qianzhue sneered. In his opinion, Chen Fan was going to die after this attack. An earth-shattering collision sound rang out. Long Tu's large palm collided with the lightning spear, emitting a world-destroying energy fluctuation. Then something terrifying happened. Such a powerful spear didn't pierce through Chen Fan's hand. Instead, it cracked under the force of the dragon diagram. Then it shattered. How was that possible? What a violent energy! Was he still human? Screams and screams filled the air. Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The eldest young master was dumbfounded. Dreamy, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for the man in the black cloak, his eyes were incomparably bright. He stared at Lin Xian as if he wanted to see through him. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Your strength is really not enough. I really don't know how you managed to fool the lord of the 9 Netherbird clan. Since I have seen through your true strength, you should get out of my sight. Everyone's scalp tingled, especially those who knew Lei Qianjue's identity. Who was this man? How could he be so powerful? Many people even wondered if this man was the successor of the legendary great emperor Yan Nantian, because only the successor of a great emperor would be able to contend against such an exceptional genius with such a cultivation base. However, the people of Vermilion Bird Palace knew that it couldn't be Yan Nantian because Yan Nantian had been killed. Damn it, I'm so pissed. Lei Qianjue was so angry that his body trembled. At this moment, the black cloak to the side also opened his mouth. Lei Qianzhong, you are truly pitifully weak. To think that I wanted to fight with you. But now, it seems like you can't even withstand a single attack from me. I really don't know how you got your status. Damn it, you and Ma. Don't be so arrogant. And you kid, do you really think that this is my true strength? If I didn't seal my cultivation, I would have killed you with one attack. Let me tell you, my true strength is that of a 3rd heaven sage. What? A 3rd heaven sage? Everyone was going crazy. They had guessed that the man in the black cape was a 3rd heaven sage. However, they didn't have any proof. They didn't expect Lei Qianjue to be a 3rd heaven sage. Furthermore, the other party had said it himself, so it shouldn't be fake. No wonder Lei Qianjue was so noble. He was a 3rd heaven sage. At such a young age, his cultivation was unparalleled. That's right, kid. Our Lord Lei is a real 3rd heaven sage. How dare you provoke him? Kneel down. Our Lord had only sealed his cultivation. Otherwise, do you think you can defeat him? You won't even be able to withstand a single attack. Lei Qianjue's companion sneered. Chapter 35:12. He had never seen a 3rd heavenly layer cultivator at such a young age. Where did he come from? Even Yan Nantian didn't have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Of course, he was much older than him and Yan Nantian by a few hundred years, but he was still considered young. It seemed that he was telling the truth. No wonder the black-cloaked man wanted to fight him. It seemed that the black-cloaked man was also a 3rd heavenly layer sage. 2 3rd heavenly layer sages, both less than 1,000 years old, very young. Where did this person come from? Lin Xian had never heard of such a genius before. Was it sealed? Fine, I'll undo your seal. Let me see how powerful a 3rd heavenly layer sage is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. His blood and qi were boiling. So what if he was a 3rd heavenly layer sage? Lin Xian, had never been afraid of anyone. His heart filled with pride, he decided to fight with all his might. On the other side, terrifying lightning runes appeared on Lei Qianzhong's body. They were all formed by the great Tao. Especially on his forehead, it was even more terrifying. That was where the seal was located. The lightning runes on it kept flashing and were about to loosen. At that moment, a beautiful figure floated over from afar. The moment she appeared, she said coldly, "Everyone, please stop. The old ancestor's birthday is coming soon. I hope you won't make a big fuss." Everyone turned to look. Fatty exclaimed, "It's Sister Yanran." That's right, it was 9 Nether Yanran. She was dressed in purple and looked like a high and mighty fairy. She stopped the 2 of them. Lin Xian didn't move. On the other side, Lei Qianzhong's eyes flickered, and the lightning runes on his body disappeared. "Fine, I'll give you some face." He didn't make a move. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, you're lucky. I won't make a move for the sake of the living fossil's birthday. But just you wait. After the birthday, I'll personally make you wish you were dead. I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Yanran stood high up in the sky and looked at this scene. She turned her gaze and stared at Lin Xian. She was extremely surprised. Previously, she had only met Lin Xian once. At that time, Fatty had said that Lin Xian was a genius, but she had seen many geniuses. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. However, he didn't expect this person to be so extraordinary that he could force Lei Qianzong to release the seal. You knew how terrifying Lei Qianzong was. Lei Qianzong wasn't from their galaxy. He was a genius from the second astral boundary. The ancient starry sky path was very long, and the star field they were in was known as the first astral boundary. This was the original location of the ancient starry sky path. If they walked further in, they would arrive at the second astral realm. The forces of the second astral world were even more terrifying, and the geniuses were even more terrifying. For example, He Bifeng and Lei Qianzhong had reached the third firmament saint realm before they were 1,000 years old. It was truly incomparably terrifying. In addition to them, there were even more terrifying existences in the second astral realm. To be honest, if a genius from the second astral realm came to the first astral realm, he would be able to crush everything. Unless it was a great successor like Yen Nantian, who had a super powerful divine ability, or a genius from the Nine Nether tribe, who used a special sacred artifact, they would be able to contend against him. However, she didn't expect a first firmament saint to be able to fight Lei Qianzhong to such an extent. It was truly out of her expectations. It seemed that she would have to properly ask him who he was when she had the chance. Kid, just you wait, you're dead. When Lei Qianzhong returned to his seat, the short-haired youth beside him threatened again. Lin Xian sneered. I'm dead? I think you don't know what's good for you. Even your master doesn't dare to talk to me like that. How dare a lowly servant like you be so arrogant in front of me? If it wasn't for the Nine Nether tribe, you would already be a dead man. You're courting death. The short-haired youth trembled with anger. Lin Xian sneered. What? You're not convinced and want to fight? Very well. Do you dare to leave the Nine Nether tribe with me? Let's go somewhere else and fight to the death. Once these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the short-haired youth was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would dare to say such a thing. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. To be honest, he really couldn't beat Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was able to fight Lei Qianzhong to a standstill. Although Lei Qianzhong had sealed his cultivation, he still wasn't someone he could compare to. Seeing the other party hesitate, Lin Xian snorted. What? You don't dare? Since you don't dare, then obediently scram and shut up. Even your master doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of me. Kid, I'll say it again. I, young Master Jialei, have sealed my cultivation. Otherwise, a third firmament saint can easily kill you. The short-haired youth retorted with a red face. When Lin Xian heard that, he laughed out loud. How impressive! How impressive! You also know that your master is a third firmament saint. Then let me ask you, a third firmament saint can easily kill a first firmament saint. What's there to be proud of? When he said this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, the difference in strength between a first firmament saint and a third firmament saint was too great. If a third firmament saint wanted to fight, there was nothing to be proud of. Lin Xian continued. Since there's nothing to be proud of, why do you keep talking about it? Could it be that you only have this much strength? Or do you think that a third firmament saint killing a first firmament saint and succeeding is something to be proud of? Damn it, what are you trying to say? Lei Qianzhong's face also turned cold. Lin Xian sneered. What am I trying to say? I want to say, don't you call yourself a genius? Don't geniuses fight those above their level? You're a third firmament saint, Why don't you kill fourth firmament and fifth firmament saints? Instead, you attack a first firmament saint? Where's your face? Also, even if you sealed your cultivation, so what? You're a second firmament saint, right? What about me? I'm a first firmament saint. There's still a gap of one firmament between us. But you still can't beat me. I really don't know what you have to be proud of. If I'm a second firmament saint, I'll kill you in seconds. People like you can't even beat those below their level, let alone fight those above their level. Are you worthy of being called a genius? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect that not only was the opponent's strength shocking, but his mouth was also terrifying. Didn't he see that Lei Qianzhong was about to vomit blood? Sure enough, Lei Qianzhong's body was trembling. He was about to go crazy. To be honest, he really wanted to release the seal and kill the opponent, but in the end, he held back. The next time we meet, I can guarantee that you'll be a dead man. After saying this, Lei Qianzhong turned and left quickly. Chapter 35:13. The eldest young master's expression turned ugly. He originally held the sparring session to show off his strength and show off his esteemed guest Lei Qianzhong to make everyone admire him. However, he didn't expect Lei Qianzhong to be the one to make a fool of himself. This was something he didn't expect even in his dreams. Damn it! It was this guy who had messed up his plans. He coldly stared at Lin Xian, then glanced at the fatty. The fatty was so scared that his entire body turned cold. It's over. I've been targeted by the eldest young master. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Fellow Taoist, aren't your words a bit too much? The eldest young master coldly said. Lin Xian turned around. Oh, what? You still want to save face for that trash? Don't waste your energy. I've already given them a lot of face. Otherwise, do you think he would dare to fight me at the same level? The eldest young master's mouth twitched, but he couldn't say anything. He coldly snorted, then turned around and left. Same level battle? What a joke. Lei Qianzhong couldn't even defeat the eldest young master with his cultivation at the second sky. If he was at the first sky in the seal, he would probably be beaten up. Lei Qianzhong left, and so did the eldest young master. They all left in anger, because if they stayed here, they would probably go crazy from anger. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this scene. However, at this moment, someone gently clapped. Wonderful, truly wonderful, truly wonderful. I haven't seen Big Brother so flustered and exasperated for many years. You've really opened my eyes. The one who spoke was the third young master. He was indeed very happy, because in the younger generation of the 9 Netherbird clan, only the eldest young master was above him. If the eldest young master was unlucky, he would definitely step on him. Now, that someone could make the eldest young master suffer, how could he not be happy? Brother, I sincerely invite you again. Are you interested in joining hands with me? We can create a golden era together. Join hands with you? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I don't think you've forgotten, right? You wanted to attack me before, and even wanted to kill me. Just now, you even used your eldest young master to kill me. Do you think I'll join hands with you? Indeed, Lin Xian was also disdainful of the third young master. This third young master was too sinister and liked to use underhanded methods. Moreover, he had joined forces with the Vermilion Bird Palace and the 8-Wind Palace. Why would Lin Xian team up with them? The fact that Lin Xian didn't attack the third young master was already giving the 9 Nether clan a lot of face. However, the third young master didn't seem to know. He even said proudly, "Brother, you're wrong. There are no eternal enemies, only common interests. If we work together, we can really combine our strengths. Hearing this, Fatty tensed up. Fuck, this OL3 is trying to poach me again. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Is that so? If you really want to join hands with me, it's not impossible. But what? Fellow Daoist, feel free to tell me. I can definitely do it, third young master said hurriedly. To be honest, he was a little excited right now because from his previous performance, this Lin Xian wasn't any weaker than Lei Qianzhong. If he could recruit such a person to his side, then he would have the strength to fight against Boss. Can do anything? Isn't that a little too arrogant? Lin Xian shook his head. Why? Are you doubting my strength? Don't worry, there's nothing I can't do. Third young master's eyes flashed with arrogance. He only lacked a strong assistant now. As long as he had a peerless genius by his side, he could definitely fight for the title of number one among the younger generation of the Nine Nether clan. Therefore, he waved his hand and said, "Whatever conditions you have, I won't even frown." Is that so? Lin Xian smiled faintly. If you want to join hands with me, it's very simple. Get rid of all the nobodies around you. I don't need to be with these trash. Get lost. Trash. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt like their brains were about to explode. Who are these people beside the third young master? They are the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight-Wind Palace. How terrifying are these people? They're definitely existences that can suppress an entire world. But they're actually trash in his eyes. Third young master was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. He was stunned for a moment. Beside him, those from the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight-Wind Palace were enraged and stood up one after another. Kid, what did you say? Say it again. You want to die? They were really angry. What? You're not convinced that you're trash. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. If you're not convinced, then come out and fight. A battle to the death. When those words came out, those people on the other side almost vomited blood. Damn it. A battle to the death? What a joke. Even Lei Qianzhong couldn't beat him. How could they go up and watch? Isn't this bullying? Every one of them trembled with anger, but no one dared to accept the challenge. The scene became very strange for a moment. Many people around were speechless. They didn't know why Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant. In fact, they didn't know the hatred between Lin Xian, the Dragon Valley, and the Vermilion Bird Palace. These major factions were still on the Lengya planet preparing to capture him. How could he show mercy to the disciples of these factions? Damn kid. Tell us your name if you have the guts. A sky pride from the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted his teeth. Lin Xian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back, You don't have the right to know. You're courting death. The sky pride roared. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying with a slap. Half of his face was smashed. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said coldly, If you say another word, I'll kill you without mercy. Buffed. The people from the Vermilion Bird Palace vomited blood, but no one dared to speak again. The people from the Dragon Valley and Eight-Wind Palace subconsciously took 2 steps back, but the third young master's face was incomparably pale. I invited you out of goodwill, but you attacked my friends. Isn't that too much? Don't forget, no matter how powerful you are, you're still a member of the younger generation, and this is the territory of the Abysmal Tribe. Judging from your tone, are you threatening me? Lin Xian sneered. You can't even be polite to the wise, and you want to recruit sky prides? Dream on. I admit that you're right. This is indeed the territory of the Abysmal Tribe. But so what? Can you represent the Abysmal Tribe? The third young master was stunned, and the others fell silent. Although the third young master was a sky pride of the abysmal tribe and had an extraordinary status, no one would believe that he could represent the abysmal tribe. If he said that the living fossil could definitely represent the abysmal tribe, third young master, he's too far away. Even the eldest young master isn't qualified. Since you can't represent the abysmal tribe, then what right do you have to threaten me with the abysmal tribe? Maybe in 2 days, the abysmal tribe will treat me as an important guest. At that time, you'll have to be respectful when you see me. Treat you as an important guest? Good, good, good. I'd like to see what right you have to say such big words. The third young master's face was ashen. He waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Beside him, the experts from the Dragon Valley and 8 Emperor's Palace also left. Before they left, their eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. The eldest young master and Lei Qianzhong left with their people, but the third young master also left with his people, and they were all angered by Lin Xian. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.